Good morning. It's our annual Circa show. We head out to Las Vegas for sign-up weekend.
Yeah, we got the Circa Millions, Circa Survivor Series. Everything is being – everything starts this weekend for those contests. We've got college football. We're just a couple of weeks away. I know we haven't seen the final week of preseason NFL football, but we're a couple of weeks away. In fact, we're under 2 weeks for the first NFL game because this year it starts on a Wednesday.
There's just something about being in a sports book. We're broadcasting live inside the sports book in Circa. I'm like, am I ready for football? I'm ready for football season. You got everything in front of us here. All the odds, all the games, all the action. Like, it gets me one step closer to being on that couch for that first Saturday of the year.
Yeah, it's really exciting. And if anybody's watching on Twitch, we do have the camera set up here on Twitch. Thanks to Evan Jenkins for getting up early with us. And I will, throughout the course of the show, see if I can take the camera and move it around so you can see what the sports book looks like here. Obviously, we're right in the casino as well. It's a great setup.
Can we get you like a GoPro and have you walk around?
Yeah,
go into the pool later?
Yeah, I could probably do the Doug Karsh strap it to my chest, but I don't know if I can do a quarterback where it's on the helmet.
Okay.
Right,
we'll figure it out. We'll get creative.
I wasn't able to check my helmet. That is one thing it didn't fit in my carry-on.
Okay, fair enough.
I am ready for football season, and you never know when I might show up in my helmet.
Speaking of travel stories, I have a brief travel soapbox. And by the way, good morning, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Greg. Greg is with us. Gov is back there. Paul Serra's also working a big show today.
Oh, yeah. We are almost a coast-to-coast show with us out here and everybody else back in the studio, so it's always not necessarily a play on words, but it's a circus when we do the show from the Circa.
So I had a bit of a panic moment as I was driving to the airport. You're always like, I'm going to forget something, right?
Oh, all day yesterday, I kept thinking, I kept checking my pocket, I kept looking at, I'm like, I got my computer, I'm going through the checklist, and I still felt I was going to forget something.
Heather can attest to this. At one point I was talking to her, I'm like, do I go back home? She's like, did you forget anything? And I'm like, I don't think so.
Uh-huh. Oh, so you went right from the studio?
Yeah, I went right from the studio to the airport.
To the airport, okay.
And by the way, the construction there, I'm trying to find a way to park. I'm doing circles around the airport. But I'm panicking because
Where were you trying to park?
Well, at first I went where short-term was, and then I ended up at long-term parking. That's not the point of the story.
Okay.
The point of the story is
there we are.
I forgot something, and it's something you should not forget. It wasn't like, a second pair of socks, or a toothbrush or something. Like, you can figure it out. You go to the airport and you figure it out. I realized I didn't have my passport.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you did your driver's license, right?
Yeah, I had my driver's license. I did not have a real ID.
You don't have the little star
No.
in the corner of your driver's license? What? Are you a grown-up?
I don't have one either, so it's okay.
I work with children. Are you kidding me?
Funny coming from you.
Yes, I know. This is why I'm a little bit.
But normally,
I feel like I am the adult in the room now.
So I've taken some trips this year. I just remembered the passport. The passport's good. If you want to fly domestic, you can just use your passport.
Right.
I haven't done the real ID. I haven't jumped through the hoops. I just renew my regular driver's license. It's on the list, but I didn't have it. So I'm going, oh no. Am I not going to be allowed on the plane? Am I going to have to try to get onto John's flight later in the day? There's probably no seats on that flight. So it all starts going through your head. What do? I don't have time to go back home and make it for my flight. So I call Kelsey. I go, am I screwed?
What was she? Could she run it to you?
Well, it would have been tight. That was the first thing she said. She's like, I could maybe get there in time.
Yeah.
But then she said, I think you can just pay like a one-time pass.
Right.
Well, so we had these news stories. Heather, you've had the news stories about people showing up without a real ID, and they get set to the side, and they get a firm talking to, and maybe a finger wag.
And you can pay like $40, but they say
right, and they're actually allowed on.
Sometimes you can't do it right there at the airport, though.
Yes.
So you got lucky, I guess.
So you could do it online. She just filled out the form while I was driving, and you get like a receipt emailed to you, and then you walk up and you go through security normal, and when you get to the front and you're supposed to show your real ID or your passport. I just told the guy, I don't have a real ID. I have a receipt. And he goes, oh, just show it to me. Mm-hmm. He took a second. He verified it. They hand me a green piece of laminated paper to show that I'm different.
Right.
Okay.
I got to hold this like it's like a school folder.
Okay.
And all it really means is after you go through you put your hands up and the machine whirls around you, when you walk out, they have to like wipe your hands with something and then test your hands. That's the only extra step. But my soapbox moment is this. So for $45, I'm not dangerous? That's how this works?
For 10 days. For 10 days.
Yeah, now I can use it on the return flight too,
Yes.
but for $45, I'm not dangerous. Why do I need all this other stuff if for $45, I'm safe for everybody now?
Okay, so it's ultimately, I think they're trying to get to a point where you I'm trying not to make this political.
It's okay.
Your ID has to be verified with birth certificate,
Yes.
even social security card. Like, there's only a couple of things you actually have to take to the Secretary of State to make this happen. What I believe it is it's just another travel tax.
Yeah.
It's a travel tax to up what it costs for you to renew your license. Oh, well, hey, if you want to actually travel seamlessly, then you got to pay this extra fee when we do this, so you don't have to pay the fee when you don't have to pay the tax when you go to the airport. And if you don't want to do this, minor inconvenience, 1 day out of, I don't know how long your license lasts. Was it 7 years or whatever, 5 years? Then we'll just tax you every time you get to the airport.
No, that's what it's a cash grab. Because on the surface, you'd say, well, we want to verify that the people flying on the plane are who they say they are. The best way to do it would be, a passport or this real ID where you have to have the extra. But for $45, you can just skip all that. That kind of throws it. It makes it hollow to me.
Oh, there's no question. Yeah, I mean, and we went through this, and I tried to defend it at first in regards to, well, they're just trying to make it, and you blindly trust, and then you start thinking about it, and you think, well, if you get there and the security line is long, it's really not speeding up the process.
Nope.
And if you don't have the real ID, yet you just pay $45, you hold this little green piece of paper, and then you say, yes, I am Jim Costa. Oh, well, we believe you. Okay, well, then go.
All right, you clicked a couple boxes and paid us cash. You're good. Get on the plane. Heather, do you have any thoughts on this?
Do you have with your passport? Did you get the passport card, like the little?
No, I should do that.
Because that's what I have, and I just keep it in my wallet, so that I always have it
just
with me.
another fee. Yeah, just
guess.
click that box.
But it lasts
$45
longer.
Yeah.
Than a license. I think. I think
so
it lasts 10
because
years.
when a passport lasts 10 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I mean, I don't have my glasses, and it's dim in here. I can't even see. I'm doing the old man thing. Every time I need to see something I wrote down, I've got to turn on my flashlight, like I'm reading the menu at a restaurant, which I did not do last night.
Oh, by the way, any travel stories for you?
Not particularly. It was pretty seamless. Other than the fact that my seats aren't great, but I mean, hey, it is what it is.
Thanks, Lori.
Yeah.
I'll say it so you won't.
Okay, yeah. We'll throw Lori under the bus.
My accommodations were just fine.
Okay, but you're a miniature person traveling.
I'm a normal person.
Yeah.
You're an ogre. It's different.
I understand that I'm taller and bigger than most. All right, so it does have that effect. But
I heard you're flying on the wing on the way back.
I would be a much better seat. I would take that. I don't sleep on the plane anyway, so give me a better view. At least then I get to see what the Grand Canyon or whatever it is that we're going over at the time. So yeah, it's not a lot of travel stories. I sat next to this nice little old lady, and she didn't take up more room than was required. So I did get both armrests, and she fell asleep for most of it, and I just whatever. But I didn't watch Air. I started watching it, and it was I don't know what it is. Like when I go to sleep at night, I kind of need to watch something. It calms me. I don't know what it is. I get it. I'm different. I'm weird. I need to see things blowing up. It's just, I don't know. It's my love language, right? it's what calms me, and I get a chance. So I started watching Air, and I'm like, I'm bored. And so then I went to A Working Man, which is a Jason Statham movie, and all of his, hey, it's fighting and blowing things up. And then I went to The Expendables. Have you seen that one?
Yes.
With Sylvester Stallone
Yes.
and again, Jason Statham, blowing things up.
These are your movies.
And I was able to relax, and enjoy the flight.
So we had a minor hiccup where they had to reboot our system a couple times.
Yeah.
It happens, whatever.
Sure.
But by the time I got up for my nap, I can sleep on planes, and picked something to watch, I had under 2 hours. So they have a category of movies under 2 hours.
Yeah.
And I picked what, to me, is one of the great sports movies growing up. Tom, Paul, any guesses?
I don't remember the Titans.
Little Giants. I don't know.
Little Giants is probably closer, but no cigar.
Greg was a couple rows back, and he was doing the eavesdropping thing where you see like what other people are watching.
Oh, my favorite activity to do on the plane.
What did you make of my choice?
It's a good choice.
Went with The Sandlot.
You're killing me, Smalls. Teddy has a T-shirt. In fact, I don't know if he's going to wear that one on the first day of school. We're trying to figure out what the outfit is going to be.
That's
and yes,
tomorrow.
A 5-year-old, 4-year-old, he'll be 5 in September, can wear an outfit.
Oh, yes.
Grown up does not wear outfits. That's
You're adamant about
yes,
that.
I'm very adamant about that. But the funny thing for me is, and nobody really cares, but it literally takes me, Bob Turner, who was on the same flight as me, and if you guys are longtime listeners, if you've listened to Doug and Gator, they were giving him a hard time. It was about a decade ago. He thought that they were giving away tickets on the 70-yard line. And he played the bit for me last night. It was hilarious. He does not know a lot about football and all that stuff. He was waiting for me at the baggage claim. And it takes me probably 15 to 20 minutes once I exit the plane to walk around and actually stand straight up.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm trying to get there, and it just hey, time and time I just need time to warm up.
Limber up.
I'm not touching my toes. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to stand all the way up. And so yeah, it was a little bit of an adventure, but here we are.
And here we are. So when we're out here every year, we tend to do a little bit of picks and previews. You will present your college football playoff picks at 6:35.
And all I have to say is I'm not a huge fan of the 12-team playoff, but every time I do it, last year, this year, I think there are people that are going to think, well, you put this one, you ranked this one here because you wanted this matchup. There are so many great matchups and possibilities, and it just the way it falls, I'm fascinated to see what yours is. We're going to get mine at 6:35, and it is so much fun.
John Batts lead off, 6:35. We have a
I'm Kevin McGonigal.
Okay. Who am I? Am I Dylan Dingler?
Jahmai Jones.
Oh, no. Hey, we do have a little Tiger talk coming up next. We'll talk some Lions. There's a Sin City deal. We want to know if you'd make this deal. We're live from the Circus Sportsbook. It's 97.1.
Oh, hey, I've got Rapid Roofing. Hey, I tell you what, you want to look at anything that you're doing with your roof. Everybody's making summer plans right now, and it's really difficult if you haven't taken care of your roof. You've got to give Rapid Roofing a call before leaks, anything happens. You got autumn rain, falling debris, winter frost can wreak havoc on an unprotected home. Don't wait for the leaks to show up on a cold day. Do what I did. Call the pros at Rapid Roofing. They're fast, they're local, and they get the job done right the first time. Beat the end-of-the-year rush and protect your home today. Call Rapid Roofing or head over to rapidroofing.com to schedule your free inspection. That's rapidroofing.com.
It's Brightside Dental for a brighter, straighter smile. I want to talk to the people who've been putting off going to the dentist. Maybe you skipped the 6-month cleaning. Maybe it's been longer than that. You've had bad experiences in the past. Some anxiety going to the dentist is normal, and Brightside gets it, which is why it's all about a comfort-first approach. I go to Brightside for cleanings, fillings, whatever I need done. The Southfield location's convenient for me. $35 new patient special. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations, so one right around the corner from you. Get in, make an appointment, 1-800-PAINLESS. Visit BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. We've reached the point of the baseball season where you go to the park for the other guys. Our question, Tarek Skubal on Friday, potentially Shohei Ohtani on Sunday.
Making his return to the mound, but because he's been batting.
Yeah. The question is, if you could only go to one game this weekend, would you go to see our old buddy Tarek Skubal and all the emotions that brings, or Shohei Ohtani and the phenomenon that he is?
Well, this one is very easy for me.
Oh, is it?
I'm going to my franchise player.
Oh, here we go.
That's Shohei Ohtani. I mean, especially if he's making a return to the mound, I want to see what could possibly be the greatest baseball player of all time. A guy that multiple MVPs. I don't think he's going to win one this year, even though Pete Core Armstrong is having a hell of a season, and the fact that the detriment for Shohei Ohtani, the only reason he wouldn't win it is because he doesn't do what he normally does, and that's dominate on the mound and at the plate. He's just been dominating at the plate. So I'm going to see Shohei Ohtani. I would love to go to both games. But for a guy that we are exhausted talking about, a guy that we want to move on, and in fact, we talked about possibly having an embargo on his name. Now, you can't do it if he's going to actually be playing against your Detroit Tigers. Why would I want to go see him when I could go see something that I haven't seen but maybe once a year? And because you don't know, the Dodgers are going to be here again next year at some point, but it may not be in the rotation where Shohei is pitching.
Shohei's unique, but
extremely.
He's going to play baseball beyond this season.
Yeah, but my point is, you may not see him in person. You may see him in person at the plate, but to be able to see him pitch and at the plate, plus it's his return to the mound.
Okay, but that means he might only throw like an inning or two. So with Skubal, I'm going to get about 100 pitches, save the jokes. I'm going to get a little more. That's also more unique. He'll only come back one time. The emotions, there will be some boos. I don't think it's going to be loud. There will be cheers. The emotions of that is far more unique than one of 10 times that Shohei plays at Comerica Park in his career.
Well, if you want to see Shohei pitch, the odds are the same as they would be for Tarek Skubal to come back and pitch.
Yeah, but once he does it the first time,
well, he's done it before. He's pitched. I believe he's pitched at Comerica before.
No, I'm talking
the Tigers.
Skubal. This will be the only first time that he is throwing as a Dodger against the Tigers.
Yeah, and you never forget the first time, right?
That's right, John.
We've seen him pitch time and time again
Not
for
against
the
us.
Tigers. Yeah, I unique. There's no question
AJ
about it.
talked about it yesterday. This pit in your stomach, the awkwardness. That's different.
Hoping that you wouldn't have to see them until the year after you trade them away. But no, I would still rather go see the guy that I think is going to go down as the greatest baseball player of all time. We have no idea when we look back at Tarek Skubal and his career, what we're going to see. We may see something like Justin Verlander. I kind of think we won't see that from
No, I think Shohei will go down
Skubal
as the greatest. I really do. He had a 50-50 season. That doesn't even take into consideration
what he does on the mound. Yeah.
Now, I'll get to see him at the plate on Friday. I'm planning on going Friday, so it's easy for me to answer this. I'm planning on going to see Ohtani hit and Tarek Skubal pitch against the Detroit Tigers.
Are you going to go Sunday too?
I'm not planning on it.
Okay. So it works into your schedule that it's a pick of convenience
Well,
for you.
I'll be around Sunday. I could go to Sunday as well, but if I could pick one, I've already picked the one
Yeah.
I plan on going to.
So I think the better way of saying it, you've already picked one. But
Yeah.
if you had to purchase a ticket because you're going to use your credentials,
Yeah.
you had to purchase a ticket.
I'd go Friday night.
Wow.
Now, that's a question for everybody out in listener land, 248-539-9797.
If you had to, when you buy a ticket, if you're going to go this weekend, would you rather go Friday night to see Tarek Skubal pitch against the Tigers, or on Sunday, and it could be the return of Shohei Ohtani to the mound? He could be a guy that goes, 2 home runs, because I think it's Valdez that's pitching for the Tigers on Sunday.
Oh, that makes it even easier then.
Right, so, you could see Shohei Ohtani hit 2 home runs in the first inning.
I guess Friday I get Drew Anderson. That's not awesome either.
You could still see Shohei Ohtani hit 2 home runs in the first inning.
Anyway, quick poll behind the glass.
I would probably go to Sunday to see Shohei pitch and hit. It's more exciting. Like, we've already seen a solid 6-inning start from Skubal several hundred times. Seeing him in a different uniform doesn't really matter to me. And like John said, it's just it was been annoying talking about him all season. So,
Yeah. Tom?
Tom is currently not here.
We got Greg.
Oh, okay.
I will say I would rather go to the Friday game because I'm not there to watch Shohei Ohtani pitch, quite frankly. I'm there to see Shohei Ohtani smack 450-foot home runs.
Which he could do Friday and Sunday.
Yes.
Either one.
He could also do that Sunday, but I also get the Skubal start on Fridays.
Okay. So you get
I'd
the
do Friday.
in your opinion,
Feel
the
like I
best
get
of
more.
both worlds.
Feel like I get more on
Yeah.
Friday.
Get the John's College football playoff picks, but first, Heather with the news.
Good morning, you guys. This news is brought to you by Michigan Lottery. All right, guys, we need to protect our Hollywood stars, like particularly the older ones, at all costs because we have another death. So first we had Hayden Panettiere, then we had Dolly Parton, and now we have Tim Curry. He passed away on Tuesday after years of declining health due to a 2012 stroke. He was 80 years old. He's best known for his role in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. He was also the original Pennywise in Stephen King's It. He was the butler in Clue. But for me, he was a big star in my childhood because I was a huge fan of the movie Annie, and he played Rooster in Annie, and that's all I watched growing up. I would put on plays, and I knew all the words, and I knew all the songs. He was also in Home Alone 2, which was also a big part of my childhood. So, man, R.I.P.
Yeah. It was sad news.
Yeah.
They say it comes in threes.
They
Yeah.
do, but we've got a lot
Let
of
that be the end of it.
old stars that we need to protect. Let's not have any more deaths, please. Man, sad
Also, let's
stuff.
get some love for Muppet Treasure Island.
Yes. Good call. Very good call. Well, a long-awaited road reconstruction project is finally moving forward in Dearborn Heights. 6 months ago, an 18-year-old kind of went viral for filling potholes on Cherry Hill Road with buckets of asphalt that they got from Home Depot. And the teen says, hey, I was just frustrated with the road conditions, and now his amateur repair job got a ton of attention online, so much so that, city officials took notice. Well, at the time, city officials said, hey, we understand your frustrations, but a major reconstruction project is still kind of more than a year away. Well, now the mayor of Dearborn Heights says that the timeline has dramatically changed and the project will actually now start this fall. So it's going to cost about $3 million, but is expected to provide drivers with a complete rebuilt road. So kudos to that teen, I guess. More construction, but when you have a road that is so badly potholed, it's so hard to drive on. This is great news for sure. A Monroe man who pleaded guilty to reporting a fake bomb threat for a flight leaving from Detroit Metro Airport was just sentenced to 3 months probation. So this guy, 23 years old, John Robinson, called Spirit Airlines. This was back on June 5th of 2025, said that there was a bomb threat on the flight that he was supposed to be on that was going from DTW to Los Angeles. And he said that there was going to be somebody who was going to blow up the airport, as well as somebody tried to carry a bomb onto that flight. He said they're going to take the bomb through TSA. It's not going to be detected. Please don't let this person board. Well, the flight was canceled. Everyone got off the plane. Ultimately, obviously, no bombs were detected. And it was later discovered that this guy missed his flight. He was supposed to be on that flight to LA. They told him, sorry, you're too late. You're going to need to rebook. So he was just upset and called in this bomb threat. He did plead guilty to all of the charges against him, but was ultimately just sentenced to 3 years probation. Seems like a light sentence. I don't know what the probation actually includes, but seems light either way. A White Lake man is dead, and a Taylor man is injured after a high-speed boating accident on Oxbow Lake. This was on Tuesday. 71-year-old Kirk Magnuson was operating the boat, and police say at very high rates of speed, and the boat went airborne, struck the water on its side, and sank in approximately 50 feet of water. His passenger, this 56-year-old man from Taylor, was thrown from the boat, rescued by nearby boaters. But unfortunately, Kirk, the man driving, passed away, drowned. And it sounds like it was all due to excessive speeds. Alcohol is not believed to be a factor. So police, of course, are using this as a reminder of everyone how quickly boating accidents can change when you're going that fast.
It certainly can, and that's the scary situation.
Without a doubt.
All right. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, we're going to each give out our playoff picks for college football. John's going to lead off. He is Kevin McGonigal today. Coming up next, find out who he has the Wolverines beating in the national title.
Yes, and we'll see if Michigan even makes it.
It's 97-1. We are gearing up for college football season. We're hanging out Circa in Las Vegas for their sign-up weekend, and this is the time of year where we make our college football playoff picks. John, you're first.
And famously, last year was the year that you picked Clemson to go all the way.
So is that a good pick?
Well, it didn't work out last year. We'll see if your picks are better this year. We'll see if mine are any good either, because we're somewhat going off of what we think we know, and what we know is that almost all of the teams that I'm talking about here don't have a quarterback that started at the university they're currently playing for, which is absolutely no surprise, right? I mean, the movement of college football players, but especially at the quarterback position, is unbelievable. So how I did this is I came up with my top 11 ranked teams, and then I obviously, you get the gold star for Notre Dame, because I do believe that they'll get 10 wins, and as we all know, hey, if you get 10 wins, they get the automatic bid to the college football playoffs. So they get the free space. They're in the college football playoffs. So then it really came down to 10, because that 12th one goes to the group of 6, and who is the top team there? I'll get to them in just a moment, because the Pac-12 is back, and the Pac-12 may actually get a team in the college football playoffs. Finally. All right, so my number 1 ranked team is Oregon. I've talked about them, and I've talked about the fact that, hey, Dante Moore is the front runner for me for the Heisman Trophy throughout the course of this season, certainly to start the season. A grown-up decision to come back, continue to work on his game. They've got talent literally everywhere. Speed on defense that you think about the Georgia teams, when it was just, hey, Jalen Carter and all those guys that were being taken off of Georgia's defense. That's the type of team speed, and I believe the defense that we're going to be looking at for Oregon. And one of the better offensive lines may be the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line this year in college football. So they're my number 1 team. I've got Georgia at 2. They win the SEC. I've got Notre Dame at 3, so a legitimate bid to the college football playoffs. Ohio State at 4, Texas at 5, Miami at 6, Oklahoma at 7, Indiana at 8, LSU makes it in at 9. I've got USC at 10, BYU at 11, and then my team out of the Pac-12, we're actually going to see in week 0. Fresno State.
What?
Fresno State. So tell me if this sounds like a really good Pac-12. You've got Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, Oregon State, San Diego State, Texas State. You got all the states. Utah State and Washington State. Literally every single state. I think they get Boise State at home, because I think a lot of people will think Boise State is kind of
that's a popular pick.
Yeah, that free space there into the college football playoffs. They get them at home. And this is a team that is continuing to lay in the weeds. And I think if you're looking for value, this is the pick that you want to try and make. All right. So having said that, going through the seeding in the first round of the college football playoffs, you've got 12 versus 5.
Wait, I don't want to skip over. Michigan didn't make the playoff?
No, Michigan did not make the playoffs. Sorry. So the team that I think would be a little bit of a surprise is USC jumping into the college football playoffs. And I talked a little bit about them, new defensive coordinator. And the question I have for them is, can they have a legitimate, consistent run game? We obviously saw what they can do against Michigan last year. But can they do that 12 weeks out of the season? I think this year they'll be able to do that. But the 12 seed is Fresno State against the 5 seed Texas. And then you've got 9 and 8. That's LSU and Indiana.
Great game.
I think it's going to be a great matchup. 11 and 6 is BYU and Miami. USC and Oklahoma. All right. How about this? The 10 and 7. And I did not go for matchups. I just wanted to see who it was going to be. And now all of a sudden, former Oklahoma coach who takes his quarterback, Caleb Williams, to USC, doesn't find a way to get it done until this year, because his job is 100% on the line. I think if they don't make the college football playoffs, he's looking for a new job.
And a quick note, that is Oklahoma, the 7 seed. That game is in Norman. Buddy.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a great matchup. So my winners out of that first round is Texas, Indiana, Miami taking down BYU, the big power from the Big 12, and Oklahoma beating USC. All right, so that gets to our second round of the college football playoffs. And the free spaces were Ohio State, Oregon, Notre Dame, and Georgia. So we've got a Texas-Ohio State matchup.
A rematch
of what we're going to see early in the college football season. Indiana and Oregon, a rematch of Indiana going to Oregon last year and blowing the doors off of Dan Lanning and the Ducks. And then I've got Miami and Notre Dame.
Which would be a rematch of their November
as well.
Game. Yep.
And I swear, I did not put this. I literally went 1 through 12, and then I just plugged it into the format that college football playoffs has, and we're coming up with some of these great matchups. Oklahoma and Georgia rounding out the game. And so I've got Texas taking down Ohio State. I've got Oregon with the rematch taking down Indiana. No back-to-back champs for the Hoosiers. Notre Dame taking down Miami. C.J. Carr, one of the few quarterbacks that started at his school, taking down Miami, who now has Darian Mensah, who's been at, 3 different schools now? It's hard to keep
Duke,
up.
And now,
Yeah. And so I've got Georgia taking down Oklahoma.
Okay.
And that is Gunnar Stockton, also a quarterback that started at Georgia. And we remember him coming in, was it 2 years ago, and getting absolutely knocked out, but coming back in the game.
Kind of played tough, though.
Yeah, played tough. And I like you know how I like tough guys. So the Final Four is Texas, Oregon, Notre Dame, and Georgia. And so it brings up the Texas-Oregon matchup. So we've got Dante Moore and we've got Arch Manning.
Real quick, all your teams left are quarterbacks who are coming back.
Yes, they're coming back, but that didn't necessarily start where
right.
they, obviously Dante Moore started at UCLA. Arch Manning didn't start
right,
at
but
Texas.
From last year as a starter, being able to build on it, continuity.
Right.
Yes.
And I think that plays a huge part in the success of what we'll see moving forward is that second year that a quarterback is at a spot. I've got Oregon taking down Texas. Texas is not back. And Miami is not back because obviously they lost to Notre Dame. I've got Notre Dame beating Georgia, and here's why I think Notre Dame ends up beating Georgia and they get a chance at a national championship. Notre Dame, their offensive line, we talked about it a little bit last year. They underperformed. And we know that they stepped away from playing football because they got overlooked for the college football playoffs. They're playing with a chip on their shoulder, and you guys know how much I love C.J. Carr, the quarterback of Notre Dame. And you would have probably 1 and 2 in the Heisman race in the national title game. That's Dante Moore against C.J. Carr. And sorry, Coach, I hate to do this. I would love to see C.J. Carr win a national championship. I wouldn't love to see Notre Dame win one, but I would love to see C.J. Carr win one. I think Oregon is the ultimate national champion this year, and it's because of all those things I said at the beginning of this. It's Dante Moore, it's speed, talent, receiver, a dominant offensive line, and the defense. When you look back at the dominance of Georgia when they were in their heyday, it is the fact that defense, the speed, they could match up with any style. They could match up with any team that came into their house, and I think that's what it is for Oregon. We're going to talk a lot, as we do, like offenses dominate the conversation. I think what is not being talked about enough is Oregon's defense.
I agree with you. So I think this is fascinating to sit back because I did the same exercise last night.
Yeah.
And we'll do that later in the show. But seeing where we are aligned and seeing some of the disagreements, some of the sleepers. There's about 7 or 8 teams that everybody has making the playoff, but how you arrive at that final and who sneaks in and some of the matchups along the way, the question for Oregon is going to be this. 2 new coordinators, and can they get over the hump? But the talent's there on that football team.
And it's a chance for Dan Lanning to get over, can he win big games?
Well, he's going to have to win in Columbus or in the Big Ten title or both for them to be the 1 seed.
Well,
then all these wins along the way.
Yes, to be the 1 seed, you are correct. You're going to have to get some of those big wins. Or is he just going to be the next James Franklin, where he can't make those big moments happen with such a talented team? This is, I think, the most talented team in college football from top to bottom.
Well, later in the show, I'll give my champion, which is the ultimate kiss of death. But we want feedback on your bracket, 248-539-9797. We also have a Lions question. that we were going to get into as the hour ends. We're in Sin City, the deal with the devil. Would you take this? We'll do that coming up next. It's 97.1. I don't know who you're going to trust when it comes to college football this season, but I know who you should trust if you need a new roof, and that's Shaner Roofing. Shaner does roofing, windows, and siding, and it's a 30-year track record. Trusted service. They've been serving Michigan homeowners and bringing a 5-star quality to everything they do. You can see it if you Google it. 4.9 stars. That's thousands of reviews. It's a reputation they've earned because they do the job right. And they treat you right. Shaner's local, family-owned business. They treat you like family because it's who they are to their core. And a great example of that is the no-pressure promise. You can forget about slimy sales pitches, no high-pressure asks. When they come out, they give you a true, honest assessment of what your home needs. They're not going to sell you what you don't need, but if you work with them, you're going to get results, you're going to get good quality work, and you're going to get peace of mind. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. So if you're ready to get started, get your quote today, mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding, the name Michigan trusts. got some text on John's bracket, including this one. Brendan Fenton says, your real 12-team playoff would be Michigan. Michigan.
Well, sure, that's what my heart says.
Right.
I don't think anybody's going to wag a finger at that.
But the schedule's tough, and they've got questions.
Well, yeah. You brought up the fact that Oregon has 2 new coordinators. Well, Michigan has 2 new coordinators and a new head coach and a lot of unproven commodities.
And I don't think they're the 4th best team in the Big Ten.
Probably not.
And I think it's going to be tough to get 5 in with knowing, hey, Group of 6 gets somebody, ACC's getting somebody, Big 12's getting somebody. There's just only so many spots. Michigan probably on the outside.
And you guys know how much I've talked about Iowa. I think Iowa could be that sleeper team that maybe edges out USC and actually gets a bid at the college football playoffs.
To me, Oregon is unlikely to go all the way because of the new coordinators. It's hard to replace that. Odds say one of them won't hit, and that will hold the Ducks back.
Well, yes, you are correct. That can be an issue, but we've seen okay, now Kirk Cignetti did not win a national championship in his first year, but that was a new coach, a new system, new coordinators, new everything, and then in year 2 they were able to make it. There are less transfers at Oregon. There are some, but there are less than we've seen in previous years. And here's one thing I don't want to pump the tires of Georgia and Kirby Smart, but I love what Kirby Smart had to say yesterday about, he kind of brought up the topic I brought up of our guys have been here. No, we're not going to recruit these NFL guys because then I have to tell somebody that put in all this work that they don't get a chance to be on the team anymore. But they have mined the transfer portal less than these other teams that are in the college football playoffs.
You're saying Georgia?
Yeah, Georgia.
Yeah, they bring back the second most returning starters in college football, second to only USC, who you also have in the playoff.
And so then you wonder, is he going to be that stubborn individual that goes the way of Clemson? I don't think he will. He's utilized it more than Dabo has. There's a little bit of a give and take, but it's also Georgia and the brand that Georgia is being able to recruit a top 5 class every single year and retaining those guys.
Okay. We're starting to get the itch for college football. Don't know if you can tell. Said we had a Lions question. It's become a running joke that's not a joke. I'm on social media too much.
Yes, and you had a lot of time on the plane yesterday to just doom scroll.
I saw a question that I think is a great one for us because we're in Vegas. This question floating around, and I want to know if I speak for all of Detroit when I answer this. Would you take a deal where your NFL team makes the Super Bowl but loses the game? We wipe your mind and you experience it in real time, so you don't know they're going to lose the Super Bowl. Would you take that deal? And the guy in the video said, I think almost every fan base would with a few exceptions. I think we are one of the exceptions. I would not take this deal with the devil in Sin City where the Lions play in but lose the Super Bowl. I'm sorry. If we're going to that game, I want to win that game.
And so you get to experience basically going to the Super Bowl twice. You just don't know it the first. You don't remember the first one.
Did I lose you? This one season.
Yes.
You take the deal, and then we wipe your memory. The season plays out. So you don't know that you made this deal. So you'd love this. You'd watch them win multiple playoff games. You'd watch them win the NFC title game, and then they would lose the Super Bowl. It'd be the best season in Lions history. You could lock that in now, or you don't take the deal, and you let the season play out and see what happens. Those are your choices.
Yeah, well, anytime you get to the Super Bowl and lose, any deal attached to that, I'm saying no bueno. I don't want that deal because I want the chance of actually getting there and winning. And I'm not taking the deal.
Like, I might take this deal if I was the New York Jets. We got no hope of going to the Super Bowl anyway. See, the Lions are actually in the group of 7 or 8 teams that could win the Super Bowl, right?
Yes.
So then there's no way I would want to put a cap on the ceiling and sign myself up for an agonizing finish.
Right.
There would be some that would celebrate the season in its totality when it ended, but I got to tell you, that would be such a gut punch to get there and lose.
There's no question. And I was looking at all the teams just because we are coming to Vegas that, like what are the odds on, the favorites to win the Super Bowl? And obviously Rams top of the list. You've got the Bills, the Seahawks, Ravens, Chiefs, Eagles, Chargers. and then the Lions come in right behind the Chargers. So they're in the mix. And it depends on which book you're looking at, but I was using BetMGM, and right now they're plus 1,700 to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I've seen it similar most places.
Yeah, it's right around there. So the aggregate was plus 1,725 to win the Super Bowl. I'm not taking – I will never take any deal that says, hey, here's the upside. You get to the Super Bowl, but you lose, or this. I'm always going to take or this because I want the chance to play the season out and win the Super Bowl.
You're absolute on this. I'd take the deal if I thought my team was crummy.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you told me the Red Wings, I could take a deal where they play in the Stanley Cup next season, but they have to lose it. I would take that deal.
Right, because if your odds aren't even saying you're going to make the postseason,
right? You take the deal where you go all the way to the title game and then you use it to build on. See, the Lions, I'm done with building on previous seasons.
Yeah. It's so in this scenario, they lose in the Super Bowl both times.
There's one season.
Scenario. But this is where you lost me when I was reading this. You go there and lose, and then they wipe your mind. So that's the first time.
No.
Then you actually play the season out, and they lose again?
No, play the season out, you never know.
So the circumstances are you could win the Super Bowl the second time.
The second scenario.
Yes. I'm always taking the second scenario. Yeah. I want a chance to win the game.
Tom, I don't know if I did that poorly or if John's just not all awake today.
No,
John wasn't listening very well is my takeaway from all that.
The devil's sneaky. Come on now. We all know that.
Well, it plays tricks on you. So, again, Tom, we're in Sin City. Would you take this deal with the devil where you get the best season in Lions history, but you know you're going to lose in the Super Bowl? Do you sign us up for that?
I'm extremely torn on this, but I've come to the conclusion that I actually would take the deal. And a couple reasons why. We've had at least 3 Super Bowl losers in less than the last 10 years go on to win the Super Bowl pretty quickly after that. It also establishes that the Lions are a contender again, takes away a lot of the fears that the window is closed. No, the window's wide open, right? I think I would take it. They would still be a Super Bowl contender the next season. And to go through that whole experience would be wild.
As the texter points out, you're probably beating Stafford and the Rams in the NFC title game to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I wonder if people will take this deal. We're going to canvass this to start the 7 o'clock hour. We've got Dear John. We've got the 2 Grand Slam. But let us know. Would you take the deal with the devil? 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The Tigers were 2-hit yesterday in a 3-0 shutout loss to the Rays at Comerica Park, their 11th loss in the last 12 games. Tampa Bay starter Freddie Peralta had everything working, giving up just 2 hits across 6 innings. Troy Melton started for the Tigers, going 7 with 3 earned runs. He was happy to work deep into the contest. Tigers are now 5.5 games out of the third wildcard spot. Off day today, then tomorrow night, Tarek Skubal and the Dodgers are at Comerica Park. The NFL officially ditching the Pro Bowl. Starting this season, 88 players will still make the Pro Bowl, but there will be no actual game. Players will instead attend a celebration in Los Angeles the weekend the Pro Bowl used to take place. High school football kicks off today across Michigan. Some of the top games today are Saline Rockford, Orchard Lake St. Mary's and Mona Shores, Belleville Grand Blanc, and Hudsonville versus Byron Center. And the Tour Championship begins this morning at East Lake in Atlanta. Scotty Scheffler is the favorite, then Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and Sam Burns. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome back. We are live in Las Vegas. We are at Circa for the Circa Contest sign-up weekend. And college football starts this week, too. Week 0. So we are starting to get into the football mindset. When it comes to the Lions, we offered you a deal with the devil because we're in Sin City. The scenario is, and this was being asked of every NFL fan base, would you take your team playing in the Super Bowl, but they will 100% lose that game? Once you make the decision, we wipe your memory so that when you can authentically watch the season and enjoy the ride and enjoy seeing your team win playoff games and win the NFC title, you don't have that pit in the back of your mind knowing you're going to lose. You get to truly experience it authentically, but it comes with the price that you don't win it all. If you're the Jets, you're probably taking the deal.
Yeah.
If you're a lousy team, you're the Arizona Cardinals, hell yeah, give me that deal. But if you think there's even a sliver that you could win the Super Bowl, I don't think in good conscience you can sign up for this deal with the devil. I saw a video on the way. I commented, no deal as a Lions fan. Do I speak for all of Detroit? John, you are with me in that you want to give this team a chance to win it all rather than take the deal.
Absolutely. And I think I've been pretty consistent on my time, whether it was with Stoney or with you. I never take these deals. I always want to play the season out. And even if you end up a heart-crushing, soul-wrenching exit in the first round, I still wouldn't take the deal because I want the chance to get into those games and win. I want a chance of getting to the Super Bowl and win. I'm never going to take a deal where you guarantee that we get there but we lose versus the opportunity to actually win it.
And Tom made the case that, hey, this would be a season of great memories, and it would confirm that the door is nowhere near closing. You're right on the cusp. Teams that have made it do bounce back and go and win it down the line. That's the case. You'd have the memories of the greatest season of your life as a Lions fan. Would you take that deal? Let's go to Henry. You're up first. You're on 97.1.
No way do you ever deal with the devil. You never win dealing with the devil. He always has other things up his sleeve. So, No, I want to win. I want to win now. But playing with the devil, he's going to mess with you even later on down the line. He has other stuff up his sleeve.
He's going to leave some scars. Yep.
No way.
Henry, I'm with you. Even if you don't think the Lions are the favorites to win the Super Bowl, they're the favorites to win their division. They're going to have a home playoff game. They're going to be in the mix. I'd hate to cut them off at the knees. I want to see if they can stand on their 2 feet and do this or not.
Favorites or not, you just don't play with the devil. Like I said, we went 15-2 a couple years ago, right? Maybe we made a deal with the devil that year, and all of our players were hurt, and we lost that first game in the playoff against Washington, right? I think the devil had something to do with that. We get to
Henry,
NFC Championship game. We didn't get there. You don't play with the devil, man.
Yep, you sound like a God-fearing man. You're not taking this deal. All right, I got some feedback on the text. This one says, come on, guys, think about a Dan Miller call in the NFC Championship game announcing that the Lions are going to the Super Bowl. You get chills just thinking about it.
I understand that. And the fact that, hey, the Lions have never played in the Super Bowl. The Lions have never had a taste of that. And if that's all you want, I'm not going to sit there and say you're wrong. I don't want just a taste. I want the whole shebang.
You guys are nuts. Clearly not lifelong Detroit fans. You want to have this team in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I want to get there and win it. I don't want to get there and lose.
I mean, this person's of the belief that they're not good enough to win the Super Bowl right now, says you wouldn't have illusions of this team winning anything. So he would take this deal where you get this unbelievable season better than he can fathom for this group.
And I guess if you're one of those individuals, like you said, if you think you've got no chance, if you're the Jets, if you're the Cardinals, if you're Carolina, if you're one of these teams that you don't believe that you're even in the playoffs.
Yeah, like we get texts from people going, they're going to go 9-8, they're going to go 8-9. This team's they're still looking at last year as this trend. They're going the wrong way. The person who takes this deal wants to reverse the trend, where they've been going south the last 3 seasons, getting further from the Super Bowl. That's the other school of thought. So we got some feedback, 248-539-9797. Says, I would not take this deal, especially if their season ends like it did in that NFC title game, but in the Super Bowl. Could you imagine you're in that game, you get your hopes up? There's 2 weeks. Think about that, too. There's 2 weeks. We are doing a show from the Super Bowl. We are all in. We have never put our heart on the line more than we would in the 2 weeks leading up to a Lions Super Bowl. And then only to have that feeling as the clock strikes midnight. You lost. Yeah, it would be what happened in San Francisco, but on another level. Are we going to get back? I know Tom says there's examples, and there are examples.
Right, it's Philly.
But you would be met with, maybe that was our best shot, part 2, the Dan Campbell quote that still haunts us.
Yeah, and I mean, I never played in a Super Bowl, and for Lions fans, we've never been to a Super Bowl, so you don't even know what it feels like, looks like to lose in a Super Bowl. I can only imagine the heartbreak. In this scenario, I mean, let's play it out. Like it's a 4th down conversion that you don't get. It's a field goal by Kansas City to win it.
Yeah, Butker from 69 yards. Did he hit one in the preseason, right?
It hits the crossbar and goes over. Like it's just all of the SOL things would come out.
Yeah, Super Bowl or bust is the mantra since that NFC title game, and if that is still the mindset, you cannot take this deal. Greg, what are your thoughts?
Respectful of your decisions. I understand being bullish on a team. Look, I would say this thing about Michigan basketball not 6 months ago.
Yeah.
I would take this deal, and I agree with Tom. Several factors. One, I want the party. I want the Super Bowl party in my house, watching with all of our friends, watching the game. Stoney has talked about there's nothing like hearing your team being introduced in the Super Bowl. And that would be just this fulfilling moment of joy. And it's another thing. They mentioned it's 2 calls that I'm looking for. One texter hit it. It's the Dan Miller call. The Lions are going to the Super Bowl. And secondly, last year the NFC title game was the primetime game. That means this year the NFC title game is the first game. So, when the Lions win, you flip on the AFC title game, and they kick off. And what does Jim Nantz say? The winner takes on the Lions in the Super Bowl, and how awesome is that to hear?
Yeah, but then after 2 weeks, they lose, and your memory is wiped. You didn't even know they were there.
No, gosh.
You need to watch more sci-fi movies.
We've lost John with the memory wiping. The Men in Black thing.
You said you got your memory wiped.
It's wiped before the year so that you authentically watch the season not knowing you made the deal. That's the only time. There's not a second scenario. This isn't the day after tomorrow. We're not reliving the same day.
Give me a pen and paper, and I'll explain this temporally, mechanically. I'll be like Doc Brown and draw the chalkboard and Back to the Future too.
You go through the season, you make it to the Super Bowl, and then the devil wipes your memory.
I'm sorry, guys. I tried to explain.
Is he pulling a Wojo now?
You tried.
We're just trying to irritate you. I will say this.
I am happy that everybody else got it.
You remember that you lost?
Today is August 27th. You make the deal today. You don't remember it on August 28th, and you're never wiped again.
Oh, so the decision is wiped,
Yes.
not the season.
No.
Okay.
Gosh, I am.
To John,
and this is the man we're going to ask for advice coming up at 7:35.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with the devil. I'm
No
always
time
turning
travel
down the
questions.
devil. It's easy. Yeah, what is the right thing to do? The right thing to do is to go win the damn Super Bowl.
Okay.
in John's defense here, I was listening in queue before we set up this topic, and he did ask, should I be prepped on this? And Jim said, no, I'll explain it on the air.
Yeah.
And I thought I could do a good job.
Oh, so it's just the decision that gets wiped.
Text from a Bills fan says, do not take the deal. My team is only remembered for losing the Super Bowl, and it sucks. That's Joe in Milford.
Yeah, but the devil wiped your memory. You don't even know you lost.
It. Guy says, I'm 66 years old. Don't know how much time I have left. I would take this deal.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow's
clock
not promised.
Ticking, yeah.
248-539-9797. We've got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Dear John at 7:35. Talk a little Tiger baseball later in the hour. Really talk about this weekend because you got some big-time storylines.
Oh,
Skubal, Ohtani, some fun stuff.
College football playoff teams playing this weekend per my bracket. And head-to-head, USC, Fresno State, both of them in the college football playoffs.
Unbelievable. You've got John's bracket. If you missed it, go back and use the rewind. I'll give you my 12-team playoff later in the show. We're live from Circa in Las Vegas. Contest sign-up week. It's 97.1.
Hey, Cosm brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. Watch your favorite teams on massive high-resolution displays alongside fellow fans. In the Dome, a wraparound screen and reserved seating makes you feel like you're right there on the field or the court with elevated food and drinks delivered directly to your seat. The hall features wall-to-wall live multi-view sports from the NFL and NBA to Premier League Soccer, WWE, and more. Plus, enjoy immersive movies and original programming. For upcoming events and pre-sale access to tickets, visit Cosm.com/Detroit.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, where you can win some money, let's go to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Okay, so e-bikes have been a huge topic of conversation lately, and more cities are banning them. Well, I've got another story. Not necessarily e-bikes, but those e-motos, those e-motorcycles. Clarkston Community Schools is now banning e-motorcycles on school property after about 12 middle and junior high students rode them to school during the first week of school. The safety directors for the schools said that the district moved quickly once this issue surfaced. And she notes that these e-motorcycles are classified as motor vehicles in Michigan, making them subject to different rules and standards than e-bikes. So the district is asking parents to keep these e-motorcycles at home. If one is found on school property, first, the school will contact parents. That's like the first warning. But if it happens again, the second offense could result in the vehicle being impounded. And they are making sure that people know they're not banning e-bikes. There is a difference between these e-motos and the e-bikes. In fact, the Oakland County Sheriff, Michael Bouchard, says that these e-motorcycles are not street legal to begin with. So it's basically illegal to ride them to school in the first place. And there are people, of course, voicing their opinions. There's one parent who says his teenage son safely rides an e-motorcycle around their neighborhood, but he does understand that the area lacks infrastructure to support this kind of commuting to school, right? Like we don't have bike lanes. So, of course, you're on the sidewalk then.
Right.
There's not the light for the children in the morning, things like that. So he understands, but does think, you know what, I hope that this brings a broader conversation and doesn't lead directly to a full ban, which I just said it did, but that we can kind of like figure out how to work this in, integrate these, because they're only, he believes, going to get more and more popular. So right there in my backyard. Yes, it's been a big topic of conversation in Clarkston. Dan Gilbert, the founder and chairman of Rocket Companies, has been named Grand Marshal for the 100th America's Thanksgiving Day Parade presented by Gardner White. So on Tuesday, the parade company said that Dan is a genuine and extraordinary person, a passionate leader and philanthropist, and has committed his life and career to Detroit. Kind of talked about like, hey, this is a big moment in our history, 100 years. So they couldn't imagine a more perfect grand marshal for the parade. And this year's parade theme is This Is 100, which celebrates a century of Detroit's tradition and marks 100 years for one of the oldest Thanksgiving parades in the country. So pretty cool.
It is awesome, yeah.
Yeah. Sandwich lovers, this next story is for you. The 3rd annual Detroit Sandwich Party is coming to Eastern Market on September 6th, and this year's event is expected to be bigger than ever. So there's going to be about 50 vendors serving small format sandwiches, giving people the chance to sample, a bunch of different creations. The event is free, but you will have to pay for whichever sandwiches you want to sample. I don't know if you have to pay per sandwich, or if you get, I don't know exactly, but you can go to the event, get some tickets and get certain sandwiches. Last year's event drew thousands, and organizers are expecting the footprint. They're expanding the footprint, so it's in Shed 5, but they're also going to use like neighboring parking lots as well, because they're expecting even more people. It runs from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. So there you have it. Okay, so it feels like celebrity deaths never just happened individually. When there's one there's always more. And that you've heard that, like, the deaths come in threes, right?
Yep.
Well, right after Dolly Parton's death, we got news that actor Tim Curry passed away Tuesday night in his home in LA. He was 80 years old. Sad news. He began his career in theater, first in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and he did that on theater, and then the actual movie. Went on to play Pennywise in Stephen King's It. He was Wadsworth in the movie Clue. I loved that movie when I was younger. The Concierge in Home Alone 2, and then my favorite, he played Rooster in Annie. That's a movie I grew up watching over and over and over and over. He also became like a really prolific voice actor, went on to win a Daytime Emmy for voicing Captain Hook. He had 3 Tony nominations during his Broadway career, and then he did continue working even after he suffered a stroke in 2012. So let's protect all of our aging Hollywood stars, right? Like Julie Andrews, let's not go after her. Or Morgan Freeman. Right? Dick Van Dyke. He's like 100 years old now. Jeez Louise. You guys, Brooks Koepka will be the first player to join the Motor City Golf Club as part of the TGL. So the Motor City Golf Club is an expansion franchise in TGL, and it's set to start play in 2027. And on Wednesday, he kind of made the big announcement, said that he had the chance to attend TGL matches, said they bring something completely new to the game, and he wants to be part of it. And he said that he's getting to know the Motor City Golf Club ownership group, and that he's just really impressed by their commitment to building this authentic team that represents the city, and he wants to play, and he's excited. So
now they don't. Do they play locally, or they're still playing like at a facility in Florida or something, right?
I actually have zero idea.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know. I don't even know what the TGL is.
The Golf League.
Oh, okay.
I think
there
that's
you
what it
have
stands
it.
for, right?
Yeah, the Golf League or Tigers Golf League.
I mean, I have a very small article with Koepka's, quote, and then
he's a name.
That's it.
I mean, they're going to need names like that if it's going to catch on. Yeah.
Hey, if you'd like a chance to win $2,000, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Your chance to play the 2 Grand Slam. Well, finally, a new study is raising some serious questions about the long-term health risks of playing football. So researchers found that at least 25% of NFL players who died between 2016 and 2021 had CTE. So the study looked at 878 players who appeared in at least one NFL game and died during that 6-year period. And researchers say that 25% figure is likely on the low end. They say that based on their analysis, the maximum possible, prevalence of CTE was like 97%. But researchers say they think the number is actually somewhere like in between, right? Like maybe not that high, not that low, but right there in the middle. And of course, we know right now CTE can only be diagnosed after somebody passes away. So researchers really relied on donated brain samples and death records to make their estimates.
I think Costa would probably like to know if mine is actually early onset after not picking up on his very confusing deal with the devil.
I wasn't going to say it.
They are concerning numbers, and I'm actually supposed to be on a
sure.
Zoom later tonight where they are for all former players are invited to the Zoom so that they can go over all of the numbers that you're talking about, and then also tell us, okay, if you're concerned about it, what do you do, and how is there anything currently known that we can do to try and deal with what we may have going on inside our brains?
Scary.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. Let's give away some money.
All right, let's do this. Let's give away some money. Our contestant will have 60 seconds to answer 10 questions. If they get them all right, they're walking away with $2,000. Otherwise, they're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly.
This morning, we're going to Trenton. Dan, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, we're doing all right. How's your morning going?
Not bad. Just getting off work on the ride home.
Oh, wow.
All right. Hey, yeah. What, third shift?
Yep.
All right. Well, hey,
all this week.
Well, drive safe and
Yes.
good luck.
Put some money in your pocket.
Yeah. All right, so
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
yeah, Dan, if you don't know one, you can say pass, and if there is enough time, we'll get back to it. But otherwise, your time is going to start right now. Who is the head football coach at Michigan State?
Pass.
What is-
Hathaway, or pass.
What is the capital of New Jersey?
Pass.
Where did Jonathan Taylor play in college?
Pass.
Who is the radio play-by-play voice for the Detroit Red Wings?
Ken Daniels.
Who is the host of Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives?
Guy Fury.
This team lost the World Series in 2025.
Toronto.
Who is the owner of the San Francisco 49ers?
Pass.
This R&B group had the 1995 hit Waterfalls.
TLC.
Who was the Detroit Tigers starting pitcher yesterday?
Jackson Joe.
Who voiced Dory in the 2003 movie Finding Nemo?
Pass.
Who is the head football coach at Michigan State?
You just hired. Pass.
What is the capital of New Jersey?
Pass.
Where did Jonathan Taylor play in college?
North Carolina.
No, well, you wrong. It was late, but still wrong.
3?
Yeah, we got you with 3. That's all right. That's $75.
Yeah.
It's a long
Man,
work day.
And I know the coach of Michigan State, and I know it was Hathaway or something they just hired. He has Hemingway.
Pat Fitzgerald.
No, the guy that took
It's Pat
over the
Fitzgerald.
president for Michigan State. Yeah,
Oh, no, we're
Oh,
talking the head
yeah.
football
We're
coach.
looking at for the head football coach. Yep.
Yeah, it's not Anne Hathaway.
No.
We'll get him on hold. We'll make sure he gets
Yeah.
paid.
Thanks for playing, Dan.
Yeah, Dan, good sport.
It was all messed up on that first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, the Thursday 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Femininio Law. Get David, get paid, and Dan's going to get $75.
Texters are so mean. Look
Oh.
at this. Look at this one that just got sent in, John.
Mm-hmm.
So speaking of CTE,
Oh.
that's not very nice.
Yeah. Did he set a record for passes? That's coming in from Twitch. And then also Hathaway with 4 question marks. What is happening?
Let's go through this so we can give people the answers.
And I told him, Pat Fitzgerald. He said, no, it's Hathaway. I'm like, wait a second. No, I'm telling you the answer.
What do you mean?
Jim, someone was watching The Devil Wears Prada 2 in the seat behind you on a plane.
Oh,
Oh.
maybe it's- okay. Well, there you go. Let's go through this. It's Pat Fitzgerald, as John has already said.
No, Hathaway.
Yeah.
Capital of New Jersey is Trenton.
Yes.
Jonathan Taylor played at Wisconsin.
Correct.
He was close. The radio play-by-play voice is not Ken Daniels. We needed Ken Cal. We love Ken Cal. That was the answer. He did get that Guy Fieri is the host of Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives.
Starting to get a little concerned that it was either going to be pass or wrong for the entire time.
John, who lost the World Series? He got this.
Toronto Blue Jays.
And the owner of the San Francisco
Come on,
49ers has been
man.
in the news.
Yeah, Jed York.
He knew that TLC had waterfalls.
Thank
They were hit in
goodness.
1995. Yeah, I know. The Tigers did not pitch Job yesterday.
Nope, it was Troy Melton.
Yeah, the day game that they were shut out. Who voiced Dory in 03's Finding Nemo?
Yeah, Ellen DeGeneres. And speaking of CTEs, isn't she the one that can't remember anything?
Dory?
Escape. Yeah.
Yes.
I thought you were going to tell us that Ellen DeGeneres
That's
had
what I
CTE.
thought. I was like, wait,
No,
she has
no,
CTE?
no, the fish. The
Dory,
fish in
yes.
Finding Nemo, yes.
Okay, we're all kind of out of sorts here. We're going to settle down, and we're going to turn to our compass, our North Star.
Yes.
People have questions. They need help. Dear John.
Never take a deal with the devil or Jim Costa. One and the same.
Dear John is next, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, Tigers baseball is in full swing, and there's nothing better than a warm night, a great game, and an ice-cold Surfside. It's iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea. It's super refreshing and perfect for the season. And as a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers, Surfside is right there with you all summer long. Plus, it's only 100 calories, just 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip all game long. The iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
John, you're here to help the people out.
Best I can.
People send them in every week. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. Our questions this week are about feeding the birds,
Oh.
a fall wedding dilemma,
Oh, man. Who makes a wedding in the fall?
and a question about gifts and gifts that weren't received.
Okay.
We're going to start with feeding the birds. Dear John, I like to feed the local crows and other birds on my walks in the morning, and I recently found out that an acquaintance dog got sick and needed vet care because it ate some of the food with oats in it. They passive-aggressively let me know and asked me to stop feeding the birds. I don't feel sorry for the dog. I don't think it's my fault. I plan to keep feeding the birds. Is this a DB move? I believe the owner should be training their dog not to eat random things, especially random things on the ground on the walk. They should monitor their dog. Nobody else has had an issue with it. I don't think I have to stop altogether. What do you think?
Well, what are you feeding the birds that's going to make a dog sick?
I said with oats? I don't know.
Their dog is allergic to oats? Dogs are going to eat. Like, first of all, how could you even prove that that's what they ate to get sick? Dogs are going to eat. If you're walking a lab will eat damn near anything, and they've got iron guts. I just don't think that you could narrow it down to that's exactly what it was that they ate that got them sick. And Heather, you're a dog person. I don't know that our oats, like I know you don't feed dogs chocolate. There's certain things you don't feed them, but I don't think you're feeding that to the pigeons.
I mean, I agree with you. My dogs eat everything, and they're fine. I mean, there's been times when they've eaten things with elastic, and that's not so fine coming out the other end. But otherwise, they're indestructible. They eat everything and anything.
No, I don't think they could be as passive aggressive as they want to be, but you didn't do anything wrong.
Where was this guy feeding the birds? Like in the neighborhood? Like was he sprinkling? I know, but like sprinkling it in the grass. Like where is he putting it?
I don't know. I mean, if you go to some parks, like there are obviously.
Oats.
There are squirrels that will come up because they're just so used to humans. There's even deer that will, in parks that will not be skittish of people because they just see them so much. And I would imagine that he's at a park where I've had birds come up and they're trained if like any other animal. Yeah. If you are there throwing them food and there are signs at different parks that said don't feed the animals. I can't imagine. I mean, it's not at every park. If you're feeding the birds bird food,
it's not throwing nails out there.
Yeah, but if you have a dog that is like their tummy is so tender that that they can't eat something that's on the ground, then keep them in your yard, keep them in your home. No, it is not on the individual that's feeding the birds.
No,
I can't imagine walking around with bird seed. But
the only thing I think is if you're doing this in your neighborhood, just don't drop the bird seed or the oats on that individual's yard.
Other than that, that's nothing more you can do.
Yeah. All right, next one. Dear John and Heather and Jim, please don't hate me, but I'm a Buckeye. But I do respect Michigan over Michigan State. Boo. All right, so I need your expert advice. Yeah. Me and my wife have tickets to the Ohio State versus Texas Longhorns game on September 12th. However, her sister is getting married on that Saturday. My wife knew that this date coincided with this game. Those tickets were not cheap and were sitting in a very good section. My wife now wants to skip the game and go to her sister's wedding. And I do not want to go to the wedding because it's football season. I told my wife that she should go to her sister's wedding and I'll take my friend to the game. However, she seems upset at this idea and expects me to go to the wedding with her. So, do I go to the game or do I go to the wedding? P.S. I hate her sister.
It's not about the sister. It's about your wife. And as much as it pains me to say this, if it's a family member, I think you're going to have to suck it up. You could sell the tickets. In fact, you could probably sell the tickets for more than you actually bought them for. Wait for the lead up to the game, put them on there at a price that says, hey, I would sell the tickets for this price, and you're probably going to make a few bucks on it. But if it's a family member, I think you've got to sell the tickets. You got to suck it up, and you go with your wife.
I want to be the sports guy that says go to the game.
Too.
I also have a question about timelines and dates. When were the tickets purchased, and when did they announce this wedding date? Because normally you announce a wedding date
way in advance.
How many months out? Yeah, I mean,
you get like a save the date
this
6
didn't
months
sneak
out.
Up. Yeah.
and I don't know when tickets would have actually gone on sale for this game, because this game has been on the schedule for a couple of years. Like, the Big Ten schedules come out, much later because of the dates, and they're doing the scheduling, all that stuff. But this is one. It's a non-conference game that came out. It's been on the schedule for a number of years.
And it's going to be a great one. It's at Texas.
Yeah.
Burnt orange.
Yeah. And they probably have not only their tickets, but they probably have airline tickets.
And he's a Buckeye, so this is his team. It's not just like, a big game. Like, this is his team. I hate it, but I think you're right, because this is family. If this was,
if this
college
was
buddy you haven't seen in 10 years, or, a coworker, hey, I'm going to go to the game.
And I would also imagine, okay, it's a sister getting married. Your wife is probably
in the wedding.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think you got to suck it up and go.
I do typically agree with you. My first instinct was like, yes, family over everything. You got to go to this wedding. But in this thing, it said my wife knew that this date coincided with the game. So she knew that the wedding was taking place, but said, hey, let's get tickets anyway. So I can kind of understand where this guy's coming from, and maybe be like, we bought these tickets because even though you knew the wedding was taking place the same weekend.
Yeah, but I also think they may have already.
No,
and
she said she knew. My wife knew that this date was the same date as her sister's wedding, and still said, let's get tickets.
This is awesome. Heather is having the sports guy take,
yes,
and you're having the girly take. This is fantastic. It's amazing.
I would be more on your side if they didn't know. They bought the tickets and then they heard about the wedding. But this says they knew when the wedding was and chose to buy the tickets anyway. The wife said, yes, let's go to the game.
So he's saying you gave me the green light. At least let me go to the game.
If that's how we're reading into this, as, okay, the wedding was set and then they bought the tickets, I heard it as they had the tickets and she knew that they had the tickets, but she didn't tell her sister, and her sister still made the wedding at that time.
Oh, no.
She didn't have enough influence on her sister to make that change. If it's as you're describing, Heather, and the wedding was set, and the wife gave permission to buy the tickets and said, yes, that's when I'm going, then 100%. You made that commitment. You already said you can't back out now.
Maybe they made a deal with the devil and then had their mind wiped.
Okay. Maybe.
That's certainly possible. Last one, no gift. Also deals with a wedding. Dear John, I recently married my very beautiful wife in a wedding with about 70 people.
Okay, so she's hot.
Got that out of the way. We did not have a wedding registry, but we asked for cards or money if they wanted to give a gift. The next day we opened all the cards, everyone accounted for except one very good friend of mine. I had assumed he had forgotten a card in his car or at home. He wouldn't be someone that wouldn't give us anything. I asked my wife if we should ask about it. My wife said I shouldn't ask because it would be awkward if it turned out he didn't get us one. I thought it would be good to ask in case he misplaced it or something happened. Maybe there would have been money inside. How should we approach the situation, Gary the groom?
I think that I don't think you directly. I think you do it indirectly. I think you send him a thank you note that says, hey, thank you for coming to the wedding, and really appreciate the time and effort that you put in to come to the wedding, but you don't include any thank you for any type of gift that they would have or could have possibly given, and that way it puts it back on the friend. Oh, wait a second, they didn't say thank you for the money I gave them or the gift I gave them. Maybe they didn't get it, and now you can have that. They can come to you with that conversation of, did you not get the gift that we sent you because you didn't put it in your thank you note. Right. I think that's the easy way into it. You put the onus back on whoever it was that either didn't give the gift or it wasn't received.
Yeah, you don't say anything. I agree with you. I like that idea.
Yeah,
you're thankful they came there in general. Don't ask about it.
Yeah, you can't expect a gift.
No, and if they didn't give a gift, then you've got to understand, well, maybe there was something going on. Even though you're a really good friend, you don't tell us everything. Maybe there's something going on in your life where you weren't in a position to give a gift. That's fine. You showed up and you celebrated the best moment of our life with us.
Yeah, you don't want to open the wound and make it, they use the word awkward, but change that relationship. You just accept it. You didn't get a gift from them.
And you move on. It's not a life-changing experience not to get a gift at a wedding from somebody that you expected one from, but you don't know the circumstances, maybe behind the scenes.
There you have it. That's Dear John. Send them in, DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1. We got great response on the text. And then a question for Tiger fans headed into the weekend at 8 o'clock. Text on Dear John, the fall wedding guy called into the afternoon show and had won advice from them. Valenti said go to the wedding. Sounds like this guy wants to get his answer.
He's searching for somebody to take his side. He found it in Heather. I mean, that is – I did not see that coming, to be honest with you.
Well, I do agree with you. I would typically say you go to the wedding. But when I read it, it said that the wife knew about it when they got the tickets. So the wife had said, hey, this is fair game
Heather,
to go.
Even if the wife screwed up, it's her sister.
I
She's
understand.
probably in the wedding or the maid of honor. And what you end up having to do is hold this over her head
for the rest of your life.
She's not
get
in the
something
wedding.
out of it.
If she was in the wedding, she wouldn't buy tickets to go to this game.
It's her sister isn't in the wedding?
No way. No way. If you're standing up at a wedding, would you say, you know what? I think I'd rather go to this football game, a college football game. I'm going to ditch my sister on her wedding day.
She made a mistake.
Well,
She screwed up.
Yeah,
No
she made
way.
a mistake.
She's not in the
And
wedding.
she's trying to back out of a bad decision that she made. Now, generally, it's bad decisions that we make as dudes.
And we
right?
gotta own 'em.
And we got to own them.
But in this instance-
and there's usually a fight involved before we actually succumb to the pressure and we say, all right, you're right.
Think about it. You got to own her mistake here. But that's what I'm saying. Now you hold it over her head and you get to make some asks in the future and use this as leverage.
Oh, absolutely. There's no question. This is a deposit in the bank, the cachet that you build up.
That's Doug's bit, right? The Bank of Goodwill?
Yeah. You're talking about, Dick, this is, and I think Greg made a great point at the break. This is that guaranteed signing bonus that you deposit in the bank of goodwill.
Yeah. Think about this, though. You, me, Valenti, big sports guys are saying you got to go to the wedding. Sorry, dude. I know you have tickets to OSU at Texas. You have to go to this wedding.
And yeah, I want to be full meathead on this and say, oh, well, it's who would possibly make a wedding in the fall? And I say that to everybody that says I have to miss a game because I'm going to a wedding. That's my initial response. But it's her sister. It's
but
family.
she was going to skip it in the first place.
Maybe. The text says, John, would you have said this if this was Michigan, Texas? This is your team playing in the game. Take out that you work.
Well, yeah, I mean that's my job, so
it's a little different.
If
you're a Michigan fan and this is your team, you still go to the wedding.
You still go to the wedding. I'm sorry, but you have to go. You have to go to the wedding.
We got Caleb on a cell. Caleb, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So,
how you doing?
I'm doing well. I did this. I skipped the wedding and went to the game. I was living in Richmond at the time. I had been out of Michigan for years, and the Lions were coming to Baltimore. And my girl at the time, her cousin was getting married in Chicago. And, I said nope. I took my dad. Me and my dad went up to Baltimore. And it was that game a few seasons ago where they were up like 28-0 on us in the first quarter. And it was terrible. But, my mom ended up going to the wedding in Chicago with the girl. And we're not together no more. I got a new girl I got a kid now and stuff. But, yeah, no, if you're going to skip the wedding, then go to the game. You might not be with that girl anymore in a few years, just letting you know.
Is that the one? Was that the start of the downfall, or was it the one that actually the straw that broke the camel's back?
Oh no, I mean that was just one of many things, John. I wasn't a great dude. I mean it was just another notch on the belt, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
The difference is you weren't married. I mean, this is...
Yeah, that is a key difference.
Yeah, and it was cousin, not sister. I don't know. I'm trying to justify this guy's decision. I think he admits he didn't make a bunch of good ones. Tex says, no weddings during football season would solve it. It's the executive order we need. Skip the wedding, go to the game. The wife's side of the family sounds like a disaster. Sister will be divorced in 2 years, John in Lake Orion.
Well, he's already an individual that doesn't show good judgment. He's a Buckeye fan.
Good point. Anyone who says they should know it's football season and chooses a game over family is a DB. The guy has to go regardless. People need to start planning weddings in April, signed Dylan in Royal Oak.
Yeah.
Says, this a key detail. Is this wedding number 1? If so, go to the game. If not, or if so, go to the wedding. If not, go to the game.
That is a key point. If this is wedding number 2 or 3 or however many, I do think that plays a role into it.
Your attendance is only mandatory for the first wedding?
Well, I think conflicts of this nature take on a different context. Like how much is this? Okay, the first one didn't last. Do we think this one's going to last? Am I going to be expected to go to a third? When was the first one? Was that during college football season as well?
That's a good question.
A string of bad decisions.
How about this? This was sent in. Dear John, I work at a radio station, and I'm responsible for writing trivia questions for a contest. Most of the questions are sports-based, but I've secretly been trolling Michigan State's fan base because their program is irrelevant. For the past 3 years, one of the questions I've come up with is, who is their head coach? It should be top of mind for sports fans. However, contestants are 1 for 3 in answering correctly. Am I being proven right that Spartans' football program is irrelevant? I mean, everybody knows Michigan's coaches signed anonymous, maybe behind the glass. Anne Hathaway.
Yeah, no, it's Pat Fitzgerald. No!
It's Hathaway.
Yeah, wait. He actually made me second guess myself or Heather, thinking that maybe Heather read it wrong, and we all just assumed that, hey, we're reading it along as she's going. We're like, did she actually say president of the university versus head coach of the Michigan State football program?
I love the guy that passed 15 times correcting you, who has the answer in front of you. But to Tom's point, Spartan fans don't know who their head coach is. Is he trolling, or does he have a point?
I think he's trolling.
He's absolutely trolling.
Yeah.
Both.
Yeah. I mean, this is both can be true.
Yes and yes.
I think even outside of Michigan State fans, most people would be able to pick out, because of Pat Fitzgerald and the controversy of him leaving Northwestern. Now he's back in football. He's at Michigan State. I think there, even outside the state, there are a lot of people that would say Pat Fitzgerald is the coach at Michigan State.
Yeah.
That should be a layup question.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is we're 1 for 3 the past 3 years.
Well, then he misses that one, but he gets the fact that TLC hits, sings Waterfalls back in 1995.
People's memories are weird, man.
Yeah.
Hey, State beat you that year, didn't they?
In 90, yeah, you're a jerk.
Unbelievable. 8 o'clock hour. I've got my
Only
college
time.
football playoff picks. That's at 8:35. A question for Tiger fans this weekend. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Tarek Skubal makes his return to the mound at Comerica Park tomorrow night in a Dodgers uniform as the Tigers take on Los Angeles for the first of a 3-game weekend series. Joining us yesterday morning right here on 97.1, Tigers manager A.J. Hinch admitted that it will feel a little bit weird. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts was asked about what kind of reception Skubal will get, saying he thinks it'll be a lot of gratitude from the fans because he says Skubal did a lot of good things for the city of Detroit. Tigers have lost 11-12 headed into the weekend. White Sox outfielder Tristan Peters homered in a 5th straight game last night, which tied a club record. The MLB record for consecutive games with a home run is 8, shared by Ken Griffey Jr., Don Mattingly, and Dale Long. And the seniors' annual stop in Michigan is this weekend as the Champions Tour is back at Warwick Hills and Grand Blanc. It's the annual Ally Challenge. Stuart Sink is the tournament's 2-time defending champion, looking to achieve the 11th three-peat in tour history. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. We are live at the Sportsbook. Get you ready for football season when you got all this action going on. They got the contest sign up at Circa. We go through our college football playoff picks whenever we're out here. You gave yours out in hour number 1. I'm going to give mine coming up at 8:35. Who are the 12 teams? Who wins it all? As we look ahead to this Tiger weekend, off day today, you've got Skubal Friday and potentially Ohtani Sunday.
Yeah, it's not official, but all of the prognosticators and all those that are, quote-unquote, in the know believe that he is going to be back on the mound soon, and they are projecting that it will be Sunday at Comerica Park.
Our question, if you're interested in going to the ballpark this weekend but can only go to one game, would you go to Skubal on Friday or Shohei on Sunday? We'll just say he's pitching Sunday. What's the answer?
To me, it's an easy. I'm going to go with my franchise player, the guy that I started a franchise with. That's Shohei Ohtani. And if you're talking about going to see the greatest baseball player of all time, how many times does he actually – now, he will be in the game Friday night. He'll be in the game Saturday. But you get a chance to see something that is unbelievably unique. A pitcher that is a dominant pitcher and is also a dominant hitter, doing both in the same game. And I don't know that in my mind, there's no question. I've seen Tarik Skubal pitch. I've seen him pitch a bunch in Comerica. And I am sick and tired of all Skubal topics. If I had a chance to buy a ticket to go see a player on an opposing team, I'm going to go see Shohei Ohtani.
And by the way, that's kind of where we've gone with this season is you're going to see the other team.
Sure. Well, I mean, that's what you do throughout the course of a season. You're going to see your team play, but then you take, okay, who are they playing and what games do I want to go see? The Dodgers are coming to town. They've got a lot of big name and star players. Who are you going to see?
See, I went the other way. I'm planning on going Friday. I think there's emotions with Skubal. There's an attachment. People have feelings about that game, much more than they do the oddity and the phenomenon that is Shohei. You know, he might only throw an inning or two. And he could come back to Comerica again in his career. Skubal gets one initial return to Comerica Park and the emotions that come with it. Some will boo him. Some will cheer him. Will they show a video montage and give him his moment? There's more riding emotionally on that game than Sunday. And I am curious how fans are going to react. I think some of it is going there to see and take in what the reception is. There's a curiosity.
Yeah, but I can hear that. You won't hear it and you won't feel it like you would as you do. Being there in person is obviously always the best, but you'll be able to hear a lot of what's going on at home from your couch Friday night, and I would much rather be there to watch the greatest player of all time. You don't. He doesn't come to Comerica Park all the time, and you don't know if, yes, when he comes, he's going to hit. But you don't know if you're going to be able to see the ultimate package of a guy that can pitch and hit in the same game, because it may be one of those where he throws. And part of why you might not want to go see Shohei, he's going to be on a pitch count.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Is that going to be 2 innings? And then he's pulled. Is it going to be 4 innings? Who knows?
But your point is you just want to see it, even if it's for an inning. You want to see this guy who's arguably the greatest of all time doing stuff Babe Ruth was doing, but now he's doing 50 steals, 50 homers, and he's a stud on the mound. I just don't think you're getting the stud on the mound on Sunday if he's in for 8 batters, 12 batters.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll be in for a little bit more than that, but. Yeah, I mean, that's the drawback. But you also get a chance to say, I was there. And maybe he has one of those special performances at the plate where, hey, he leads off. I mean, Valdez is going to be on the mound, I believe.
On Sunday?
Yeah. And so he might lead off with a home run and then come out and pitch, great for the first 3 innings.
It's unique what he does. But he's 32, not 42. He's incentivized to play another decade of Major League Baseball. The Dodgers
as a batter,
every
he may
year.
Not, how long is he going to actually be pitching at this level?
It's a fair question, but I'm assuming he's going to do both for a while, and they're going to come every year. And maybe it's not every year you can see him, but there will be another chance to see him do both
well, it's
at
the same
Comerica
thing for
Park.
Skubal. You won't get a chance to see him the first time.
The first
is
the significance.
Yeah, but it just doesn't. It
AJ's
doesn't move
talking
the needle
about
for me.
pit in your stomach, awkward. I just think there's a more interesting story with him on Friday.
Well, and sure, for AJ, for the guys that are going to be at the plate.
Well, for fans,
it's going to be different, and for fans, it will be different. I don't know that they're going to have the pit in the stomach that AJ will have, or Scott Harris will have, or anyone else will have, of seeing them for the first time on wearing a Dodgers uniform or wearing any uniform for that matter across from them, but. I think for fans, for me, I would just rather go see. I'm just so sick and tired of talking about Skubal.
I don't think you're alone. Some of the early texts, and we'll take some calls, 248-539-9797. It says, what a surprise. The troll host wants to see Skubal more. We've seen Skubal pitch. Who cares? If you think I'm the troll host, wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, you're going to have double trolls.
Rieger rivals anybody. Text says, John, you go Sunday. Here's another reason. Tickets Friday night are double the cost. I'd pay half price to see the generational talent.
Right, generational. I mean, you're talking about it's an opportunity to see the greatest baseball player of all time play. And he's not playing. He's playing in your stadium only a handful of times every single year. Right. And you have a chance to see him do in his prime what he does best, and that is both pitch and hit.
If Ohtani pitches one inning, it's better than going Friday, Bill in Canton.
Yep.
Now, this is I bought tickets beginning of the year for Sunday's game. Full intention of seeing Shohei. I could care less about Skubal.
There you go. I mean, you had no idea how the pitching matchup would be, but yeah.
Is this really a topic? Ohtani all day, no debate. If the Tigers play a Skubal memorial video, how could you possibly take the organization seriously after that?
Oh, I don't think there'll be anything of that nature. I think it will be interesting to see the tip of the cap from the fans, but I don't think there'll be anything like that from the organization.
I think they will.
Really?
I think they'll do a video for Skubal. 2-time Cy Young Award winner. Thanks, Scoobs, for all you gave. Back-to-back playoff appearances. I expect a video. You can judge him however you'd like. I expect a video. And I expect most people to cheer him.
I don't disagree with that.
So if most people are going to cheer him, then it's not tone deaf for them to do a video. I'm not saying whether I agree with it or not, but that is my expectation. You'll get some boos, trust me, but I think you're going to get more cheers. Part of that's why I want to go and see it.
Did the Lions do that when Stafford came back? And I'm not talking about the playoff game, but for the regular season game.
Well, did he come back in the regular season?
Yeah,
they played out there early in Dan Campbell's tenure.
The first return for Stafford was the playoff game.
Yes.
Right.
Then the regular season game was later.
Well, yeah, correct. But
they did not do it for the playoff.
No,
game.
I know. Yeah, which that changes the equation.
Yes.
But during the regular season, I don't think they did that either. And maybe it was, hey, time had passed.
I think that's maybe more of what it is.
This is
so fresh.
This is weeks later.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Let's go to the same organization. And another great pitcher that pitcher. Did the Tigers do this for Justin Verlander on his return?
I don't remember. But if someone remembers, let us know. I don't remember. Tom, do you think they do a video for him?
I think it's possible. I mean, the stuff that he did, yeah, I think I don't think they will because I think it's too fresh.
Texter wants to know if he'll get the full Stafford treatment, which I guess implies we're booing his kids. Are we doing that on Friday night? We're booing Skubal's very young children?
No,
full Stafford treatment?
No, I know you'd be okay with that.
He's the enemy, John.
If you were sitting in the stands, what would your response be when Tarik Skubal walks to the mound? Bottom of the first.
I'm not going to give him a standing O, but I also don't think I'd boo him.
I'm sure whatever it is, we'll hear it on Kelly Skubal's podcast.
It's complicated. We talked about how his legacy is complicated, right?
There's more pretzels sold at Tigers games than there probably are at Lions games.
We talked about how Skubal's legacy is complicated. I have no issue with him wanting the biggest deal possible. I hated how publicly he seemed to want to play both sides and that he put his foot in his mouth almost every time he spoke in the last season. It didn't make him likable. At the same time, can you separate that he was a 2-time Cy Young Award winner, that he's the best pitcher we've had since Verlander and one of the greats that we've ever seen throw a baseball in Detroit, and he left for business reasons? You know, I mean, that's why it's so complicated. If he had just maybe been more honest or more open as opposed to this like Boris bot, he would have been more likable. It's why it's complicated.
Well, and on top of that, it's 3 years of trade deadlines.
Exhaustion.
Where, it's just exhaustion. And honestly, I'm exhausted with any topic of Tarik Skubal, and now we're forced with it again. I don't want to be present. I can watch it at home, and I could keep it on. I could turn it off. I can mute it. I could do whatever I want. But then on Sunday, I can go see, and I just go back to, I can go see the greatest baseball player of all time. Anytime he comes to town, even if he's not pitching, if he's just batting, I'm intrigued and may want to go just to tell my grandkids someday. And I would want to take Jack, I would want to take Teddy, the kids, so that they can say, yeah, I saw Shohei Ohtani play. Is anybody going to in the future say, well, I saw Tarek Skubal in his first game back at Comerica Park?
You think
Like,
Sunday?
I don't think the significance is there.
Sunday holds up more over your lifetime. Hey, the last thing I wanted to say on Skubal and the reception. If you're someone who boos him, I imagine a lot of it is about the delay in the elbow, because that is the thing that I think would bother you the most as a fan. He missed a
Game
critical.
5.
Well, maybe it's that too, but I think missing a critical month, the worst month of their season, because he knew something was off but wanted to make sure he got his money this year, that directly sabotaged his team. That is, I think, the thing you could be most irate about.
I think if you're booing, there's a lot of different reasons why you could boo, and it may just be the ultimate frustration. It could be the contract. It could be the elbow. It could be Scott Boras. Like you're going to be booing him for a number of different reasons. I'm not saying I would go and boo him. I would probably I wouldn't have much of a reaction.
Verlander got a tribute video, multiple standing ovations when he came back to Detroit in 2018.
He was much more likable.
He was more likable. And he had some – I mean, Skubal had a couple good playoff moments, like Tom was at one of them. But Verlander had some, like, 8-inning, double-digit, shutout, stud performances and got-to-have it games. Game 5 against Oakland. I think a couple Game 5s against Oakland.
I also think – the old saying, time heals all wounds. If his first return was next year, then I think if you've had more time to sit on it, this is so recent. Like you're picking at an open wound.
That's a good point. Tex says, if a girl cheats on you, do you remember the good times and all the cool things she did? No, she cheated on you.
That's a great
Do we think
comparison.
Skubal cheated on us? Or he wasn't going to re-sign and wanted to hit free agency?
I think he had wandering eyes. I don't
But
know.
he didn't cheat, but he was like liking other girls' photos.
Yeah, he emotionally cheated.
Yeah, right. 248-539-9797. Wow, we got to that conclusion. We can take some calls and texts. We'll get Heather's news. And then the college football playoff picks. You can rewind for John's. I'll give you mine at 8:35. It's 97.1.
Cosm brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. Watch your favorite teams on massive high-resolution displays alongside fellow fans. In the Dome, a wraparound screen and reserved seating makes it feel like you're being transported to the field or the court with elevated food and drinks delivered directly to your seat. The hall features wall-to-wall live multi-view sports from the NFL and NBA to Premier League Soccer, WWE, and more. Plus, don't forget the deck and a menu of local favorites, craft cocktails, and beers. For upcoming events and pre-sale access to tickets, visit Cosm.com/Detroit.
Got some text, John. You got a Twitch comment. We're talking Skubal, Ohtani. Go to one game this weekend. Who would you want to go see? And then the Skubal thing we tapped into is this idea of a montage. Will he be cheered? Will he be booed? That's why, for me, Friday night's the night to go to. What are people saying?
Well, on Twitch, Tigers cheered for Jake Rogers, but he was genuinely a nice guy who did try his hardest with Detroit. And I think there is this underlying feeling because he came out and he never pitched more than 95 or 96 pitches. You know, and maybe it's old guy take where we don't pitch complete games anymore. I've gotten over that. But do you feel like he always had just a little bit left in the tank and never gave it 100%?
Which people here are never going to be okay with.
Right. And so was he saving himself for free agency?
Well, a text actually used that same phrase, saving himself. He was saving himself to get to free agency so his arm was preserved so he could make the most money. That this was a business thing. For as many times as he said, I love Detroit and I want to be here, he never talked extension. For as much as he said, I love my guys, I want to win here, he also hid this injury that caused him to miss time during the worst month of the season. There's animosity, and it's so fresh. That's why I think this game is the more appealing game to go to. Is I think he's going to get a montage. I think most people are going to cheer him. I think he will get booed. I think that is such a fascinating game to watch.
If they show the montage in the stadium, do you think they show it on the broadcast as well?
Maybe, yeah. You can get a sense.
You could see it there.
Someone says if they do a tribute, can they end with him being pulled in the playoffs? So
I think it should be a still shot of him locking eyes with AJ when they just knew. It was time.
I do think one thing. If tomorrow he gets rocked, I think that place is going to be jumping. And then I kind of think the boos for him are going to be coming if he gets pulled like mid-inning. It's just like a boo, you suck, and we got you kind of thing. But so it'll be interesting if the Tigers really get to him.
So that's a great way of looking at it. I know our team is struggling right now. Was shut out just the other day. No one's saying we're – but imagine they do. Imagine they get to him. That's another reason to go to Friday, right? The upside.
I'll go back to how often do you get the chance to see the greatest player of all time? And it's
maybe only a couple times.
Yeah, and I think it holds up longer over time. I was there, and when I'm 70 years old, and I'm telling my grandkids about the time I got a chance to see Shohei Ohtani play and pitch and hit in the same game.
Don't underestimate the revenge game in sports.
Phone calls. Mike and Troy, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Hope you're enjoying Vegas and having a good time. Like I told Greg, wife and I are going to all three games. She's a big Dodgers fan. But, John, I'm agree with you. I'm looking forward to seeing Ohtani on Sunday. He's the greatest player in the world. And with Skubal, yes, we got emotions. But it's going to be, like I told Greg, it's going to be 50% Dodger fans, 50% Tiger fans. And, yes, they will probably do something for Skubal. They did for Roger. They did for Verlander. But it's like going to a rock show. It's going to be exciting this weekend, guys.
Yeah. Going to be a good weekend at the ballpark to go to some games. Appreciate it. Let's get to Linda in Kalamazoo. Linda, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, I would go to see Skubal. I as far as the video, I don't know if MLB got wrong information or not, but according to Matt Vasgersian, last night. He said they were going to do a video, but I would go to see Scooble. If I could go to see both, I'd go to see both. But if I had to pick one, I would go to see him. I don't like Scooble for his attitude, but I love his pitching, and that's what I would like to see. And I hope we rock him in one sense, but I hope we don't in another. I would like to see a really good pitching matchup.
Maybe you get to him at the end of a hard-fought battle. Linda, appreciate the phone call. A couple other texts on tribute videos. Will I get one signed to Dylan in Royal Oak?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out.
11 years here.
Hey, we'll find out at the LCA. Hey, he's back. Little montage.
I have a question that's perfect for Jeff Rieger
The
tomorrow.
problem is he never left.
Yeah, I know.
Just wanted to.
It'll be in the cookie jar, and it'll be something that
left for an off season
that plays into this. 248-539-9797. What did Scooby been do for us? 1,000 strikeouts? Could just be a strikeout montage or leaving a playoff game after 6 innings. Flip side.
Did I hear that? What did Scooby do?
I'm just happy we're Scooby done with it. Another says, God, I hate what Boris has done to us. Can we boo Boris? Is there a way to show him on the video board? Oh, he reps some of our guys, so they're not going to do that. He reps Job, I think, and anyway. And then another says, you guys are idiots. He's the biggest reason we watched playoff baseball the last 2 years. Of course they're going to do a tribute that signed Brady. I told you they would.
Oh, thanks. I told you so.
Well, I'm saying I'm on Brady's side.
Yeah. They may, and I'm not gonna slam the Tigers if they do. I honestly I don't care. He doesn't play for us anymore.
You have moved on, and you want to see Shohei Sunday. It's been a good convo. We got to move the show along here. I got my college football playoff picks. You gave out your dozen teams and took us through it all the way to the finals. I have a few twists and turns I'll take you on. We'll do that. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, a Farmington Public Schools employee is facing felony charges after it was discovered she embezzled more than $100,000 from the district. This woman, 54-year-old Hattie Ligon, has been charged with felony embezzlement of $100,000 or more, 4 additional charges related to failing to file a tax return, and 1 charge related to the safekeeping of public money. So the financial inconsistencies were found through this audit during the 25-26 school year. But they say the alleged activity spanned a number of years, dated back to 2013. And some of the money that she took was actually intended to help support students experiencing homelessness in the district. And I know, right? A letter to the parents was just sent out by the superintendent, and it said that the suspect held a position of trust within our district and chose to abuse that trust for personal gain, including funds intended to support some of our most vulnerable students. That is unacceptable. It does not reflect who we are as a district. Her bond was set at $500,000. She'll be back in court September 4th. Well, 2 hikers had to be rescued on Monday after being swept over a waterfall in the Upper Peninsula. And this story caught my attention because it's a waterfall we go to every single time we go to our cottage. It's about a 20-minute drive from where our cottage is. Rainbow Falls. There's a series of waterfalls along the Black River, and this is one of them. And apparently one of the hikers slipped while trying to cross the Black River, which is not something you should be doing right there. Like, to access these waterfalls, you have to do a small hike, and then you have like a viewing area, right? So in order to cross the river, you've most likely left that viewing area. Yeah. And then the other hiker went to go help the guy and slipped as well. They both got swept over the waterfall. Authorities arrived. They heard the guys yelling from the water below. Rescue team had to be dispatched, and they had to use a rope system to pull both of these guys from the falls. Thankfully, they only suffered minor injuries and everyone's okay. But I saw the story and I was like, oh man, come on. Like, it's hard to do. It's hard to fall into these waterfalls because you're not supposed to be near them. Not that close, anyway. Wayne County officials have confirmed the first case of West Nile virus in Metro Detroit this year. So the Wayne County resident is the second person statewide to test positive for the virus this year. The first case was someone in Kent County. But West Nile virus is, a serious disease that's carried by certain types of mosquitoes. Only 1 in 5 people infected with the virus will actually experience symptoms. And in rare cases, it will be a serious illness. And they say those 60 and older are most likely to experience those severe symptoms. But either way, they're kind of just saying, hey, you should protect yourself and your family when you're outdoors. Use insect repellent. Limit your time outside during like dawn and dusk. Wear long sleeves and long pants, and just remove any standing water that's around your home. Well, the Pro Bowl is officially going away, at least the part where players actually play. So the NFL announced Wednesday that it's eliminating the Pro Bowl games, ending the league's, annual All-Star event. So that means no more AFC versus NFC game, right? Like the game's
no more
actually
flag football game.
Yeah, it's done. But the Pro Bowl honor itself will remain. So beginning with the 2026 season, 88 players will be selected as Pro Bowlers, like with the usual voting from fans, players, and coaches. So that's still going to happen. And instead of playing the game, all the selected players will be invited to LA for a celebration.
You know what this is also going to do is it's not going to water down, because so many other guys could claim to be Pro Bowlers as alternates.
Right.
We're just going to have a Pro Bowl team.
Yeah.
We're not going to have Shedeur Sanders as a Pro Bowler unless he earns it.
Yes. No, I think eventually the NFL doesn't lose money. Like they just print money, and I think this eventually became one thing where the fans just weren't as interested as they were hoping in the flag football and the dodgeball, the other games, and it just cost them too much money to put it on, and they just said, you know what, hey, we're just going to move on from it, and it's okay.
And it sounds like the players weren't even that interested.
No, it became an obligation for these guys, and as soon as the season's over, long season,
right,
they don't want to commit to it.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, college football playoff picks. I got mine. It's 97.1. One of our traditions when we head out to Vegas, we do our college football brackets. College football playoff picks. John gave his a couple hours ago. If you missed it, you can rewind, go back. You had Oregon beating Notre Dame to win the national title.
Sure did.
Okay. I'm going to give you my 12 teams, and then we'll go through the bracket. Some great matchups along the way. I'm going to start with number 12. Get this out of the way. John loathes that we have to include the whole country, but yes, the group of 6 will be represented.
Who gets the gold star?
New Mexico.
Oh, wow.
Taking a bit of a shot in the dark here, but they return a ton of production, which is rare for a group of 6. Normally you get ravaged in the portal. Top 25 in returning production. They won their final 6 games. Just don't get killed by Oklahoma. Beat UNLV, win the Mountain West. That's their path to the college football playoff at number 12.
Well, and it really doesn't even matter who they lose to non-conference.
Right.
Because if they just win their conference and they're the highest-ranked team, they get the auto bid.
My number 11 team, the Lane Train. Lane Kiffin gets LSU in his very first year. They have the top portal class. We know how important that's become in college football. But the players they added, premium positions, quarterback, tackle, edge. And they got to keep their quarterback upright because Nussmeier got killed last year. How about this playoff bubble? I think they're on it. Texas, Ole Miss, A&M, Bama. They're playing these teams, most of them, in Death Valley, which I think is a huge advantage for LSU. My number 10 team, the Nittany Lions. And by the way, they are 3-1 to make the college football playoff, so I'm taking a bit of a shot here. They don't play Ohio State. They don't play Indiana. They don't play Oregon. They're out of conference. Marshall, Temple, Buffalo. That means they can't afford any ugly losses, but they don't leave Pennsylvania, the state, until October. Matt Campbell brought a 2-deep of guys from Iowa State, 24 players, including his quarterback. Rocco Becht has thrown over 1,000 passes. He has the most wins of any active quarterback. I think they are primed to win the majority of their games. If they can beat 2 of the 3, Washington, Michigan, USC, they're in the college football playoff.
It'll be interesting to see if they're a 10-2 team, how they're compared to some other 9-3 teams because of schedule.
My number 9 team is Miami.
Okay, not a surprise. It's a one-team conference.
And I flirted with Louisville. I just didn't have the guts to do it. They don't play each other, and if Louisville could win that ACC title game, Brom and company, do you really trust Miami? They didn't even win the ACC last season. But the case for them is you got a hell of a quarterback from the portal. They don't play a lot of big games. Even if they lose to Notre Dame, they should still get in. So Miami's my number 9 team.
Okay.
Number 8 is Indiana.
Okay, you and I have them in the same spot.
I trust that they'll get it right with a 3rd straight transfer quarterback. Hoover from TCU is throwing to Nick Marsh, Charlie Becker. Turbo Richards got to replace a couple 1,000-yard backs, but they got the best coach in college football. I think they get in the college football playoff. My number 7 is my Big 12 champ. They don't play anybody, Texas Tech. They have 1 ranked game preseason, and it's number 23, Houston.
Just got a new quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see if
he ends up playing
a
role.
Yeah,
he could be maddening to watch, though. Castellanos,
Oh,
Mobile. Yep. Then we get to my top 6, and they all have one thing in common. They return a starting quarterback. There's continuity at a time in college football where there's very few and very little. Ohio State's number 6 for me. They lost a ton on defense to the NFL, but this is a program you trust to rinse and repeat. Saying to Jeremiah Smith's a great connection. I think they're number 6. Number 5 is Arch Manning in Texas. They brought in Cam Coleman, big receiver in the portal, to help Arch.
Okay.
They get to host Ohio State this time.
Yeah.
And you notice I have Texas 1 spot ahead of Ohio State. You kind of have an inkling of how I think that game's going to go. Number 4, this is a stunner. Give me the Oklahoma Sooners.
Well, you know what? I don't necessarily think it's a stunner. They've got the schedule to run through, and if they do, they're going to be a highly ranked team.
Their defense was awesome, and they bring back studs at every level. Stone on the D-line, Kip Lewis at the linebacker level, Peyton Bowen, part of the Bowen brothers in their secondary, and Mateer. Their season went off the rails last year when he got hurt and they played Texas. He's the difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
And they're 1 spot ahead of Texas, so I think you know how I think that game's going at Red River. Number 3 is Notre Dame. Easy schedule, but here's the caveat. Marcus Freeman, in 5 years at Notre Dame, has lost in Week 1 or Week 2 the majority of the seasons, including both Week 1 and Week 2 a year ago. They've lost to Marshall and NIU, so no game's a gimme. I do think they're going to be very good, though. The most returning production in college football, a top 10 defense a year ago brings a lot back, and like you, I love C.J. Carr going into number 2, his 2nd season as a starter. My number 2 team is the Georgia Bulldogs, reigning SEC champs. They don't play Texas. They host Oklahoma. 15 starters back. It's the second most in the country. Their big question is receiver production. Watch Isaiah Cannon from Georgia Tech. That's the name to know. And my number 1 team, just like you, John.
Oregon.
The Oregon Ducks. Dante Moore didn't want to be a Jet, so now it's everybody else's problem.
Yeah, but he might not end up being a Brown.
Playmakers are there outside of Jeremiah Smith and Malachi Toney. I do think DeCarrion Moore could be the best receiver in the country outside of those top 2 guys.
Yep.
And their defense, I think they have the best D-line in the country. The safety group, they bring in Coy Parrish from Minnesota. He's their next Dylan Thieneman. So I think talent's not the issue. It's just a question, can they get over the hump, and what does it look like with 2 new coordinators? So that's my field. Let me quickly go through the bracket. The 12 seed New Mexico is going to lose at Texas.
Okay.
The 9 seed Miami is going to lose at Indiana.
Ooh, a little rematch of the national championship game.
See, we're getting some juicy matchups. Number 11 LSU is going to lose at Ohio State. And number 10 Penn State is going to beat Texas Tech.
Oh, wow. Already in the semifinal or the quarterfinals.
Now, in that second round, we get some great matchups. I get a Texas-Oklahoma rematch. That's incredible.
I keep telling everyone, as you start to fill these out, we didn't do this with the idea of, well, how can we create Texas-Oklahoma? How can you recreate the national championship game in Miami and Indiana? But it just falls that way.
Arch v. Mateer, Red River on the big stage in the playoff. I like Oklahoma more. I've got them advancing. Oregon, Indiana. Little revenge for Oregon.
Yeah,
I
have
have
them in the same spot.
The Ducks advancing. Notre Dame takes out Ohio State in a rematch of the title game a couple years ago.
Yep.
And then I have Georgia dispatching Penn State and ending their run.
Did we get the best Campbell?
From there, I have Oregon beating Oklahoma. And I have Notre Dame taking out Georgia.
Oh, so we have
the same final.
national championship.
I wish we had variety, but I wasn't going to change it.
Oh, no.
And that
if you
means
pick Oregon, you're giving them the kiss of death.
Dante Moore and Oregon make it 4 straight years that a Big Ten team
you're a homer.
Wins the national title.
You're a homer. You're just doing this from Big Ten country. Because Oregon's Big Ten country.
They are now. So
I like
there you have it.
It's interesting that we did not show each other our brackets, and we both end up with some of the same matchups. We've got the fact that Indiana and Oregon are getting a rematch of Indiana going last year to Oregon and absolutely stomping them. Obviously, some of the big differences. I have Fresno State in. You've got New Mexico. I did not have Penn State in. I had USC. But when push comes to shove, we have the exact same teams making the national championship game and Oregon. Not sure what that says about Oregon now since you picked them.
Sorry in advance to all those
unranked in 27.
Brutal. I think the only other difference we had was a different Big 12 winner. You had BYU, I had Texas Tech.
Yeah, and my question about Texas Tech is obviously, they don't have Brendan Sorsby as their quarterback. It's not like they don't have somebody that they could put in there, and obviously they just got one in the transfer portal. The kid from, Florida State.
He was at Florida State, BC before that.
Yeah, so interesting. Yeah, that's the tough thing about doing this is trying to figure out where these players are.
Okay. Well, we'll get some feedback, and we'll move the show along because we have a Lions question as we are out in Sin City. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I've been telling you for months now, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and for power, there's really no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you got the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine, and if you want just a little bit more and have some fun, you've got the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. I chose the 420, and I absolutely love it. For the competition, I'll just ask you a question. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, do me a favor. Just go sit in a Ram, and I know you're going to feel the difference. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today, and when you do, tell them I sent you.
We're in Vegas, Sin City. Question for Lions fans. Good morning, 97.1. We'll get to it. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Gov and Greg and Paul Serra, all part of the show today. And, John, we just got done with the college football playoff picks. Team that you and I both left out, Texas A&M. Team that made it last year, returns their quarterback. I'll just speak for myself. Their schedule has them ending with Texas and at Oklahoma. They also have to play at Bama and at LSU. Those are other teams on the bubble, and I just had them on the outside.
I just think there's a number of teams, and I had 4 Big Ten teams. I had 4 SEC teams. There is, I think, a scenario. We always talk about hey, we're in Big Ten country. We want to talk about the dominance of the Big Ten, 3 current, a string of 3 current national champs. But there's a world where there's 5 SEC teams, and Texas A&M may be one of those, and only 3 Big Ten teams.
Do they kick out, you had USC or I had Penn State, do they kick one of those teams out?
Sure.
That would be the scenario. But it's a fun exercise. I'm glad we did it.
I had way more fun going through figuring out who I thought was going to be in the college football playoffs and then plugging it into and just simply doing that. And I would encourage people, if you're getting excited about college football, go through and do that exercise, and then as you rank them, place them into the bracket, and it is so much fun to see who they would be playing if it played out however it is. And there's great matchups. I had great matchups in mind, some of them similar to yours, but you had the first round of Miami and Indiana, and that is a rematch of the national title game last year. And I know that you didn't go through and say, can I somehow put this in a scenario where we have this matchup?
Really, any of the combos, because you get these big brands.
I had USC and Oklahoma.
Oh, my gosh.
And, I mean,
Lincoln Riley going back.
Yeah. And it would be hosted in Norman because it's the first round.
Be awesome. We both had Michigan out. 16th preseason, a tough schedule. If you and I both have high praise for Oklahoma, that's going to be a tough game early, and then, of course, you have to play.
You've got Penn State in.
Penn State's in, so that's another roadblock for Michigan. I had Ohio State in. Of course, that's a roadblock for Michigan. You have even said, don't sleep on Iowa on the schedule. There's very few gimmies for Michigan and a ton of roadblocks.
Yeah, it's a tough schedule, and thankfully they get some of those games at home, but they're on the road to Eugene. They're on the road in Columbus. Indiana, Penn State, both at home. It's going to be interesting to see what this team looks like because there's so many unknowns. There's a lot of names. There's a lot of hype going on, and we all talk about the September hype. We'll see what it actually looks like when they take the field against Oklahoma.
All right, we're going to go to the Lions here, and we want to get you guys in the mix, especially as we get into the 9 o'clock hour. We're in Sin City, so this is a deal with the devil. Would you take the Lions in the Super Bowl, but they lose the game? And the way this question has been posed online, and I spend too much time online, this was asked of every fan base, would you do this deal? And if I'm the Jets, if I'm the Cardinals, man,
100%.
Put me in the Super Bowl. I don't think I have any chance. That would be a great season and a jumping off point.
I think
if
after
we're
the
Lions,
season's over, they'd want to have their memories wiped because it's
right. My question is, though, if you think you're in the mix and you're one of the 7 or 8 teams that can win a Super Bowl, when we've accepted and adopted a Super Bowl or bust mentality, while it'd be the best season of all time, I'm not signing my team up for a gut-wrenching, heartbreaking loss in the Super Bowl. I'm not going to do it. I would rather give this team a chance to win it, a puncher's chance to win it. And I think this year gives them a real chance with this schedule to get back to division titles and home playoff games. At that point, I want to roll the dice. I want to gamble. We're in Vegas. I would gamble on the Lions before I would sign up to lose in the Super Bowl.
I 100% agree. There's nothing. There is no way I want to go with going into a season knowing that my team isn't going to win. I don't want that at all. I want to always, and I will always forever pick whatever scenario is opposite of, well, you can get really close, and we'll guarantee you haven't had a Super Bowl trip in the history of your team. I'm never going to say that because I always want a chance to win that game.
Tom?
So I would actually make this deal. And the reason why is, number one, the entire experience would be awesome. Yeah, the end would really suck. I think how you lose would be an important part of this, but we're really not getting into that. But I think what it does is, that means the window's open. It's wide open. And you've also had recent Super Bowl losers, at least 3 in less than the last 10 years, win a Super Bowl after they made a Super Bowl. It was the Rams, it was the Eagles, and it was the Chiefs. So to me, it fully states that the Lions still have a couple years, you'd still have Goff at least probably 2 more years that he'd be good, that the thing would be wide open. So to me, it would be worth going through the pain. Plus, I don't know. I look at this from a historical standpoint. They've never been to one. I want to experience that NFC Championship game, party after. People, this town would be going nuts for 2 weeks. That would be such an awesome experience.
The Dan Miller call, the Lions are going to the Super Bowl. But you're saying you want this because, in part, it justifies the Super Bowl window being open. But you already feel that way, so then let's let them play for it.
I wouldn't mind playing for it multiple times. See, that's the great thing about this question is they can win it the next year.
Yeah, I hate, though, we're going to get it next year, football.
Yeah, but a lot of times it's a step back, and then it's the second year after where, they go and win it.
There's like a hangover after losing.
Yeah.
And now we're talking 2 years from now, and will we ever get there again?
I lived through the 88 Pistons losing in Game 7 and the Wings getting swept in 95. And good things were to come. So that's why I would go through it.
But I think the dynamic is a little bit different in football. And I don't know that it's necessarily the next year that you're going to be back. It's probably a 2-year road at that point, and then you do start thinking about the window and the decisions that Brad Holmes would have to make. And let's just say if it happened this year, right now, all of a sudden, hey, your quarterback is going to be 3 years older at that time. Jahmyr Gibbs, the wear and tear on him. What do they do at that position? I'm not going to go through the entire roster, but
have you run into some big cap issues?
Right, which we know that's on the horizon at some point. You're going to lose some good players just because you can't continue to re-up them and reconfigure contracts.
Yeah, what if this is the last year for Branch or Laporta? I would like them to have a chance to win the Super Bowl before I would sign their death warrant.
Yeah, right. But, guys, I look at this. The team I really compare it to, because, John, you said, it might be 2 years. Well, I just gave 3 examples of teams that have won it after they made it and lost, The team I would really compare them to is the first Eagles team that lost. You don't know what's coming with your roster and how it can change. They went and got Saquon Barkley. That put them over the top.
Yeah, but you just mentioned the party that would happen after the NFC Championship game. It would be unreal. We have no idea what that would feel like and how awesome it would be. But you also talked about the 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl. That would be fine. But I want the 6 months after the Super Bowl to walk around chest puffed up because you just won the whole damn thing.
I agree with the point that those 2 weeks would be euphoric. We would be at the Super Bowl. We would be on the edge of our seat.
We'd be going to the disco every
dreams.
Night. Can you
Sequins and all.
Can you imagine what Jim would be wearing to work?
Oh, my goodness. I don't even want to think about it. Maybe I will take this deal.
But then the heartbreak of losing it.
Yeah. It's soul-crushing.
We'll open up the phone lines. We got some text pouring in, 248-539-9797. We got Dear John coming up at 9:35. There's this guy that keeps calling in different shows and emailing. He wants the advice on this fall wedding. John will try to set him straight. That's at 9:35. Talking Lions next, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Comerica Park return of Tarek Skubal is tomorrow night as he takes the mound in a Dodgers uniform. With his former team, the Tigers, now losers of 11-12. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts was asked about what kind of reception Skubal will get from Tigers fans. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch says there will be some awkward weirdness when Skubal comes out of the dugout in a Dodgers uniform tomorrow night. Lions head coach Dan Campbell says defensive back Christian Izien could miss the season opener against the Saints following his leg injury in this past weekend's preseason game. This is the final day of camp for the Lions in Allen Park. This is before their final preseason game this weekend at the Indianapolis Colts. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell talking about the prostitution arrest of Niners owner Jed York. He says he won't comment outside, saying it's being reviewed under the league's personal conduct policy. Patriots owner Robert Kraft was investigated but not punished by the league after he was accused in 2019 of paying for sex with a woman. And today is the first day of the Tour Championship at Eastlake in Atlanta. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Made our way out to Las Vegas. People have asked about the logistics of this. Like, it's 3 a.m. local time when we got on the air today.
Yeah, got down here at about 2 a.m. local time. Probably our first couple segments sounded like we were here at 2 a.m.
No kidding.
Local time.
But we're settled in, we're rolling, and we got this question to Lions fans. Would you do this deal with the Devil? We're in Sin City. You get your team in the Super Bowl, but they will lose the game. Would you make the deal? 248-539-9797. And this is tempting to people, right? That's part of what deals with the Devil are. They're tempting. And there are people saying, yes, I've waited my whole life. I don't know how much longer I've got. We got a guy saying I'm 66. At least let me see him in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but just imagine what it would be if you got there and you won.
Some people won't let themselves dream that big. A text says, I've always said the celebration of winning the NFC title would actually be better than winning the Super Bowl. The Lions clinching a Super Bowl berth would be unreal.
I don't disagree that it would be unreal, and I have no idea how bonkers the town would be for – I mean, we would have schools being closed the Monday after the Super Bowl. We would have, we see it all the time, like police departments. They take off their caps and they put on, Lions hats and everything that would go on. What would go on in the schools in terms of, hey, you're wearing Lions gear all around town. Like, you would see it everywhere. You would live and breathe it for 2 weeks, and it would be awesome. But just imagine, there's no way the celebration of winning an NFC title would compare to winning a Super Bowl.
Like, I know this is getting talked about like we're historically a losing franchise, but we're not currently in the same spot as like the Cardinals and the Jets and the Browns. This is, I don't want like a handout where we get to go to the Super Bowl. Like,
right.
I think we got a pretty good football team, and I'm just of the belief I don't want to lose in the Super Bowl.
And so
I think that's as gut-wrenching as it could be. You built this game up your entire life to see your team maybe someday do it, and they're going to lose it. I'd rather have the chance to win it, even if it means they never get there.
And not on the same level, but growing up, as a college football fan, watching the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day, and then going to Michigan, I thought, hey, at some point we're going to get a chance to go to the Rose Bowl. Then we beat Ohio State in '97, and it was one of the greatest feelings at that point in my life, the greatest feeling I had ever had following a football season, a football game. Yeah. And I would compare that to winning an NFC title. Going to the Rose Bowl was a dream of mine since my earliest childhood memories. And then getting a chance to play in it, the feeling of winning that Rose Bowl and winning a national title surpassed anything that we had after the Ohio State game, and knowing that I was just going to go to the Rose Bowl. So knowing that you would go to the Super Bowl, yes, that is maybe the greatest feeling that you've ever had, but I guarantee you it will be surpassed if you win the Super Bowl. It is, I've tried to put it into words what that moment was like, and I still can't to this day because it was so euphoric.
I think this text puts it as simply and plainly as it should be. We are in a Super Bowl or bust mentality.
Uh-huh.
Why would you sign up for bust?
I agree.
I mean, when you really, unless we've backed off Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah, well, I just
off
want to see it at the table.
Well, some people have said, hey, we finished last. I don't think we're going to be as good this year. We've gone backwards 3 straight. If you are one of those doom spiraling fans, you're no longer in Super Bowl or bust. I haven't taken that expectation away from this team. not with the number of young players that they have locked up in key positions, all pro and all pro caliber people. I have not taken the Super Bowl off of the table. Some may have, but if that's the best way to put it. If it's Super Bowl or bust, I'm not signing up for bust.
And maybe the odds are just not to that level yet where, okay, when you look at the odds, typically the Lions are somewhere 6, 7, or 8 in terms of making it and winning the Super Bowl. And we compared it to the Jets, right? The Jets have no chance and maybe even no chance of making the postseason. Like, that would be long odds. So you can understand that fan base. So some of our fans are thinking, well, until they get to second or third, like, then I'm not going to take that. I'll take this deal up until we have that type of confidence going into a season.
Only if we're like a Rams-like team.
Yeah, if you go get whatever that version of Myles Garrett is to be opposite Aiden Hutchinson, and you've got the best offensive line in all of football, you've got all the components, you've got no weaknesses.
How about this? They are the team in our city with the best odds to win a championship today. You know, I looked up the odds because we're out here at a sports book. The Lions have the best odds to win a championship compared to all our other teams. I mean, clearly the Red Wings aren't close. The Tigers are going to miss the playoffs. But better than the Pistons, better than our college football teams, our college basketball teams. The team with the betting odds right now with the best chance to win a title is our football team.
So all our hopes and dreams are hanging on the Detroit Lions.
When you put it that way.
And the history that we've had, yours is not quite as long as the history of mine, and I'm not nearly where that 66-year-old said, I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to see this again.
But I've said this, too, to people, because they'll ask, this is a cliche question, do you think the Lions will ever win a Super Bowl in your life? And I always say yes. I don't know when it's going to be, but I can't imagine being a fan and that answer being no, I never think they're going to do it.
Yeah, but you're not sitting there at 66.
No, I know.
And thinking, well, do I have 10 years? Do I have 5 years? Do I have 1 year? Like, and not that every 66-year-old is going to drop dead today, but, yeah, you just never know.
Yeah. Come on, John. Schools would not close down if the Lions won a Super Bowl. Football's not that important.
Okay. Let's just see. Okay, maybe they don't close down the day after the Super Bowl, but whenever the parade is, there will be no children in school.
What is Super Bowl or bust? They said it last year and didn't make the playoffs. So no bust, just homers. What is the bust? Stupid phrase. No, like, it's Super Bowl or failure.
Right.
And the team owned that.
Win or lose.
The team owned that after the NFC title game. And I have not taken that mentality away as a fan. And I don't believe they would walk anything back as an organization. They are absolutely chasing a Super Bowl. It's Super Bowl or failure. Last year was a failure. 2024, when they won 15 games, was a failure. This year, if they go to the Super Bowl and we get 2 weeks of frolicking and partying and they lose, they will have failed. I know that's harsh, but they have elevated themselves as a franchise. They don't run from it. We don't run from it. Super Bowl or bust means Super Bowl or failure. So
I sometimes I look at it a little bit different in regards to we saw it with the Pistons, we saw it with the Wings. There's a learning process. And you can then change your opinion of if you get to the Super Bowl and lose, but then you do the next year and win. Okay, that individual season you came up short, but if you use those lessons to ultimately accomplish the ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl, then you've used it for the benefit of you, and you can't necessarily go back and say it was a failure.
Well, now we're getting into the philosophical. Right. Is it ever a failure if you learn from it?
Right.
To which I say failures.
In the moment, it can be.
Well, and I think successful people learn from their failures. They don't deny that they failed. Successful people, take it out of sports, will screw things up. They will have setbacks and adversity in their life. Yeah. They don't then rewrite history later and say those weren't failures. They say, oh, no, I did screw up. I did fail.
Yeah,
and I learned from it. It wasn't defining who I am forever, but I did fail, and I learned from it. But that's the philosophical. Did you ever fail if you learned from it? We don't need to get too deep. 248-539-9797. We'll get to Dear John. We also have this decision ESPN's making that you don't like, I don't like. It's going to change how we watch football this fall. We can explore that a little bit with the people.
Yeah, it's going to be different.
Don't like it. We'll do that coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, I want to tell you about Femininio Law, because if you've been injured in a car accident, there is no better place to go than Femininio Law. That we know that there's a lot of things out there right now that are creating distractions. You've got, you've got pedestrians, you've got construction, you've got bicyclists because of the nice weather. If you've been injured in a car wreck, you got to get in touch with David Femininio, and you could do that by giving him a call at – I'm pulling up the number, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Football season is here. Elevate your tailgating game with Moran Chevrolet. A great tailgate starts with the right truck, and the 2026 Silverado 4x4 Crew Cab with the V8 engine is ready for your game day, and it can haul all the summer toys until we get there. See for yourself why Moran Chevrolet is Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. You can shop anytime. Go to MoranExpress.com or stop by and test drive. They're on Gratiot just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. So what are you doing over there? You're working a camera show?
Yeah, working the camera here. We're live on Twitch, so if you want to see what the Circa Sportsbook looks like, we're high atop the book, and right now I'm turning the camera so everybody can see the book and see where we are, close to the casino as well. It's a great setup here at the D.
I said it to you, I think it was off air, maybe I even brought it up on air already, but as much as we complain about the changes in college football, and by the way, ESPN's making another one we don't like, once you get to a place like this, it just feels like we're at football season.
Yes, it does.
You know, and they got the lines, they're showing highlights, we're talking about matchups, week zeros this weekend. Like, I'm ready now. You know, you start to get the itch.
It's week 0, and we've talked about, we did our college football playoff predictions. We've got some great matchups this weekend for week 0, at least teams that we have talked about. And,
playoff hopefuls.
Yeah, you may have some blowouts. And do I think Fresno State could be, a Pac-12 team, which is weird to think that they're a Pac-12 team, in the postseason? Certainly I do. But do I think that they're going to beat USC this weekend? No, it's probably going to be a lopsided win for USC. We'll get a chance to see them. Jordan Mailata in his, second year as their starting quarterback.
But it's just a necessary, checkpoint. It's the appetizer.
Yeah.
They're walking around with the deviled eggs today for us. And 1 week from now, we're going to be gearing up for week 1.
You go with deviled eggs. How about some chicken wings?
Mozzarella sticks?
You literally go with deviled eggs?
Hors d'oeuvre sounds fancy. If I said appetizers, I would have said mozzarella sticks.
Deviled eggs.
Sorry, I got this wedding on the brain. We'll get to that in Dear John. This guy needs advice. He's calling other shows. He's writing into our show. We'll get to that at 9:35. ESPN's doing away with the ticker?
It blows my mind that you're going to be watching college football and they're going to do away with all the scores, all the breaking news, everything that happens on a college football Saturday throughout the course of a day. Now, yes, you have the advent of a supercomputer in your hand, and you can go to any number of websites, click a button, and it will show you the scores. But I love being able to look at the TV, and all of a sudden, hey, there's a scoring alert. All of a sudden, USC scores something on Fresno State, or Fresno State scores on USC. I can click over to that game instantly and see what's going on. I just don't understand. They said, well, part of the reason was they want to increase the screen and the viewing experience for the viewer at home. Well, part of that viewing experience is seeing what's going on around college football other than just the game that you're watching.
I don't think the ticker gets in the way at all. I think we're used to it.
Yeah, we're so used to it. It just blends in there, and every once in a while you glance down and you see what's going on.
I don't think I'm missing a blade of grass because they have the ticker. In fact, it keeps me in the loop so I don't have to be on my phone. I want to just watch the screen. I don't want to have to watch a second screen to keep checking scores.
College football is best viewed en masse. There's a game here, but there's also a dozen games going on elsewhere. And this just puts you in more of a bubble, in more of a singular focused game of college football, and I don't think that is the best way in which college football is viewed.
I think that's a great way to put it. It is best viewed in mass because there are so many programs that are playing at the same time in matchups that you don't necessarily – and I don't know that during the NCAA tournament, you've got a lot of games going on and there's upsets that could possibly happen. We don't necessarily see a lot of upsets in the NFL because the games are always so tight. But in college football, there are upsets every single week, and you may not anticipate one, but all of a sudden you see it on the ticker, and you're like, I got to see what's going on.
There's a conspiracy theory on the text. Is this the reason? They think if there's another good game going and you see that, you'll switch off of the channel.
I thought about that.
So this is a way of keeping you without you realizing something else is better on another channel. I
would buy into that conspiracy if ESPN was only having the ticket games or on the ticker that were on the quote unquote Disney family of properties, ABC, all the ESPNs. Like if you only saw those tickers, then yeah, I could understand that. But I think this is stupid. What's the point? Why take it off?
I don't know who asked for this. I don't know who wants this.
Is
there a single person that'll call and text us and say they think this is a good idea? 248-539-9797. This was as it's purely about money. How? To keep you captive on the one game? We're not stupid. We know there's other games going on. You know what I mean?
Right.
You're just creating extra hoops for your viewer.
Yeah. What I love about so I use YouTube TV for my streaming platform. I can watch multiple games that are going on at the same time. It's what I do for NFL game days at the 1 o'clock and even the 4 o'clock window. You can't do that with all the games that you might want to see on a college football Saturday. And you want to be able to see what's going on. You want to know what's going on. You want to be in the know.
Someone says they're getting rid of this to hurt the gamblers. Why do they want to hurt the gamblers? The gamblers are good for their business.
Yeah, I mean, the gamblers are the ones that are paying them for all of the commercial time.
The gamblers are the ones that are going to watch all of the games beyond their team. They're the ones that are invested deep into the third and fourth quarter of the blowout.
They're the ones that have $5 on this game, 20 on another one. They've got 30 on the one that they're watching. They want to know what's going on in everything that they're betting on.
Their parlay is contingent on North Dakota State, Jacksonville State.
Right.
Why am I trying to make their life harder?
Yeah.
They're my best customers. They're the ones that show up to the restaurant every week and order the steak.
Yeah, I can't find a reason why this is not something that they're going to continue. Are they going to take it off of SportsCenter now too because we want to increase the viewing experience?
I don't understand. Removing the ticker so they could eventually devote it to ad space for the books, Rob, in the car. That's that valuable real estate on the screen.
All right, so yeah, if they put ad space, then it ruins their thought or their reasoning for removing the ticker. If they just then put the ticker back up, but it's just ads.
Well, but the answer isn't take it away, then sponsor the ticker. Put a little frame around it in the color of whatever the book, and then throw the book in the corner.
Brought to you by
whatever.
Yeah, by Circa Sportsbook.
Perfect. And then you put their logo there and outline it in their colors. Put it in the. That's like 101. Right. You sell it. You don't get rid of it. You make money off of it because it's something people are used to and they like, and I don't want it to go away.
I don't want it to go away either, and I just disagree with their reasoning as well. If they had given me a better reason, and I don't know what it would be, I could see their point of view. I just don't see it right now.
Yeah. 248-539-9797.
And we will have Derek Stevens is going to join us at 6:50. He's obviously the one that makes things go here at the Circa Sportsbook and at the D Las Vegas. He's going to join us at 6:50 to talk about all of this is their launching weekend of the Survivor Series that they have, which has been wildly successful, and he's going to tell us some of those numbers, but also what are the odds for the Lions. We've been talking about the Lions making the Super Bowl for some of our other local sports teams.
He's a Michigan
Millions.
guy.
He's a Michigan guy, so it's it will have him on at 6:50.
You mean 9:50?
I was just going to correct you. You finally got caught up.
I got caught up. Yes, I am. I have made the full transition to PT, Pacific time.
It's at 6:50. I'm like, we're going back in time.
I was like, wait, what? Tomorrow? Huh?
Yes, I know. I was texting Derek all of the times that we could possibly have him on. He didn't want to get up at 2 in the morning like we did, so I was caught up in my text stream with him.
We let him get as much sleep as possible, and we'll talk to him. End of the hour. That would be 9:50 for all of you listening.
Yes. American time.
Thank you,
Heather.
Detroit.
Yes. On American time. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
I was so confused there for a minute. I'm like, what is he talking about? And you said it 3 times. I'm like, okay, wait. Maybe he's right. I'm like, no, it's 9:50. 9:50. You guys, Meta is agreeing to this massive settlement over allegations that Facebook and Instagram were designed to keep young people hooked, right? So Meta has agreed to pay up to about $17 billion to settle claims brought by several states accusing the company of deliberately designing its platform to be addictive to children and teens, while also misleading users about safety and improperly collecting some children's personal data. So the deal involves dozens of states, and it ends this major federal trial that was underway in California. So as part of this agreement, Facebook and Instagram will make changes aimed at protecting younger users. So there's a ton of different changes, daily usage limits, restrictions on nighttime access, stronger age checks, additional parental controls, things like that. Meta does deny any wrongdoing, but settled because the company says that it could have cost them over $1 trillion in penalties. Yeah, this is crazy. Michigan is one of these states.
How do people get paid?
I don't actually really know, but it says that Michigan is expected to receive at least $171 million from the settlement.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know how it's going to impact individual users of these platforms, but
you said because of the children, so
yes.
you have to have children, or maybe if you're John and you have the sensibility of a child, you can get a check.
Yes. These will be put in place for me as well.
So I saw several of these stories kind of going viral. There's a couple teachers from different states that are going viral for creating special areas in their classrooms where their students can go to fart. There are these fart corners. So there's one teacher in Houston that's going viral on TikTok because she showed off her fart corner in her classroom. She says if you need to, pass gas, you simply go over to this corner, you do your business, you take about 10 seconds, spray a little spray, and then you go sit down and nobody cares. The caption on her post says that just trying to keep the funk in one area. Then there's this other teacher in Georgia that's getting lots of attention for her classroom gas station. It's basically the exact same concept. She's a second grade teacher. She created this designated area, a corner in her classroom where students can quietly get up and go pass gas.
Can you take a friend with you in case you need somebody to pull your finger?
Maybe. The teacher says that this she created this area because she noticed that students were frequently leaving the class to go use the bathroom, and she wanted them to, to not miss instruction. So this is just a little area they can go and they can still hear what the teacher's saying, and there's some spray, do their business, get on out of there.
Yeah, so then everyone else in class, little Timmy's going over to the corner to fart. There's going to be a lot of giggles and laughs. It's going to distract the class more than it will actually.
Well, she did say that in the beginning. It does do a little bit of that. Students turn their head, they chuckle or giggle, but she says eventually, she started it last year, that she noticed that you just it just becomes normal and people stop paying attention. And she wants to make sure that everyone knows, farting is a normal thing. She wants to make it discreet and keep the lesson moving. So.
Here's how you'd make farting normal. You wouldn't make a fart corner to draw attention to it.
Right.
And it's not mandatory you use the fart corner. You can still fart at your desk or get up and go to the bathroom or whatever you want to do. There's no real rules. There's the PGA Tour, gas station, has suspended Matt Gogol for 6 months for placing bets on PGA Tour events and, violating the tour's integrity program. So he placed bets, what he described as small recreational wagers on golf in 2024 and 2025. He says he didn't bet on any tournament that he was playing in. He also said that the wagers weren't on regular PGA Tour events, PGA Tour Champions events, or tournaments in which he participated. But nonetheless, he did violate the tour's rules. He said he made an honest mistake. And anyway, he's paying for it because it's a lot of time to miss. His suspension apparently began August 23rd, runs through February 22nd of 2027. So a lot of time to miss. He made $760,000 this season, so won't want to miss out more. Finally, everyone's doing like these NFL collabs. Remember Disney I talked about yesterday was creating these shirts with the different Disney characters for each team. Well, now Victoria's Secret is getting in on the action too. Their Pink line just launched this collaboration with the NFL, and it only features 30 NFL teams. I don't know which couple teams are not part of it, but the Lions are part of it, and all sorts of different game day apparel, fleece sweatshirts, leggings, boy shorts, these like bedazzled t-shirts, and all sorts of things.
Any undergarments?
No undergarments. The boy shorts are pretty little, though. I mean, they could be undergarment. You could wear them under something. But no
Victoria's
underwear.
Secret, I'm going, what are they doing? Honolulu blue thongs?
But not,
is that
not
what this
their
is?
Pink line, though. If you guys were familiar with it, their Pink line does more like athleisure wear. All usually bedazzled.
Not familiar with it.
Okay.
You have daughters?
Hey, women
I
watch
do
the
not
NFL?
shop at Victoria's Secret for
Why?
my daughters.
So the Pink line is not lingerie or underwear. It's leggings.
I'm not going
it's
into that store
joggers.
for
it's
anything for my daughters.
Really? John,
No,
the daughters are
absolutely
grown.
not.
This stuff is not provocative at all. I mean, maybe the ones that say something across the butt reminds me of like younger people would wear that, but the Pink line
there's
is.
no chance I go into Victoria's Secret and
Really?
shop for my daughters. No,
Oh wow!
no chance.
You haven't been there in a
No
while. They have a
chance.
lot of things for everyone. It's not all like lacy lingerie. Man.
And that is Heather with the news. John, if you can believe it, is our moral compass. He's the man we turn to for
Hold
advice.
on, I got to go to the corner for a minute.
Okay, you do that. We'll come back.
Use the spray. Use the spray.
We need a corner in the studio, too.
John helps people out. Dear John next, 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Cosm brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. Watch your favorite teams on massive high-resolution displays alongside fellow fans. In the Dome, a wraparound screen and reserved seating make you feel like you're right on the field or the court with elevated food and drinks delivered directly to your seat. The Hall features wall-to-wall live multi-view sports from the NFL and NBA to Premier League Soccer, WWE, and more. Plus, they've got these immersive movies and original programming you can take in as well. For upcoming events and pre-sale access to tickets, visit cosm.com/Detroit.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. I'm going to give you a few reasons why. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and for power, there's really no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you've got the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine, and if you want just a little bit more, they've got the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. I chose the 420, and I absolutely love it. For the competition, I'm just going to ask you a question. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? The full-size Ram is built right here in Sterling Heights, and Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. For comfort, just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
How do you know football season's near? Well, we're hanging out at Circa. That's how you know, because they've got their big contest sign-up weekend. And joining us, it's Derek Stevens. Derek, thanks for having us out, and good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Welcome to Las Vegas.
It's always great to be here, and I know this is a huge weekend, especially tonight for you. Tell us what's going on here at Circa.
Yeah, I can't believe it, but over the course of the last 8 years, this weekend in Vegas has turned into something special. It's where people make a pilgrimage from all 50 states from around the world to come in to sign up to the world's largest football contest, Circa Million. The handicapping contest where you pick 5 games a week, or the one that's really exploded here, the Circa Survivor, where you pick 1 game a week, no spread. And then last year, we introduced the Big Daddy, Circa Grandissimo. And, this weekend's the weekend. People are all coming in. We've got events all weekend long. We've got a great kickoff cocktail party where we're gonna be hanging out tonight, and it should be a great weekend.
How has the Circa Survivor? I know that's one that a lot of people. I mean, you give away the jackets like they're in the Hall of Fame, but how has that grown? Did you ever imagine that when you launched the Circa Survivor, it would grow to what it is today?
John, I played Survivor, in a league with my buddies in Detroit for a long time, and it was just a lot of fun. And we said, well, why don't we try to introduce this out in Vegas and try to push this into a national thing? And we guaranteed $1 million the first year, and we hit it. We were really surprised at that, And then we said, well, let's push it a little bit. Let's do $1.5 million. Then let's do 3. To think that in the Circa Survivor, last year we guaranteed $15 million. This year we're guaranteeing $20 million, and we're already on pace. We're going to blow through that. So if it goes over our guarantee, all that money just goes back into the pot. No, to answer your question, no, I never dreamed it could have gotten this big. It's awesome.
Derek, you mentioned you're a Detroiter. We're gearing up for Lions season. How are people betting them? Win total, division, Super Bowl, stuff like that.
Hey, I'll be right up front that this is the year where I think the Lions, there's a lot of love. Last year there was not. I think people are getting wise to the strength of schedule issue. This strength of schedule under the current 17-game plan, it is a big deal when you go from a first-place schedule to a fourth, to a fourth, to a first. That's where I think the Bears are going to have a lot of trouble with this schedule. I mean, all these little one point or last second wins. The Lions had a brutal schedule last year. They don't this year. So I think there's a big turnover. Lions win total, we're posted as 10.5, and it's shaded to the over. That tells you all you really need to know. People really, really like the Lions in 2026.
Would you tell Valenti this? Because every time I bring up the schedule, the guy gives me a hard time. But then I hear it from you, and I'm nodding my head. This is what I've been saying.
I mean, I think the schedule is such a big deal. When you take a look at these multiple games where you got to go against a team that finished in the same position that you did 3 separate times in a season, and then you look at when you have first place schedule, what it means. Boy, oh boy, does it makes a real big difference. It makes a difference in obviously seeding. It makes a difference whether you make the playoffs.
So it's Giants, Cards, Titans. Those are those crossover games. I'd rather play those teams than the teams that won those divisions. So
absolutely, big difference. I think
in college football
this year.
In college football, we see, I think parity is one way to talk about it. And instead of having 2 favorites going into a season, now there's 5, 6, even 7. How would you describe the betting habits of individuals, and how have they changed over the last couple of years in college football?
Well, I think when you have uncertainty, that reduces handle. And I don't remember a season where there's more uncertainty going in than there is right now. I think that's the thing that you've seen a difference on. Overall, college betting has been good. It's been solid. It's grown the most after NFL, but interest level is there. But I think right now you're going to see a lot of people come firing out with week 0 plays. Then the following weekend we really get going. I think that that the futures are really taking a hit right now because just no one really knows what's going to happen with this court ruling and other things like that.
Derek, I get one quick answer, and then we got to get to our midday show. Is there any oddity that stands out with betting data week 0, week 1 in college football?
I would say the one thing that stands out to me, it seems as if people are afraid of laying a big number on these big favorites. Historically, you get these big teams like Alabama laying 40, things like that. Historically, these teams have won and they've covered. So I would not be afraid of laying some big numbers here in the early week or two, particularly this year because there's a bigger disparity between the haves and have-nots. Hey, fellas, I know you're up against it. Great talking to you again. I look forward to seeing you tonight, and we'll talk about all our strategy. I'm so excited. You guys and a lot of Detroiters are getting into our football contest here at Circa.
Thanks, Derek. We'll
Thank
see you
you,
tonight.
Derek. Thanks again for having us out. He's Derek Stevens. We got Carson Anderson coming up. Boys, what's up?
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good.
Gonna go for a swim?
Sure. Cannonball. Let's go.
Yeah, he's got the Cabana outfit ready to go.
Well, you got to tweet that out if that happens.
Yeah. Now he's heading back. I'm staying for the party tonight.
Well, have fun, and we'll talk some Lions right out of the gate and solicit big old tub of pretzels questions.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
What's up, man? How are you today?
Doing well.
That's good.
Doing well.
What's new in Gators world? Anything exciting yesterday in the fast life of the swinging single, Scott Anderson?
I was the swinging single yesterday, actually. I on the golf course.
Oh, you played solo?
I played some
solo?
No, I actually didn't play solo.
Okay.
No, played with Grava.
Did you?
Yeah, and a couple of his
guy Gator went to high school with, and his almost every time Gator references high school, he does it in the voice of his former high school football coach.
So yeah, Brad's awesome. So I had a great time out there.
Who's awesome?
Grava.
Yeah.
No, Brad Grava's pretty awesome, which he is. He's great. So I had a great time with him. Came home, and my mom was at my house watching the dog on National Dog Day, and Lois could not have been happier. She just had a smile the whole day and was running around. And by the time I got home, I think within an hour, the dog was zonked out.
Oh, is that right?
In front of us on the floor in her doggy bed. So that was good.
Okay.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice.
Glad to hear it.
In your household?
Well, hold on. I just want to follow up. Are you okay though? Losing that big game yesterday.
I'm fine with it. Yeah, no, it's.
You need a moment, Gator?
It's no, I'm okay with it. Yeah. the game went by so fast,
dude.
I think we were on like our fourth hole or something. I picked the phone to look at the phone. Like, the game's over. What? 3-0. That was quick. I watched the first few innings before I headed out, so that was very fast. But when you only have 2 GD hits and no walks, so 2 base runners, huh?
Yep,
that's great. Yeah, that's not going to go well.
No, I didn't see the final time on that game, but it was quick. 2 hours and 2 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
They've had a couple of those in the last week.
Yeah. Well, when you basically don't participate on one side of the ball.
No.
Which is essentially what they
the
did
other thing
offensively.
It's not like they struck out a ton. They only struck out 4 times. And this is a team that we know can be dedicated to striking out. But everything they put into play was just incredibly soft contact. And the Rays were able to field everything. And it's not like the Rays were any big shakes either. I mean, they had only the 3 runs, and they came kind of early. I think they came, the 2 in the second inning.
Strikeouts take a minimum of 3 pitches, so games move faster when the guys are swinging the bat.
This is true, yeah.
Yesterday was my wife's birthday. You asked how things were, and I navigated that successfully.
Well done. What'd you guys do?
Oh, good God, Kang.
Well, I mean, probably. But did you guys go out?
We did. We had a couple of gift cards and decided to go use one to have a couple drinks and then use the other one for dinner. And bumped into a Michigan legend. Absolute legend.
Oh boy.
I think it's
time to guess.
I mean, you can.
Sport?
Hockey.
Okay. Era? 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s?
80s, 90s, into the 2000s.
Oh, so Red Barons.
Yeah. And talk about somebody who does not look like they've lost a step at all.
Does he look the same?
He looks the same, man.
15 years ago?
I would say 15 years ago. Looks the same, sharp as a tack. Was awesome. It was really, really cool.
You guys have a nice conversation. He knows you, right?
Yes, we did. And he's. You know what I told him? I said, "I'm so sick of Denver." we are too. That's what he said. But anyway, yeah, it was cool. It was really cool.
Did you do anything like? Remember when Chris Farley?
No, I did. But I could, and the guy can tell stories, man.
Hockey players are the best at telling stories.
I remember once he was telling a story about a minor league hockey game that he was playing in or coaching in, or he knew of something where a goalie, they were trying to pull the goalie, and the puck got dumped down to the end, and the goalie came out and played the puck, and teams went for a change, and he took a couple strides, and now the goalie's out near center ice with the puck, and the guys came pouring over the boards, and nobody was paying attention. And here's the goalie moving across the blue line into the offensive zone with the puck. And I'm like, did this actually happen? And Red's like, oh, yeah. And there was some goalie in the process of him trying to get to the bench, picked up the puck, ended up on the wrong side of the ice of the bench. The teams are going for a change. And the next thing you know, he's in alone.
Wow. He's in alone.
I don't know if he was in alone, but I remember him saying that it looked like the goalie kept taking another stride. It's much funnier when Red tells a story, but anyway.
So I love hockey player stories are great. Brett Hall has a podcast that I've watched little blurbs on it through reels on social media and with Kelly Chase a lot. And Kelly Chase is amazing at telling stories. Mm-hmm. He was the old brawler for them for the Blues in the 80s and into the 90s. He and Proby fought a million times, and Hall's got all these great stories, and he brings them out of it with Kelly Chase and anybody else they bring on a podcast. Chelios has been on there. The stories are fantastic.
Yep.
And the best ones either way, whether they're on the ice or the off the ice stories are fascinating, because back in the day, these guys would brawl in bars all the time. In podunk towns in Canada, United States, and they all remember every detail of the story, the bar, what time of day it was, they had lost the night, but whatever it was, it's great.
Yep. Bars, I mean, fighting with fans during games,
crazy
fights
stuff.
on golf courses.
Yeah.
The hockey stories can be fantastic. Okay, so coming up today, we're going to do the big old tub of pretzels. We're going to do it in the 11 o'clock hour. The big old tub of pretzels, if you're not familiar, we years ago had a giant tub filled with like pretzel rods, and we worked our way through it and finished it, and the tub sat there empty. And then for some reason, we started soliciting questions from listeners, and we'd fold them up and put them in this big old tub and then open it like once every 2-3 weeks and pull a bunch of answers out. We are going to do it in the 11 o'clock hour, but we encourage you at this time. These are really random questions.
Totally random.
Oftentimes, they are not sports related. Most of the time, they are not sports related. What we use this for is to help you, whether it's a debate with your buddies, a question you guys have talked about, if it's solve an argument with the wife, like whatever. We also do take sports questions. And I will tell you that the sports questions are getting outnumbered about 10-1 right now. But we will take sports questions as well. And we encourage you to text them in. You've never called, but you think about the things that you and your friends have debated. We're here to help. So text them over right now at 248-539-9797. Our guy Kang behind the glass will sift through them and help us come up with some more that will be entered into the tub. And maybe yours will get used today. So send them over, big old tub. Make sure you say this is a big old tub of pretzels question in your text, and we will read a whole bunch and answer a whole bunch coming up in the 11 o'clock hour.
Yeah, an example would be like, what's a better gift for your wife for her birthday? A ringtone or an air mattress?
Solid question,
right?
Dude,
people
the
want to
ringtone
know.
was so money. You guys make fun of it.
No, 2008. That was probably
It was
you
a
were
really
ahead of the trend.
I was.
Yeah.
And air mattresses suck. As far as yes, that's the type of question we've had recently. How many owls would you have to see in a day before you grew concerned?
That is my favorite question.
It really is.
Makes you think, doesn't it, Doug?
Yeah, and the one that
Really
was
makes
really
you think.
it led to way more discussion than I expected was, do you look after you wipe? And I argued you have to.
Not sure you need to bring that up again, but okay.
Yes, but these are examples of the types of questions that get asked to us. So 248-539-9797, get those questions in. All right, Dan Campbell, speaking about what's on the line Saturday in Indianapolis against the Colts, because we are approaching 0 hour. All cuts have to be made by Sunday at 6 p.m. Dan Campbell talks about what's on the line, what positions could have the most movement still this late in training camp. Hear what the coach of the Lions had to say today at 10:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, you guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot, and it's hard not to. They combine two of the biggest things on the planet that brings people together. That is sports and, of course, food. And whether you're trying to catch your favorite team in action, celebrating a milestone, or just meeting with an old friend, you won't find a better place. In your favorite lodge, 50-plus high-definition TVs bring you all the sports you crave. They carry all major sports packages as well as all pay-per-view events, so you'll never miss any action. The comfortable lodge setting is like your dream man cave come to life. Then they hit you with the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees. They got the digital thermometer right there telling you exactly how the cold the beer is at that moment. Sometimes it gets down less than 29, and that's when I say, now! They pour it into a mug that's been freezing for over 24 hours. But it doesn't stop there. They got a scratch kitchen. You heard it right. The best sports bar in the country serves up some of the best food you can eat. I like it. Gator likes it. It's for everybody. Hand-cut and breaded order. Chicken tenders, boneless wings, smashed and seared burgers, hand-cut New York strips, house smoked brisket, ribs, wings, thighs, and other awesome entrees like my personal favorite, the Chipotle chicken. But now it's time for the best part. The beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. You're not just going out to eat at Twin Peaks. You're having an experience you won't want to live without. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Great to be with you on a Thursday. Beautiful day in Metro Detroit. You got all the golf in before the rain came, right?
Never got rain.
You never got rain?
Nope.
Oh, okay. We got some rain last night. Much needed rain.
No, I was anticipating the rain. I was hoping for the rain. Didn't get any.
I'm replanting some grass, some
that'll help.
Areas of dead grass, and so I was very happy to see the rain. And
saves you the trouble of having to water it. Yeah,
that is correct. That is correct. Okay, cut down day is Sunday in the National Football League. Cut down day is it's different than it used to be. It used to come in waves, and now every team lops off like 47 guys all at the same time, and a whole bunch of people are out of work, and it's got to be tough. I think that's really, really tough. As you think about being a head coach and telling guys that you're coaching and working with, hey, you're just not good enough. We're letting you go. It's got to be tough. Some guys might be easy, but it can't be a fun day for coaches. But it's part of the job, right?
Yep.
But here we are. This team has Super Bowl aspirations, and roster spots are at a premium, and they got to get down to 53. And the truth is, the guys that end up on the practice squad know the names well, because we say this every year. These players will play. A lot of them get activated throughout the year, and you got to it's good to know who your practice squad guys are. Because what is it, 15? I think 15 you can put on the practice squad that week in, week out aren't eligible, but can be made eligible if a roster spot opens up, and invariably they do because of injuries. With all that said, Dan Campbell was talking about Saturday and what's on the line as the Lions wrap up the preseason against the Colts. Okay, so I talked to a coach once, and this coach was talking to me about trying to get messages across and trying to get everybody to listen to everything you're saying. And one of the things he said is you lead with the most important thing and you end with the most important thing. And what it's interesting there, we're not on the team, and he's not lecturing the media, but he led with his number one thing was getting the team ready for the opener. And then he ended with getting the team ready for the opener. Yeah. And I thought I thought that was kind of interesting.
That's textbook.
Because, yes, it is textbook I don't know if Dan Campbell subscribes to this same thing, but this was a head coach that told me that what you really run into is trying to get guys to understand what you want to emphasize. The best way to do it is to lead quickly with your point of emphasis and wrap it up. And oftentimes, and specifically during timeouts, they're only going to remember the first and last thing you said, and they'll lose everything in the middle, which was just an interesting study that had him. That was his approach. Long story short, Campbell emphasized the opener, and what we don't want to see and what we've seen in the past in this new era of football, the Lions have, 10, 12 guys that haven't played in the preseason. And so you want them to hit the ground running. And so whatever he's trying to accomplish with those guys not playing and those guys that are playing is getting ready for New Orleans on September, 13th or whatever it is.
Well, this is why they've had scrimmages the last couple of games, or the last couple of days of practice. They're not practicing to get ready for Indianapolis on Saturday.
No.
That's not what I mean. Every practice they have is, to get ready for the regular season. These preseason games just happen to be in the middle of all that. And okay, we're going to play them. But in the meantime, what's most important is what happens, Sunday through Friday, if the game's on a Saturday. They're just getting ready for the upcoming season. So I get it. But yes, the other part of that is that there is still roster competition. I'd be curious to know what he thinks is the number one competition they've got. I mean, we're left to speculate what we think it is, but and what areas they are. But needless to say, there's a lot of spots I think still up for grabbing a 53.
Yeah, and as he mentioned, so one of the reporters asked, okay, which positions have the most possible movement that could still happen? Here's what Dan Campbell said.
So raise your hand if you had defensive line room.
I did not.
I did not. And my reasoning is actually his reasoning for why there is. My reason for not, I don't worry about it because I know that there's plenty of talent there. It sounds like it's a pretty good room. They don't have to worry about it. But he is, because it's the last spots on the roster for that D-line group that might make a difference. Like, there's a lot of talent there. To my count, there's like 16 guys competing for spots right now. And I think that the consensus is that there's going to be 10 defensive linemen that are being kept on this team.
Which is a little heavy. I mean, I can, off the top of my head, I think there's 8 locks to make the 53. And those 8 are the 4 starters, Hutch, Olim McNeil, Tyleik Williams, and Tyler Lacey. DJ Wonnum, I think, is a lock. I think Derek Moore is a lock. I think Skylar Gill-Howard is a lock. I think Ahmed Hassanin is a lock. They love Ben Stille. They really do. Is Levi Onwuzurike, does the clock finally hit 0 on him? Because in the Athletic and Colton Pouncey's most recent roster projections, which I have in front of me, he's got them keeping 10. That's like 20% of your roster. And as he said, you want to keep them all, but you can't do it without hurting another position. Are they going to keep 10?
So there's actually 17 now by my count, because I forgot about Wonnum, because Wonnum's listed as a linebacker in ESPN.com, but no doubt he's a
There's
defensive
17
end.
on the roster.
There's 17 on the roster right now. Yeah, and I would agree with you. There's probably 8, maybe 9 guys that are locks.
Yeah.
This is tough.
Yep.
Because there is a ton of talent in that room, like he says. That being, and then they even mentioned, of course, was just the elephant in the room. Who knows? Somebody from outside the organization could be on this team too, depending on who gets cut.
Yep.
He's right.
Back end of the offensive line. Yeah, I think we've seen that with the way the offensive line is played. When the number 2s get in there, it's not great. The wide receiver room is interesting.
It's another one because of the depth.
They're guys that are obviously making them think. Guys like Tay Martin, the Lovett kid. The Cedric Wilson injury probably cleared some things up. But, I mean, whatever happens, we do know that Tom Kennedy is included in some form.
Right.
He just is. He always is the inevitable Tom Kennedy. That's what he is. His nickname should be Inevitable. Because I don't know if he's ever made the 53 out of camp.
It's a good question. I got to think he has. This is technically his 4th year, but he's been with the organization since 2019.
Is it technically only his 4th year? I wonder how many times he's made the 53. It just doesn't feel like he's ever he never makes it and always pops up on the practice squad.
I feel like he doesn't have to make it because who's going to go get him?
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, I know that's like maybe not, but they have to think about stuff like that, right? Who they want to expose and things like that.
Yeah.
And so that's why I personally think Tay Martin makes it over him if it was between the two.
248-539-9797. All right, we got some roster projections, including QB2. Who's it going to be? And is there a veteran, a surprise cut coming? There kind of always is. And I wonder, it's hard to pick one, but is there a surprise cut coming? We'll get to that today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Okay, so I looked it up. This is Tom Kennedy's 8th season with the Detroit Lions. So 7 prior times, he has been in a battle for a roster spot. He has been waived at the final cutdown 6 of the 7.
Wow.
2021 is the only year that Tom Kennedy made the initial 53-man roster. Every other season, he's been waived. And in 3 of those seasons, he got waived twice. So he got waived at the end of training camp, signed to the practice squad, got activated, then waived at some point during the season, and managed to clear waivers and end up back on the practice squad. He's the inevitable one.
He's a survivor.
Yep.
And because he's got the skill set of being able to catch the football and play special teams.
Yep. And apparently a skill set that's easily surpassed year in and year out by others, but still, I mean, talk about a guy who's carved out this fascinating niche in Detroit sports.
He has.
We used to joke about Andre Fluellen.
Yeah.
And Andre Fluellen, for people who don't know, was a defensive lineman that they cut and re-signed and cut and re-signed and cut and re-signed over and over again to the point where we almost, the name Fluellen became more of a verb. And now it's, I'm going to guess here that Tom Kennedy has exceeded the number of times that Andre Fluellen got waived and re-signed by the Lions, and he's probably lapped him. I haven't done the research on that, but
well, Andre Fluellen came into the league in 2008. He was a 3rd-round pick, part of the Millen tree, and last played in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
He was a member of the Lions. One time in between, he spent time with another team, and that would have been the Dolphins in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
Every other year, he was with the Lions. But I have a feeling that this was a multiple waiver situation with Fluellen. I think it may surpass Tom Kennedy's.
Oh, do you?
Well, because if he was drafted in the 3rd round, means he's only got that 4-year deal. So every year after 2011, he's probably been a waiver candidate.
Okay, you asked the question in your show sheet, and I think it's fascinating. Call your shot. The Lions' backup quarterback to start the season will be? What is your answer?
Josh Dobbs. I think it's going to be Dobbs. I want the intrigue of somebody else, like Johnny Next Guy. I think Altmaier is something that's interesting to work with, and I think he'll be a practice squad guy because the Lions typically just carry the 2 quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
But they've invested a little bit with Dobbs. I think what puts him over the edge of other players is that he's got the pedigree of having, worked in a Petzing system, or at least with Petzing at some point. So I think that gives him the edge over other candidates from other teams. But I'm holding out that there's going to be somebody that gets released. We're all going to go, what?
Yeah. Okay. The Lions' backup quarterback is going to be Mason Rudolph.
I think the Steelers are going to drop him.
I think the Steelers are going to drop him. You look at Drew Aller and what he has done this preseason. They've also got 16 Candles bad guy Will Howard on that roster. And I think Mason Rudolph is going to be the odd man out and get cut.
Okay, and the Lions have had their eye on him reportedly for years.
Yep.
Interesting.
Ken, call your shot. The Lions' backup quarterback will be?
Not on this roster right now. I agree with that part. I don't think it's me, Mason Rudolph. I thought Mike McCarthy said you might keep all 4 quarterbacks over there, but
good luck with that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying what he said, but the Lions' backup quarterback is not currently on the roster, and the Lions. Do you want me to actually say a player's name?
I do. Yeah.
Come on, King.
I'd say it. Come on, say it.
No, I don't want to say who I want it to be. I want to say who I think it's going to be.
Come on.
No, I'm going to say it's going to be Sam Howell because they're going to keep Joe Milton even though I want Joe Milton. So I think the Lions' back quarterback is going to be Sam Howell.
Okay.
I like that. I'll take that.
I will take it too.
I'll take that. I'll take Mason Rudolph too.
And the restraint you showed by not saying Anthony Richardson was impressive.
I just backed away completely. I don't think it's going to happen. That was just me.
Okay, this one's really hard. Is there a surprise cut coming? If you had to choose a surprise cut, what would you choose? Because we did this a while ago,
and
I said at the time Teddy Bridgewater, and he just retired. Kane, do you remember who you said?
I said Giovanni Manu.
Okay.
And he's hurt. He's
hurt, and he's on that list. Gator, do you remember you said it was a tub of pretzels question, I think, in the middle? Not a tub of pretzels.
Like
a
last
blitz
year?
thingy. Yeah, there was a blitz thingy.
Probably
no, it was
would.
like in the middle of the summer.
Whatever it
here.
was.
I
It was
probably
some-
would have said Levi Onwuzurike.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be my guess, just because he's here on a technicality because of a contract technicality. He's still on the roster.
I feel like you were throwing darts here a little bit because I don't know if there's enough candidates to really there be a surprise. Like the roster seems set. Anybody that gets cut, I don't know if anything's going to be a surprise. What about Larry Borum?
He has not had a great camp, but I think he looked awful at left tackle because of what we saw in the second play of the game.
Yep.
When Dobbs got sacked and fumbled. But I always thought that is he the right tackle, heir apparent? Would you be more surprised if it's Borum or Sorsdahl?
Borum, because they signed him. But I mean, I'm kind of throwing a dart at this point.
No, I hear you. I'll give you a name that might be, I think would be a little surprising, and yet maybe not as much, but Ennis Rakestraw.
Okay.
Year 3, got to prove it, and he's had a down and up camp apparently. I don't know how he's done in practice this week, if he's on a steady incline, but I feel like Saturday's game is going to be a big game for Rakestraw to secure a roster spot for a position where, frankly, they need to have depth. I mean, can this guy prove that he can stay healthy?
Yeah.
He's been knocked out of 2 preseason games already.
Yep. Kang?
So I don't think it will be a surprise for me, but maybe for some. I don't think Tom Kennedy is going to make the initial roster, personally. Just the way you guys were talking about him, you know what I mean? I just don't think he's going to make it. You said, 6 out of 7 years he hasn't made it?
Yep.
I think that pattern continues.
Yeah.
Even though he
he'll find his way on the team.
He'll find his way on the team at some point.
The over-under on catches this year is 2.5.
Yeah, it's not like he does anything wrong, but it's not he does anything so right you have to keep him, you know?
Yep.
My surprise cut candidate, I think he's kind of fighting for a roster spot, Sione Vaki. Speaking of health, Gator, that guy has got to stay healthy. That's his biggest issue, because when he's healthy, they love him on special teams.
Yep.
He knows how to play the running back position, but he's just never healthy. And it's whether by luck or not, it doesn't matter to me. You got to be available. And it's like I said, if he was going to play last week, and then all of a sudden something came up, right?
Yeah,
like this stuff.
He had a back.
Yeah, I think this stuff is starting to bother the coaching staff. But like, dude, you're not available ever. So I think there's a reason why they bring out in Kareem Hunt and these other running backs. I think they're looking for maybe somebody else who can be available.
I think they'd love to have. That's a candidate. I think the running back position is a candidate for outside the organization to see if somebody gets cut, because it feels like all of the running backs except for Jahmyr Gibbs, knocking on wood, have dealt with some kind of injury during training camp. I mean, Pacheco he's hardly played. Sailors came out of the game, but hopefully he's all right. Jabari Small, he's been dealing with injuries. Obviously, Vaki, they just signed Roydell Williams, but I don't know if there's anything to get excited about there. I think Trayvon Williams, same thing. It feels like that running back spot is wide open. I think you're right. It's wide open. But I think that's probably a really good can to be filled by somebody outside the organization.
248-539-9797. All right, we got a couple things out there. Call your shot. The Lions QB2 will be, fill in the blank. And is there a surprise cut coming? Is there a veteran out there that you think, I'm not sure that they're going to make it? A player that has been around for a while that just would be a bit of a surprise. With that said, we will get to the big old tub of pretzels question of the day. If you want to send a couple over, feel free. These are random questions that our listeners send us. We're going to open up the tub at the 11 o'clock hour. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC, and that's when you call the pros. And Garage Doors, located right here in Michigan since 2011. M&M is offering a complete care tune-up for just $59. That's how you basically put off those expensive repairs for as long as possible. Their experienced technicians arrive ready to work and stand behind every job. I know that because when we had a minor issue, they were out that day to fix it. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR. Visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to our exceptional license. 210-220-6147. Doug Hirsch. 248-539-9797. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson. We are looking for who's QB3 going to be, and we're wondering if you've got a surprise cut or two for the Detroit Lions, because Sunday's an interesting day, and the one thing that happens is I always feel bad for the last guy who makes the roster, because they get. You go, oh, you made it. And then somebody else releases some player that you'd rather have than him. And you go, oh, no, you didn't. I wonder if players are told, hey, we're keeping you for now, but it's perilous. Like the guys at the 52, 53 guy, because suddenly every player that gets cut in the league is available to you.
I don't know if they would tell that individually to players or if they just make a blanket statement, which is the better way to approach that.
Yeah. I
mean, you have team meetings all the time. So I would imagine that could be something that's brought up. Hey, guys, just let you know, again, this week is really important for all of you. You know, we're lots of competition for roster spots, and, you know, understand that you're not, and you frame where you're saying you're not just trying to make this roster. If you're not fortunate enough to make this roster, it doesn't mean you're locked out of football. Other teams are looking at you too. Mm-hmm. So there can be movement throughout the league that allows you to still have an NFL job. And that way it lets them know. It's the same thing goes here. Hey, if you think you got a job here, you may not, because somebody else from somebody other's waiver wire is going to make more sense, just like you might make the waiver wire on somebody else's team.
It's an interesting one from an unnamed texter. I'm currently hoping that Cedric Van Prangranger from Buffalo gets cut and we can grab him with the injury to Cade Mays. He is running with their third team at center and former mid-round pick. And you must have been watching a lot of Buffalo preseason football, whoever sent this in to want their third center. But he could be. He could be cut.
Well, didn't the Ravens just lose a center? Somebody for the year?
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it was a starting center or backup, but somebody just lost for the year.
248-539-9797. Bill on a cell. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Doug, first of all, I'm ready for you and John and Michigan football. I always turn the TV down and listen to you guys every week, so I'm ready.
Oh, I appreciate that, Bill. Thank you very much.
As far as roster cuts, these guys don't impress me. They can't stay healthy, just like with the Tigers. That's another story. But I'm with, I think it was Kang said that I'd let Vaki go, because I know he's, special teams guy, but he can't stay healthy, and he doesn't show much as his running back. So I'd let Vaki go, and I would keep maybe Hunt or the other guy they signed from Cincinnati that played last year, week that had a good year, good game last week. Keep one of those guys. And Rakestraw, he better show something next week or get rid of that guy too, because I'm tired of dealing with that Rakestraw thing, injury and or whatever. I'm trying to deal with that too. And I think the quarterback situation is not done, because Minnesota has 4 quarterbacks, right? So if they cut, let's say they cut, I don't think they're going to cut JJ, but if they cut Carson Wentz, when you go do something like that and get rid of Dobbs, heck yeah. So that's still up in the air, I think, for the quarterback situation.
I think between Carson Wentz, Sam Howell, Mason Rudolph, veterans that have won games on decent teams in the past at times, all would be more attractive than Josh Dobbs. What Josh Dobbs has is that Josh Dobbs has been here in the system for a few weeks, and that's kind of it. And that's not a huge leg up, but they might be more comfortable than having a veteran come in. What would it be? Come Sunday, 2 weeks before the first game, and try and get up to speed. I also think something that might be happening a little bit with Vaki. Vaki was a positional player that basically stood out on special teams. I kind of wonder if his spot is being stolen by Jackson Meeks, because Jackson Meeks got showcased at tight end this past game, 26 snaps, 6 targets. He's their leading receiver in the preseason. And obviously, being a team's leading receiver in the preseason doesn't mean all that much, other than they have fed him the football. Then he had 1 tackle, 2 assists, and a forced fumble on special teams last weekend. So, and he's got position versatility. He's a player that they are repurposing as a tight end, but he's a wide receiver that's being repurposed as a tight end. I think they love that. I think Jackson Meeks has emerged to a point where I would consider him a lock to make this roster, even with Laporta healthy.
Well, he might be. I mean, because of how good he is on special teams, and because, as you said, the ability to play tight end, which that's where he might find the position. keep this in mind with Vaki. He was a two-way player at Utah.
Uh-huh.
So he played safety and also running back. So I want, and that's why he's really good at special teams. But the nagging stuff is going to be, you hope it's not an issue and that he's been, I don't know if he's been practicing this week or not. But I hope he's suiting up on Saturday, because if he's not suiting up on Saturday, I think he could be a casualty.
Yep. Got to stay healthy. 248-539-9797. Greg in Ferndale, random text. I know, Gator, but are you possibly going to see the greatest Canadian three-piece band on earth, Rush, going tomorrow night? And I'm more than excited.
I'm not going to see Rush. I saw Rush there with the 40th anniversary tour they had like 10 years ago. It was awesome. It was fantastic. Bill McAllister, former morning show host, he took me to the show, and we had these VIP seats, and it was incredible down on the floor. And basically what it meant was you got a package of gifts that came with the seats, and that was pretty great. I really enjoyed the show. But I will not be going to the show. It's not like I'm against it. I just don't have a ticket.
You're not anti-show.
No, I'm not anti-show at all. And Rush is the second best Canadian three-piece band behind Triumph, but that's okay.
I'll let the debate continue. Here's an interesting one. Rodrigo may not have a role in the linebacker room, which delegates him to just special teams. Just special teams might not be enough. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, Rodrigo also plays a little fullback from time to time.
But your guy Nowaski.
Yeah.
Devin White.
Yeah.
You've got Derek Barnes, Jack Campbell. I mean,
it's the same room as last year. You just sub in White for Anzalone.
Yeah.
So but the difference is what happens when Roller gets healthy.
Yeah, that's true.
Is he gonna make the 53 or is he gonna have to start on the PUP list?
Selfishly for me, I want Eric Hunter to make the linebacking room, and I think Nowaski would be the odd man out if Hunter made it. Hunter's obviously really young, has no experience in the NFL, but from what I've read and seen from reporters, right, he can provide like big splash plays on special teams, you know, like momentum changing type plays. The problem is he has never played in the NFL, a regular season game, so he's more prone to make mistakes maybe that someone like Nowaski wouldn't be making. You know, like he knows his assignments, where to be, things like that. And Eric Hunter's so raw, but his athleticism apparently is really like something they could utilize on special teams.
Okay, so with cut down day coming, one of the things people are starting to project some veteran players that might be cut. And NFL.com put out a list. You give me a position that you think they might go to find a player, and I'll tell you who might make, like what guys from that position made that list.
All right, let's start big with the quarterback.
The quarterbacks that might get cut, according to NFL.com, Sam Howell is on this list, could get cut by the Cowboys. Aiden O'Connell with the Vegas Raiders. J.J. McCarthy with Minnesota could get cut.
You think that's real?
What?
The McCarthy stuff?
So here's the thing. He's 2 years into a 4-year deal. The dead cap money is not that punitive. It's $6 million. And, you know, I think it has a lot to do with if there's anything behind the scenes. Is he just struggling? Or is he struggling in the locker room too? I think I think that could make it possible. I don't think the money is going to save him, because I think the dead money is money that Minnesota could handle.
It just seemed odd that you'd give up on a first round pick.
I agree. I agree.
It was a first round pick, right?
Yes.
Yeah, first round pick in year 2.
Yep. Andy Dalton from Philadelphia, also on that list.
Was Zach Wilson on that list?
I did not see Zach Wilson. This is put together by NFL.com. Are there any other?
Let's go running back.
Running backs that could get cut. Roschon Johnson from the Chicago Bears. I always love taking a Bear player and making him useful. Tyrone Tracy with the New York Giants could get cut. Caleb Johnson with the Pittsburgh Steelers could get cut. All names that have shown up as possibilities. Any other position?
How about cornerback?
Only one corner, Christian Fulton from Kansas City. And the story says, I don't think general manager Brad Veach will outright cut Fulton, who was solid in 8 games last season. But if I were at a team needing corner help, I would inquire about a trade. But he did make this list as a player that might down.
Was there any player on that list that kind of stood out to you like,
Do you remember Chad Muma? linebacker out of Wyoming.
Yeah.
It says here, Muma played deep into the fourth quarter against Philadelphia. Not a great sign for a veteran trying to make the roster. It appears he's quickly tumbled down the depth chart. God, I really liked him out of college. But
I like the Lions linebacker room.
Here's another one that I wanted to see the Lions sign a couple years ago, wide receiver Christian Kirk. 49ers, it says, while most of the Niners wide receivers is no stranger to injury, Kirk's calf ailment has lingered since the start of camp. The inaction coupled with the signing of Deebo Samuel and a star turn from rookie Dejon Stribling buries Kirk on the depth chart. The wide receiver could be a candidate to be released. 248-539-9797. It'll be interesting. That is coming up on Sunday. Big Old Tub of Pretzels coming up next hour. We'll talk some Tigers as well. That Scooble start looming tomorrow night is a big storyline in Detroit, and we will get to that here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
I don't want to.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. The Comerica Park return of Tarek Skubal is tomorrow night as he takes the mound in a Dodgers uniform. With his former team, the Tigers, now losers of 11 of their last 12 games. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts was asked about what kind of reception he thinks Skubal will get from Tigers fans. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch says there will be some awkward weirdness tomorrow night. The Tour Championship beginning this hour at East Lake in Atlanta with Scotty Scheffler, your favorite. The Big 12 officially voting to ban professional athletes from returning to college. That decision similar to what was passed earlier this week by the Big 10 and SEC. The ACC expected to be next to adopt similar rules. Today's the final day of training camp in Allen Park for the Lions before Saturday's preseason finale at the Colts. And high school football kicks off today across the state of Michigan. Some of the top games today are Saline Rockford, Orchard Lake St. Mary's, and Muskegon Mona Shores, Belleville Grand Blanc, and Hudsonville versus Byron Center. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I am freshly irritated. But I'm gonna pack it away and open that up later. I am freshly irritated.
Oh, like just in the last 30 seconds?
No, in the last couple of minutes. But
did I do something?
We'll get to it later, Scott. 248-539-9797. We have got a Lions discussion going.
A preemptive apology.
We're gonna. You don't worry about it, okay? I'm just freshly irritated. We will get to the big old tub of pretzels coming up this hour. In the meantime, a lot of people sounding off. Cut down day coming for the Lions, predicting who QB2 is going to be, some surprise cuts, players that you would put in the category of surprising but possible that might get cut by the Lions. And everybody seems to be scouring for help from elsewhere when there are excess parts, valuable, good players somewhere else. And, look, there were years where the Lions would feast on other teams' cuts because the Lions were terrible. But now they've got teams look at their cuts. Probably more so than vice versa. Let's go to Matt. You're on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Here's a bold QB2 because they have too many QBs. Shedeur Sanders, QB2.
Dude.
He'll be QB1 after 3 weeks in Cleveland.
But he is – people in Cleveland love him, and I feel like that's an ownership giving their investment one last shot at this thing before they hand it over to Shedeur.
But if they so I know they do love him, and I know he's going to get the starting job eventually. But let's say if they did cut him, would you be willing to sign him to QB2?
Yes. And the odds of them cutting him are very slim, if probably closer to none. Dylan Gabriel could get cut. He could get waived.
He'd be a good QB2 as well.
I don't know if he would or he wouldn't, but I'm trying to be respectful. There's no way in hell Shedeur Sanders is getting cut.
No.
I really, truly believe Shedeur Sanders is going to take more snaps at quarterback this year than Deshaun Watson, and I'm not even convinced that isn't the plan. I think what's gone on with Watson is we're not a Super Bowl team. We've got this massive investment. This guy at one point looked like a player. Let's give him one last look before we hand our organization over to Shedeur.
Yeah, and if you're Cleveland, you're doing the long play. Right? You don't have a chance of competing for a Super Bowl this year. So if you're doing the long play, let's try to get something out of this investment. One last-ditch effort here for Deshaun Watson. If it works out, okay, great. I don't expect it to, but if it works out, great. If it doesn't, let's give him a little leeway here. Give him 3 or 4 weeks, 3 or 4 games to show. And if he's as bad as it seems, we can make the switch and it's not going to be an issue. And we're getting a head start jump on the future of this team, and they're likely to have a higher draft pick, and although those things work out in their favor.
I know it's a crazy, crazy long shot, and there's definitely other variables at effect here, that come into play with Deshaun Watson. But it's kind of like with the Lions and Jared Goff, and this is what I mean by this. Everyone kind of just thought Goff was going to be this bridge gap quarterback, get us to the next guy, right?
Yeah.
But he actually had some success. He was the number 1 overall pick. And the organization, Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell saw something like maybe this guy can be our guy. And we believe he can be that guy. They used the Stafford draft capital to build the rest of the team. Who did the Browns just trade? Their biggest asset, Myles Garrett. That's their Stafford. You know what I mean? To build the rest of the team. If by chance Deshaun Watson does find it, right? This is like, wow, we found our quarterback. We don't need a quarterback now. We have our quarterback. We have future draft capital and assets through the Myles Garrett trade. They can build something. Now, like I said, this is a crazy long shot. I don't think Watson's going to be anything, but you might as well give it a shot. And then if the first 2 games are on the road, if he doesn't pan out, you don't start him at home. You start Shedeur at home, and the fans, have something to look forward to.
We have an older vehicle right now, okay? And it was having some problems. And we took it in, and what we were told was that we could still drive it, but it's going to need massive repairs, okay? So we've got this vehicle that's going to need massive repairs. And we said, well, what if we try to just extend the life until we're not, till we can afford to get a new car? And they're like, yeah, you could probably milk it for another year. You gotta top off the oil a lot. That's what they're doing with Deshaun. They're trying to see if they can get a year out of him, see if they can just, maybe, just maybe, ride this thing for a while. And that's what we're trying to do with our old car until we're ready to get a new one. And I think that car's paid for. Deshaun, they paid a lot.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
Still paying a lot.
Yes, they are. Let's see here. From Drift in Chester, Tucky. Andy Dalton will be QB2. You're not thrilled.
No, I mean, no. Why would I be thrilled? I think because he's played in the league for a long time. He hasn't been relevant in forever. And
well, I mean, I guess just is he better than Josh Dobbs?
Right.
Could he be better than Josh Dobbs? How good or bad he is almost secondary to how does he compare to what their current situation is. Cut Luke Allmeyer, pick up Jimmy Garoppolo. Goff has beaten the injury odds the last 2 seasons. A proven competent backup quarterback for a few games could make or break playoff chances. That's from TC and Royal Oak. So Garoppolo didn't throw a pass last year. And the year before, he started 1 game and went 0 for 1. And then 3 years ago, is that right? No, he didn't. He went 27-20. He lost a game. My bad. 27-41 in the 1 game he played. 3 years ago, he played for Vegas.
He was 3-3.
Yeah. Through how many touchdowns here?
7 touchdowns and 9 picks.
9 picks. I mean, the Garoppolo, late stage Garoppolo is probably better than Dobbs. I don't know if essentially 3 years removed from last really playing stage Garoppolo is worth it.
Yeah, I mean, in your backup quarterback, you're really looking for somebody that's in their mid to late 30s. I mean, I get there's an experience factor, but for Garoppolo, it hasn't been good experience.
Yep.
And for Dalton, it's, he's 38.
Next text. Gator, I saw Rush last night, and it was the best show they ever put on. Top 10 of my favorite concerts ever, and I've seen close to 100 concerts. Weasel your way into a free ticket or get a cheap one. You won't be disappointed.
Look, they do put on a great show. I loved it when I went 10 years ago, whatever. And I'm not against it because...
Why do you hate Rush?
I don't hate Rush. I like Rush a lot.
Gator, you know more about this than me or Doug, but just from the feedback we get, do Rush fans want you to love Rush as much as they do? Is there something about I feel like when we talk, right?
Okay.
It's like
it's
when
a
we
good
talk,
question.
Comes up as a topic.
Yes,
it's a great question.
No other band I feel like is this much
Okay.
where I get Rush fans going, you got to see Rush. I'm like, well, why? Do I have to see? You can see Rush.
It's like fans of The Wire. Yeah. you got to.
You got to watch The Wire. Really, you need to watch The Wire, Doug. I think it's a good question to ask, and I think you're right. In direct contrast to DCFC.
Or they don't want you to be
Where they
fans?
just they don't want the extra fans. They just want they got their tight knit group and that's it. That's it. But yeah, Rush fans want you to because they want everybody to experience how great the band is. I think you're right.
More than others, it seems, right?
I think so. Yeah, no, they're pretty
people,
vocal.
Like you haven't said anything bad about Rush,
No.
but people are still trying to convince you to go see Rush.
I've seen them.
Here's what's clear.
I saw one Neil Peart. I mean, do I need to see
Yeah,
them?
but you got to go again.
You haven't said enough nice things.
Yes.
You haven't said anything bad.
Well, no, I've said that Triumph is the better 3-piece band from Canada, is what I've said.
Well, Gator, just next
Dreadlock,
text.
Triumph.
Gator, you are correct. Triumph. Oh, boy. You better be careful, man. Rush fans are going to show up on your doorstep.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, Rush has been around forever. These guys
You
are,
don't say.
yeah, they've been around forever. But and there's cool things like the Geddy Lee, the singer bass player. He's a tremendous sports fan. Has a ridiculous Kang. You should get him on Kang Collects. He has a ridiculous memorabilia collection.
Well,
I'm surprised that text hasn't come through yet.
just keep in mind, it's Gator that said that
Yes.
about Triumph.
Yeah.
It was Gator that said it.
Love Triumph. I'm not gonna back down from that.
248-539-9797. All right, Big Old Tub of Pretzels next. At 11:30, we will get to a college football question that we tweeted out. If you want to participate, it's for Michigan and Michigan State fans. There is a good chance that your answer will be read on the air. So go check it out on Twitter, and we will get to some of those answers coming up for Wolverine and Spartan fans as we are 8 days away from Michigan State's opener, 9 days away from Michigan's opener. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Karsch and Anderson radio program. We do something called the Big Old Tub of Pretzels, where people send in random questions, and we do our best to answer said questions. Kang's got the tub behind the glass there, and a whole bunch of new questions came in today.
Yeah, do you guys want to go with a new batch, something from the actual tub itself, or go back and forth?
Let's go back and forth.
A little back and forth.
Yeah. All right, a little back and forth action. Which one first? Does it matter?
Let's go old school.
Oh, sure.
All right, old school, something that's been in the tub for a minute.
Yep.
All right, first question, boys. How many TVs can you actually watch at once where you can really follow the games?
Great question.
You're more qualified to answer this than me.
So I set up a command center in the basement with 3 TVs.
How many are you actually following?
It's honestly, I will admit, it's a little overrated because you really can only follow one game. So I always had this thought in my mind that I would be totally locked into 3 games at once. It's hard. But what makes it what you have to do, and this is just chaos, is you have to have the volume up on all 3 to really be paying attention. Because it's chaos.
That's chaos. How do you do that?
I know. I've come to discover that it's a little overrated. It's great and overrated at the same time, if that makes any sense.
The execution is harder to pull
it's
off.
It's really
right?
hard to watch more, really, like you said, really be watching.
Yeah, really, yeah. Not just like, it's on. You got to follow it, yeah.
Yep.
Gator, for you?
1. I honestly, I've tried. I thought that the Xfinity has like multi-view or something like that where you can watch 4 games at once. And when I realized, I think it was last year when they had the first year of it, I was like, oh, this is going to be incredible. You know, like gamble on Saturdays. Let's go. Let's watch those games. And it became a distraction because it's like, I'm trying to follow 4 here. My head's like circling around. And you're right. If you don't have, you have the volume up on one game and it's like, well, this game's getting exciting. Why am I think it might be different if I had 2 TVs and one was on multi-view and the other was concentrated on one game and that one game had the volume. Maybe that'd be a better way to do it. But I'll just watch one. I'll flip. I'd rather flip than sit there and, bob my head around.
And I'm going to say something completely nonsensical. I'm thinking about adding a 4th TV. Because the kid moved out, I got the spare TV, and I'm thinking about it.
Do it, man. Why not? Why not pay attention to another TV while you're at it, right? Yeah, I agree. I think 2 is the max, and it's still tough because you're right, guys. It's too hard to really follow the action and know the flow of the game if you're not just following one game. Now, you and I watch Red Zone a lot, Gator.
Yeah.
The Octobox. Well, I mean, what would you even do with that?
I don't even.
How could you even follow the week, right?
I mean, Octobox is a nice little novelty to have for about 5 seconds, and I'm like, get me to a game. That's what I love about Red Zone is that they don't spend too much time on the Octobox or the Quad Box or whatever. You'll get right back to the plays that matter. And as soon as the ball is snapped or getting ready to be snapped, they concentrate on the one game. It's great.
All right, let's go to a new question that came through today. They didn't sign their text, so it's an unnamed texter. Tub question. Does a fish drink water? We know they eat,
That's
right?
a fantastic question, because it's like, I think a fish filters water. Like the water goes through the gills and goes into their mouth. I mean, their mouths open up to consume the water.
Like through whatever's they filter?
They have to an extent, right?
I'm just going to go with that because that sounds smart. They filter water.
They have to somehow drink water.
I mean, they need it to survive.
Or is it just is it through the food they eat or like the plants?
What do you want to do the cruel experiment and take the fish out of water and see how long it lasts?
No. I want to see, like, do they absorb the water through their gills? If somebody told me that was true, I'd go, oh, okay. I have no idea. None whatsoever. Whoever asked that question, you're a bastard.
I asked Corbin, he just stared at me for like 10 seconds.
No idea. Next question.
All right, this one's an easy one. Chips or cookies on a plane? They ask you, I guess?
Yeah.
I mean, I got the sweet tooth. I like them both, though, because there's something that's great about having something salty on a plane, but I got it. I mean,
you go cookies?
I go with both, but if I was only
Okay.
left with one, it'd be cookies.
First thing I ask is, do you have milk?
Of course.
And if they have milk, I get the cookies. If they do not have milk, I get a Miller Lite and the pretzels.
That's a great answer, actually. I respect your answer.
Thank you. Respect your fish filter water answer.
Thank you.
Good job.
All right, this one's from Gabe in Rochester Hills. Is the new one.
Yep.
When you drop a bar of soap on the ground, is the soap dirty or is the ground clean?
So I assume you mean in the shower. And it's not that clean. And yet,
I think the soap's dirty.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I've gotten to this point where in my life where I don't really use a bar of soap. I have the hand soap or
What do you
body,
like,
body
body
wash.
wash? Body wash?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I don't worry about that. There is a bar of soap in the shower niche. I do have one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go. The soap's dirty.
All right.
You can clean it off.
Yeah.
Let's go back to
You're in the
tub.
shower.
Big old tub here. This is an old one. If your car could talk, what would it complain about most to you? I know what mine would complain about.
Why are you in such a hurry?
Oh, slow down?
It's not that I speed; it's that I get up to speed quickly. You know, I like acceleration.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I
You
do
slam on the accelerator?
I do go through traffic. I bob and weave.
Oh,
My car would say, "Hey, how about a vacuum every once in a while?"
all right, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not you, though, Doug, is it the kids?
Here's what the car would say: you eat too much while in the car.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the car would say to me.
And do you talk back and say, "I do not. It's not me"?
No, the kids leave trash. The car would say a
Oh,
lot
you
about
do
the
eat
kids.
in the car then?
I eat in the
Oh.
car, but I clean stuff up. But there's crumbs and stuff like that.
I have a friend who takes her car in every week to get cleaned. Did a lot of traveling, and she has a dog with her almost every day in the car. And invariably, the people at the car wash will say, "Ooh, got some Scooby snacks in here." Doggy crumbs.
Yeah.
Mine would say, would it kill you to fart outside the car once?
Yeah. No, yeah.
A lot of that going in the car. You're
yeah,
in
I
the
bet.
car. Where are you going to, the seat's probably getting crushed, man.
Nobody else.
I feel bad.
C would have a lot to say.
That's
the
Yeah.
part, yeah.
Maybe the car might say, "Hey, you don't have to use the horn."
Hey, actually, I'm going to bet. Yeah. I would say, cut back on the language, man.
Yeah, I swear a lot.
Yeah.
All right. This one's a new one. Eric in Richmond just sent this over. When making a root beer float, does the ice cream go in first or the root beer go in first?
I think the ice cream's got to go in first. Although, I mean, you're definitely going to get the float if you pour the root beer first, and then take the scoop. But I would worry about, did I fill it up too high with the root beer? And when I drop in the scoop, then it's going to come overflowing. So I don't want to do that. So I'd put the ice cream in first.
I'm going to say this with a great amount of. I have no idea. I don't know. I can't remember the last time I made a root beer
can't
float.
either.
You tell me.
They're so good,
Somebody tell me. Should I put the ice cream in first?
Gator just told you. I think the ice cream goes in first, too,
Does
Gator.
it?
I think you're right. That's a good call on that one.
I mean, if you're doing it for the gram, then go ahead and put it in afterwards to get the spill over and it looks great and all that. But it's messy. So
And I know
you
how
throw
much
the
you're
ice cream.
motivated by doing things for the gram.
Yeah.
I have no
That's
idea.
me.
I have no idea how to answer.
It's just social media.
Yeah, you can't stop, Gator. Stop
Can't stop.
posting
I
so
probably
much.
put
Sorry, guys.
I'd probably put the ice cream in first.
There you
and
go.
Then,
And then hand it to somebody else because it's too sweet for you, Doug.
yeah, probably. One more. Let's do
right.
one more.
Moment on the lips.
All right. This one, you want to go back to the people?
Let's do a
or-
new one. Yeah, a new one.
All right, new one. All right, a new one. Sticking with the driving theme that we had earlier. When you use Google Maps and it comes up and says alert you that cops are ahead or police are ahead, do you verify or deny the notification to warn other drivers behind you?
Oh, so when it says still
Yeah,
there,
Yep.
I hit that still there button every
Always.
single time.
There you go.
You let
Every
people
single
know.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything. Car
Yeah,
on the
like-
side of the road, still there.
Lane
I feel
closure,
like I'm
still
scoring
there.
points. I feel like at some point I'll look up and I'll have like 95 points and I can trade that in for a new windshield wiper or something. I don't know. But don't you feel like you're scoring points?
Gator, what do you do?
Well, I've never used it, the feature in my car. However, no, I haven't. But I did when I drove to Wisconsin a few weeks ago with my brother. He drove. He had it the entire time. And this was new to me. This is for my first experience with it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what is that? It's like, it's letting me know if there's an
amazing.
accident.
You are amazing sometimes to me.
Why do I need a Google map driving where I already know where I'm going?
Do you always know where you're going?
Most times,
Do
and
you
if I
ever
don't,
leave the
then I'll
Metro
put in,
Trader?
then I'll type in my navigation. How do I get to this place? I don't need all the ancillary stuff.
Well,
I
just
found it
comes up.
interesting.
So for me, Doug, I do it every time because it's like leave a penny, take a penny. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
you're just helping the guy behind you, whoever. I don't know who it is, but yeah, yes, the police are still there. Yes, there's a lane closure. Yes, there's an object in the middle of the road. So
It's
I let people
distracting.
know.
Go and reach across, and you hit the screen.
Well, how do you know? You just saw it for the first time.
I don't because it was an 8-hour drive both ways.
You can have your passenger do it. There it is. That concludes. Thanks for all your questions into the big old tub of pretzels. And we'll do it again down the road. If you have any more and you want to send them over, text them now at 248-539-9797. All right, straight ahead. We tweeted out a Michigan and Michigan State question. And we got a bunch of answers. We will get to those. If you sent us the tweet, we could read it on the air. You can go answer it now. And we'll continue the conversation with some college football next here on 97.1. So today, the ESPN put out a list, sleeper college football players who could break out in the 2026 season. The list of established stars around college football entering 2026 is both glitzy and robust. But every season produces a set of surprise stars, players who emerge from under the radar and enter the spotlight. Some of the names on the list will be recognizable as they've shown production either with their current teams or former ones. Some of them are coming off injuries or have reduced roles behind established stars. None of them appears in ESPN's top 100 players for the 2026 season. I surveyed coaches in every Power 4 conference as well as others from the Group of 6 to identify sleepers for this fall. So we asked the question, and I will tell you that not one Spartan nor Wolverine made the list. But we want to know from Michigan and Michigan State fans, who is that sleeper player for you from your roster that maybe isn't getting talked about a ton, but you think could break out and be a star this year? 248-539-9797. We tweeted that out and got a bunch of answers. Getter, do you want to give one for Michigan State, or do you want me to start reading some of the answers here first?
I'll offer up one.
Okay.
If you look at the too deep depth chart online, which is do that with at your own risk because they don't put out depth charts, but you can find some out there that have nothing to do with the university. Somebody else put it together.
Yep.
I'm going to go with somebody who's an edge rusher on this team, a redshirt sophomore, got a little bit of a taste of playing time last year, had 2 sacks last year, was a transfer from Wisconsin, I believe, a Hawaiian player, Anelu Lafayette. Nice. And I think that this is a guy that I remember watching last year, like flashed. I saw a big number 11, like, who's this guy? Lafayette? Interesting. I just feel like, okay, good start last year. Maybe a larger role being part of the rotation this year. Maybe he can be one of these pass rushing specialists.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a name from Michigan that is a player that if he doesn't break out this year, I think he has got an extraordinarily bright future. I mean, a really bright future. And I think he might get a chance this year. Freshman tight end Mason Bonner. He's 6 feet 7 inches tall. He is a monster. And I've seen a little bit of him in practice. But in talking with people, he catches everything. The one thing working against him, and one of the reasons why he probably isn't creating buzz, is because
is he wiry?
He's 6 feet 7 inches tall, 229 pounds, and he has to put on some weight to play the tight end position in the Big Ten. But it could happen quickly as a playmaking tight end. But if it's not this year, it's going to be as soon as he does put on the weight, because he is an impressive physical specimen.
How has Whittingham, this might be unfair, but I think you're going to have the answer.
Okay.
How has Whittingham used tight ends in the past at Utah? Because obviously Michigan under Harbaugh and with Sharon Moore, it was a focal point, and they've produced a bunch of tight ends in the NFL. Was that part of the bag of tricks there with Utah?
I don't know necessarily, but I've asked him actually that question amongst others, and yeah, they really, really like the tight end position and make it part of the offense. And Jason Beck, the new offensive coordinator, has spoken about the tight ends, and I think they expect them to be a big part of this offense. So 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hey, good afternoon. So I think the player to look out for, I think it's going to make a big impact, is Daly for the Wolverines. Great edge rusher. I think he's going to be eventually at that Hutchison level. Watching him play, I just think he's going to be really good.
The player you're talking about, for people who don't know, is John Henry Daly, who was a transfer from Utah, who last year had 11 and a half sacks through 10 games before he snapped his Achilles. It'll be interesting to see if that slows him at all. Achilles injuries are tough to come back from.
They're usually slow to come back.
And he's been cleared. I think they said last week he's not on a pitch count at all. But
still takes time
until you see them out on the field performing. So it might take some time.
17 and a half tackles for loss as well.
Yeah.
That was one of the good transfers that he brought with him. But like you said, Achilles,
Yep.
And these are injuries that's an injury that takes a while. Like, you may be ready to go ahead and train full bore. That's fine, but it doesn't mean that thing's ready to go itself to the level that you played at. But for him, hopefully it is, because he's a hell of a player.
And yeah, dude, everybody loves a great edge rusher, right?
Yeah.
All right, here's some feedback we got via Twitter from Dennis Tariq Boney. Tariq Boney is a freshman edge rusher. He and Carter Meadows are two players that have been mentioned as freshmen that they expect to play this year. Patrick has a good one here. Travis Johnson, it's a freshman wide receiver, and I will almost guarantee he will see the field and make some plays.
That's at Michigan.
Yep. Perry says Bryce is going to kill it this year, no doubt. And Michigan State, the tight end Savoy, he is going to have a good year.
Is it Savoy or Savory? Jaden.
He wrote Savoy.
Yeah, he's listed as the starter. So let's see if he can hold that up.
Yep.
But Parachek is the other guy at tight end that does really well.
And he's healthy. Parachek.
I believe he's
okay. Steve writes in, I don't know if he's a sleeper, but Bracey, the transfer from Memphis, could be a first-round pick. Another player that has created a lot of buzz. Bracey, a transfer, yes, from Memphis. Jacob writes in, for being real, there's not a lot of talent on the MSU roster, but if I had to pick someone, I'd say Charles Taplin.
Wide receiver.
Yep. What do you know about him? Have you heard anything?
Redshirt freshman. I want to say he's undersized. He's only 6 feet. He's from Texas. Caught one pass last year, but Michigan State's wide receiver room feels like it's open competition. Go ahead and do what you can. Although they got Bullard back for his 4th year, which is good.
You guys got Fredro. That was his nickname. Fred Moore when he was at Michigan. He's now at Michigan State. Fredro.
All right.
Yeah. From Dogs Stole Greg, Tommy Carr. There were a lot of drop passes last year, but in my opinion, Bryce's accuracy is still in question, especially on 3rd and long. In addition, the scheme could put Bryce in danger of getting dinged up. Well, there sounds like there's more of a commitment to run Bryce Underwood more. Brandon Fowler Nicolosi, who is a transfer from Colorado State, was a little bit slow, and I think Tommy Carr was probably trending to be QB2. But the transfer coming in, Fowler Nicolosi kid, a little slow in getting up to speed. But it sounded like when Jason Beck met with the media last week, they are comfortable with QB2, and it's a 2-horse race between Tommy Carr and the veteran Brandon Fowler Nicolosi. From Dr. Sigmund Ziff, tweet says, Buchanan and Hyder are not out of nowhere, so I'll go with Nate Marshall. J.J. Buchanan, wide receiver transfer from Utah. And Savion Hyder, 5-star running back. They're getting a lot of pub. Nate Marshall is an edge rusher who early on didn't get a lot of mention as other guys are getting mentioned at the edge rusher spot. And then recently, Jay Hill, the defensive coordinator, gave him some love. So, yep. 248-539-9797. You mentioned a guy. We've had some people mention players that aren't completely out of the blue for the fan bases, but are probably out of the blue for like the Big Ten. And you mentioned a guy from Michigan State that you didn't want. We were kind of talking about, is he out of the blue? He won't be for State fans, but he might be for the Big Ten.
Yeah, and it's Cam Edwards, the running back. I mean, this is a guy they're really going to count on to carry the load for the team. And he's a transfer from UConn, and he did really well at UConn. I mean, his first year there was 618 yards. The next year was 830 yards. And then last year jumped up to 1,240 yards and 15 touchdowns last season. It's a guy who averaged nearly 6 yards a carry last year, was 5 yards a carry the first year and 5.7 the second year. So he's trending in the right direction. We'll see how he does. One of his offensive linemen is with him as well here at Michigan State, and Michigan State's kind of rebuilt the offensive line with transfers. So they've got an opportunity to at least be able to run the football, and I hope they can, because they're going to need to. They're going to need to slow things down, be methodical about it, and if they have hopes of, a bowl season or more than 6 wins anyway.
248-539-9797. You want to continue the conversation? We are talking about sleepers from Michigan and Michigan State. Who's a guy you like to burst onto the scene in 2026? It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, summer may be winding down, but the savings are just heating up over at Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield. Now, if you've been thinking about upgrading your ride before back to school gets into full swing, now is the time to make your move. Get to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph and check out a Chevy Silverado or a Chevy Trailblazer with payments as low as just $179 a month. That's right, a Silverado or Trailblazer for as low as $179 a month. And at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, it's more than just a great deal. It's the Sarah difference. It's a team committed to making your car buying experience easier, more transparent, and frankly, focused on you. So before summer slips away, make your move. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. Experience the Sarah difference, helping you get where you want to go.
Gator, I want you to go on the record with something.
All right.
You got a hunch. Tell the people what your hunch is.
I got a hunch that the Red Wings are going to have a new general manager by Monday.
By Monday.
It's just a hunch.
Okay.
There's no inside info on that. It's just a hunch.
All right. We noted. Gator's hunch has been recorded here on the 27th of August. New GM announced for the Red Wings by Monday. Today is National Peach Day. How do you feel about the peach?
I don't love the peach. It's okay. The application that I like the peach in is I've made a white sangria with white wine and different fruits, and peaches have been sliced up and part of that, and that's fine. It adds more depth of flavor to that white sangria. Outside of that, I really don't care for the peach flavor. I've had like peach Celsius. I don't like the peach Celsius, and it's a bummer because they have a 12-pack, the variety pack, and it comes with 3 flavors, and one of the 3 flavors is the peach. I'm like, I don't want the peach vibe.
So you just don't buy it. You don't buy the whole 12-pack.
No, so now I just buy individual cans.
One flavor can ruin a 12-pack. It really is it's a very, I don't understand the 12-pack concept because I'm not buying a 12-pack unless I want a variety pack. Let me be clear. The 12-pack variety pack of anything. Unless I love all 4 that are in there, why am I getting this? I mean, you can get it for parties.
Guests.
For parties and guests. You know how much guest beer we got sitting in our garage fridge?
About as much
Crap
as
we're
I
never
do.
going to drink ever.
I know.
So
I know the feeling.
I think the variety pack, 12-pack is one of the biggest ripoffs out there. I've only come across one 12-pack of alcohol, of any kind of alcohol. It was like a truly citrus pack where I was like, I like all 4 of those flavors. I'll get that one. Otherwise, you just got all these. I mean, you know how many cans of peach Surfside iced tea we've got in our fridge? All that stuff may as well be paint thinner. We're not drinking it.
But you know what that is? That's for guests. It's any port in a storm. Hey, what do you got to drink? This is all I got. All right, I'll have it.
If somebody comes over to our house and says, "Oh, a peach Surfside," I'm like, yes, yes,
You want to take 'em
all you
home?
want. All right, so the peach for peaches, messy. They are messy. Some people can cut them up into like little eighths, like little.
Right.
Yeah, that's great.
Slicing an apple.
We went through a peach. We made peach fuzzes as a drink, which was I think it was 3 peaches cut up into a blender, a entire frozen concentrate pink lemonade thing, and a bottle of vodka and ice, and you spin it up and it makes a very nice concoction.
I can see that being good.
Haven't done that in a long time.
I mean, I remember drinking Fuzzy Navels when I was younger, which was orange juice, peach schnapps, and maybe you might spill a little vodka in there too to amp it up because the peach schnapps is not that high alcohol content.
Back to that ESPN list, sleeper college football
Didn't
players.
you vomit off of peach schnapps?
Well, that was a young, very young, early 20s, terrible night for Doug, and I've avoided peach flavor ever since. Actual peach I will eat. I will not drink anything that's peach flavored.
Ken, you're not down with peach, are you?
I like peach cobbler. I like peach cobbler a la mode, but that's probably about it with peach. It's not like when you go to the grocery store, I don't remember the last time I bought peaches. Like I buy fruit all the time. It's usually the same: bananas, grapes, apples, oranges. Never really, peaches probably last on the list. And I'm not against peach. It's not like it's disgusting to me or anything. It's just, it's not first of mind.
Yeah, actual peach, sure. Peach flavor, not a chance in hell.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so you like the peach though?
The actual peach, yeah. I mean, on occasion, I don't.
When's the last time you actually went and bought peaches? Like a regular peach?
Well, me or the wife?
Oh, she buys white?
We have peaches sitting at home right now.
Is this where she buys it and she doesn't eat it and it just sits there?
Oh.
I'm not making any commentary about it. I'm just saying. We got
Jarred something loose there, Doug.
Gives you a reason to make a drink, though.
Gator in those golden potatoes. It sat there forever.
I mean, not forever. Eventually, I had to throw them out.
Still in the bag, unopened.
Dude, I'm embarrassed by stuff that I've had to throw out because
dude,
I just forget about it, or
it's the worst.
Yeah. Like, oh man, there's a cottage cheese. I forgot about a cottage cheese.
Yeah. I never opened it.
What's that? July 12th.
No, 2012.
Right, yeah, that's got to go.
All right, back to that sleeper college football players who could break out in 2026. I mentioned there was nobody from Michigan to Michigan State, but there is a former Spartan on the list. Gator, would you venture a guess as to who the former Spartan is that is now elsewhere that is going to break out?
So, but this can't be a top 100 player.
Yep.
So it's not going to be Nick Marsh.
No.
Is it Caton Hauser?
It is. Caton Hauser, quarterback, Illinois. Hauser comes to Illinois with 26 career starts, including 7 for Michigan State during his turbulent 2023 season, which is tied for 12th most nationally. He really elevated his game at East Carolina, especially in 2025, when he completed nearly 66% of his passes for 3,300 yards and 19 touchdowns. Add 9 more rushing touchdowns.
So, we get these odds that come in all the time from Jimmy Shapiro.
Yep.
At BetOnline, AG or whatever it is. And they had one today that was passing leaders for conference odds. And in the Big Ten, they listed, I think it was 15 quarterbacks.
Yep.
Were there 18 teams?
Yep.
So 3 quarterbacks were not listed. I believe the quarterback for Northwestern.
Aiden Childs.
Oh, I'm sorry. He was on this.
Okay.
So Michigan State was not on the list. Milivojevic was left off that list. And I think Purdue's quarterback was left off that list.
Okay.
And now I can't remember what the other team would have been. But it's is that like massive disrespect? Actually, no, Aiden Childs is not on the list.
Isn't he?
No.
Okay, so who's not on the list?
It would be no, he is. Why am I'm blind.
All right.
So Michigan State, Purdue, and I can't off the top of my head.
I don't know if it's disrespect or they don't know what to do with them. I think that's more they don't know what to do with them, and so they just don't put a number out. There are 4 former Spartan quarterbacks slated to start elsewhere. The aforementioned Caton Hauser and Aiden Childs at Illinois and Northwestern, respectively.
Noah Kim.
Noah Kim is slated to start for Eastern Michigan. And Sam Levitt is supposed to start for LSU. Pat Fitzgerald, job 1. When you get the talent, keep the talent.
Well, maybe that's what's going to go on here with Milivojevic.
All right, so 248-539-9797. A lot of feedback coming in from the big old tub of pretzels.
Minnesota's the other team.
Okay.
No, Drake Lindsay is there. Damn it, last one.
Dude, you might want to punt on this whole thing. You keep
I'm going to have to punt.
I'm
going to have to punt.
Doug's car would say, man, you should have run that lady over trying to hold that parking spot.
You think your car was disappointing you in that
I
day?
think the car was eager.
Iowa.
Dude, punt.
I'm done.
Again, no,
I'm done. I got it.
You were done when you
Iowa.
started.
You know how Gator is.
Yeah.
I have to finish.
Dan and
It's like the accountant.
Dan in Davisburg. Fish kind of inhale their food so the water comes in with the food.
Okay, well, what about the other 99% of the time that they're not eating food?
I don't know.
I'm telling you, I think that it's just the body's a filter for water.
If your car could talk to you, what would your car say? Unnamed texter says, my car would say, are you smoking again? I will make the commentary that when you get into a car that's been smoked in, you know it.
You know it.
Yep. If my car could talk, it would say Michigan roads suck. That's from Harvey taking the kids camping.
Hopefully they don't do, yeah. No air mattress, though.
Dude, I should have listened.
Just have an air mattress that works.
We gave the air. Do you realize that 100% of air mattresses fail? It's a fact. Unnamed texter, narking on the cops with Google Maps? Well, that's the end of Officer Matt dropping off the snacks.
I don't do it.
He doesn't do it, Matt, because he doesn't use the app.
Yeah,
but,
so he doesn't do it.
Because I can drive like a normal human being.
Well,
a competent driver that doesn't need the aid.
You also, Google Maps lets you know if there's going to be like a traffic jam or an accident as well.
Yeah. It has usefulness other than just narking on cops. 248-539-9797. Okay.
How'd that help you out when we went to Comerica Park yesterday?
The Google Maps?
Yeah.
I noticed that there was traffic coming and there was a construction. And I noticed it wasn't going to last long. That was the good news. Okay. I want to get to what irritated me. I put it off. I'm very irritated by this. And we'll play it for you and see if you're irritated by it. We'll get to that today at 12:02. It's Carson Anderson also coming up a little bit later on. I got some Lion stuff we'll kick around, some new NFL rules, and a new segment we're going to do called Say Goodbye. We're going to say goodbye today at 12:30. Gators got a new addiction. It's always good to bring your addictions to the air. We'll do that in the second half of the show here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. I was trying to save this for tomorrow. And then I heard this. This is Dodger manager Dave Roberts on what kind of reception he expects Skubal to get in Detroit. I would kindly request that Dave Roberts shut the blank up.
You're going to give him the speech?
Dude, do not tell another fan base how they should act. Do not tell another fan base that there's a lot of gratitude. No. And do not tell a fan base this is not his doing. Okay? Now, I wouldn't make the case that the Tigers...
He didn't ask to be traded.
No, but he made it pretty clear he wasn't coming back here. Well, he didn't. Well, he did. He did by hiring Scott Boras. Now, the Tigers have some fault here, too, right? They could have stepped up and maybe signed some contract that is beyond reasonable means for an organization like the Tigers. They could have. But the manager who's been gifted the highest payroll in baseball, nobody's got it better than him. And he expects Tiger fans to cheer on the pitcher that we used to have pitching for them. He said he expects the fans to cheer him on. I'm sorry, Dave Roberts. You don't get a say in how Detroit reacts to Tarik Skubal coming back. You don't. You can talk to your own fans if you've got something to say to them. But I say this all the time. Fans can feel however they want. You can do whatever you want. That's your right as a fan. And exercise that right. And don't let us tell you how to feel. We tell you how we feel, but we don't.
Within reason.
Within reason, sure. But I don't want to hear from Dave Roberts on this topic.
I echo most of your sentiments. I don't want to hear from Dave Roberts, period. It's a whole different lifestyle with the Dodgers because you spend twice as much as everybody else. So it's not fair. It just go away. I think that fans will be respectful to Skubal when he's introduced. I think Skubal's going to tip the hat and probably do the wave around like thank you, and thus concludes the cheering of Tarik Skubal. I would hope that the fans would react that way, but I don't think the fans can be cheering on every strikeout that he's going to notch.
No.
Or if the Dodgers end up with a win and Skubal's out there high-fiving his team, they're not going to be happy about that. But again, I'm not going to tell them how to feel. It's just my sense of what people are going to do and how they're going to react.
Now, maybe because the Tigers have faded and a realistic path to the playoffs doesn't seem to be there. Maybe some of the intensity to beat him is lost because the Tigers, with all respect due to people who are still hanging on, it feels as though, to me, that the Tigers aren't probably playing for anything anymore this year. They're playing spring training games for 2027. But so maybe some of the intensity of which fans would root against him is gone. But you don't get any say about how comfortable an environment you want it to be for your pitcher on the road. None whatsoever. And if fans, my feelings towards Skubal really, really took a turn south with Boras's public comments.
Mm-hmm.
This is it's a painful topic for Tiger fans. And you're out there spitting rhymes, turning this into this jovial little, with Scooby snacks, blah, blah, blah. He will go to the highest bidder. and all that crap that he did, the limericks he was putting together, it's not funny to us. And I said at the time, and it honestly changes the way I look at Scooble, is that is a person representing you who is, I think, toying with the fans of Detroit's emotions and having a good old time with it. And if that person was representing me, I would have told him to shut up. And he did it a couple of times. And did that take a little bit away from what I feel towards Scooble upon his return? It did. I wouldn't boo him. And as far as like cheering and standing ovations and all that, and tribute videos, they're probably going to do one. I feel like that should be reserved for players who win championships. And I sincerely mean that. I think when you won a championship, you're a player on a team that won a championship. Any player on a team that won a championship, you elevate into like historic and romantic relationship with that city. And if you didn't, and this is also pretty fresh too. That's the other thing. This is a fresh wound.
Well, I don't have any issue with them if they're going to have some sort of video tribute to the guy who was a 2-time Cy Young Award winner here.
Yep.
Who was a draft pick of the Tigers, led them to the playoffs in 2 straight years. I mean, he was great. There's no question about it. And there should be some sort of video tribute. And hopefully it's not too long and too elaborate, but just a little nod from the Tigers organization saying thank you. That's it. It's pleasant and you can move on. But no, we're not going to be cheering throughout the game. We don't like the Dodgers to begin with. Don't appreciate what the Dodgers stand for. Being born on third base because of this ridiculous TV deal that's been grandfathered in, so you don't have to share your revenue. No. That's got to be fixed before the next collective bargaining agreement. So I can totally understand why people be upset. I also find it's interesting with Scooble. He's alienated both fan bases, the Tigers and the Dodgers, with his comments. Once he's in LA, he's wearing a Dodger uniform, and he's talking about, I hope Detroit does negotiate in the offseason. I'd love to come back. Mm-hmm. Like, wait a minute. Aren't you playing for the Dodgers now?
Right.
So he's already alienated both fan bases, which is just kind of interesting on this. I think he's just maybe a little bit of a different dude, but his association with Boris is what makes it intolerable. And then, Dave Roberts opining on this whole thing. Just shut up.
248-539-9797. Nick is next. Hello, Nick.
Yo, Doug, I feel just like you, man. That guy needs to shut the heck up. And it is, like, it's not Scooble's fault. It is your fault. Because if you wanted to stay here, you should have stayed here and quit with the nursery rhymes with your Dr. Seuss agent.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear his mouth. I forgot his agent's name.
Scott Boras.
Yeah, I don't want to hear any of their mouths. And I hope Tigers lay a bomb on the Dodgers tomorrow.
I really do too. And it's mostly Dodger disdain for their competitive built-in competitive advantage, and they can hoard great players, and they don't have to worry about if a contract backfires. And they just don't. And I hope Zahir Hope turns into a Hall of Famer. But at the end of the day, I certainly don't want to hear the manager of the Dodgers telling Detroit fans, I think they're going to be grateful, show gratitude, and cheer him on. No. He's coming to our town. He's wearing another team's jersey. If they want to boo him and cheer against him, they should feel every bit comfortable to do so. And if they want to cheer him, that's fine too. But I certainly don't want to hear a manager of another team talking about what our fan base is about to do.
Not at all.
All right. Got that off my chest. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback.
I feel like I dodged a bullet.
Because I wasn't mad at you.
Yeah.
Well, we were just coming out of the that update when I first heard that soundbite from Dave Roberts. I was like, what? No, you don't tell us that. Okay, coming up at 12:30, we're going to play a game called Say Goodbye. It's on Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. It's time for summer send-off savings on your new Chevy. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Trailblazer LS with only $999 down. $199 a month. Go down to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount lease in a household and GM Rewards MasterCard, 10,000 miles per year plus tax and fees with proof credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. I'm rooting for Scooble to dominate. Our season is already screwed anyway. It would be different if we were in contention. That's from an unnamed texter. Another one here. Scooble should get nothing but applause. He should get the same treatment as Stafford. He was traded from a team that doesn't contend for championships to a team that has a very good chance to win a championship. Good for him. I hope he throws a no-hitter.
Do the fans hate his kids too?
I don't get all this ragging on Scooble. Every one of us would have chosen the extra $50 million or whatever the amount was to leave the Tigers. Gino and Troy. I want to make one thing clear here, and maybe I don't know if he is talking about me. I'm not ragging on Scooble. I'm ragging on people that have around Scooble. I'm ragging on Boris, and I'm ragging on Dave Roberts. Now, I think Scooble did hire Scott Boras, and that's fine. You have every right to hire the agent that is known as the super agent that takes the best players and seems to squeeze every possible dollar out of an organization. That's his right. I did not like the way Boris toyed with fans' emotions, and I did not like that he did it again, which tells me that Scooble probably didn't really say anything to the contrary, not to do that. But, as I said before, I wouldn't boo Scooble. My opinion of him changed a little bit because of Boris. Then, but I wouldn't boo him. No issue whatsoever with Dave Roberts' reply. Tiger fans still butthurt. Embarrassing. That's from Dave and Bancroft. Fans are allowed to be butthurt, Dave. They're absolutely allowed to be butthurt. They can be mad. The whole situation. Next text, the guy won 2 Cy Youngs while a Tiger. Tigers should celebrate him. Well, look, I'm sure they're going to. I just made the comment amongst many that for me, I'd save all video tributes for players who come back or part of championship teams. I think those are the ones that, for me, I hold in the highest regard. And I don't care if you're a role player on that team or the star of that team. That takes you to a level, a romantic level of which we remember you in the fondest of ways. And you were part of bringing this city a championship. But that, like I said, that's just how I'd do it.
Well, you are different.
I mean, what do I like to say, Gator?
If you don't speak in your own behalf,
who will?
There you go.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Okay. Did you see the field squirrel in the Mets game last night?
I did not.
Okay. So there was a field squirrel at the Mets game. And like last month, there was a field squirrel at the Tiger game.
Yep.
And it took half the crew.
Yeah.
I would really like to see field squirrel and Bark in the Park night.
Oh, no. The problem is you got the dogs are up in the upper deck in right field, man. I got a feeling some dog is going to go jumping over the edge. Field squirrel and Bark at the Park night. Let's just say the dogs are on the lower level, so we don't have to worry about that. That would be fascinating. The dogs would go nuts if they catch eye of the squirrel.
Yep.
I know how my dog would react. Should be crazy.
Yep. Field squirrel, Bark in the Park. We were talking about Bark in the Park yesterday, and then I saw on social media that there was a field squirrel at the Mets game. Our old friend Brian Field tweeted out, and I'm like, ooh, marry those two things together. Field squirrel, Bark in the Park. How does Lois react to a squirrel?
She loves to chase squirrels. Like I told you about the deer the other day. Deer she doesn't even care about anymore. They can be in the backyard and she'll just ignore them. She'll actually not in our. If the deer was in our yard, it's a different story. But if we're on the other side of the fence, she ignores them completely. Not squirrels. If I take her for a walk and she sees a squirrel, it's all I can do to make sure that she's staying next to me as opposed to taking my arm out of the socket because she's going to tear off after it.
Does Lois know the word squirrel?
No.
No, she doesn't.
No.
Okay. Because when my dad was still teaching at the University of Michigan, he was a professor and he would get students, come to do research, and sometimes they'd come from foreign lands, Gator. And he had a student that came from France, and she had a dog. And the dog knew the word squirrel. but the dog knew the word squirrel in French.
Oh, oui.
So, écureuil. If there was an écureuil around, the dog perked up. Yeah, the dog knew. The dog spoke French.
Yeah.
So,
dogs know what they want to know.
Dogs know what they want to know.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you think you got they couldn't care less, but if you were to crack open a bag of potato chips,
right,
the dog can come from 3 rooms away.
Is that right?
What was that? Did I hear something? If you dare to open up a door, hey, where are you going? You going somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
You know, but if I say to the dog, you want to play with the lobster? You want the lobster? Yeah.
I just saw this from Mike at U of M on Twitch. Has your dog had any run-ins with skunks?
2. Once she got sprayed, and it was after the Lions. I think it was after the Lions, that awful game Aaron Rodgers threw that Hail Mary.
Yeah.
It was after that because it was at night and I was still awake, and then I heard a different kind of bark from the dog in the backyard. I'm like, what is that? And I go outside and I could smell there was a different odor. Fresh skunk spray smell is not the skunk smell that you're used to. It's different. There's like electricity about it. It's weird. And she got sprayed just a little bit. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. So got her in and gave her a bath immediately. And I did what I could, and it just took a while for it to go away. The other time, I saw her in the backyard, and she was stalking something slowly on the other side of the fence, on the same side of the fence in the backyard. I saw a little black and white creature, and I'm like, oh, no, 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 no. I'm like, Lois, back away from the squirrel. And the squirrel, fortunately, went underneath the fence and did not spray the dog, but could have very easily done that. But we avoided it.
All right, 248-539-9797. Last hour, we had the question, Michigan and Michigan State fans, give us a sleeper. Give us a player that you think, because ESPN put out a list of players coming out of nowhere that could be stars. No Spartan or Wolverine made the ESPN list, but if you were to make a case for one, who would you make the case for? And we got a bunch of responses to that, including from Nordique on Twitter. The next Mike Sainristil for Michigan is Smith Snowden. Smith Snowden, a defensive back transfer from Utah, has created some hype.
It's a hyphenated name?
What, Smith Snowden?
Or Smith his first name?
Smith is his first name.
Okay.
Yep. I'll give you a name for Michigan State. Carson Gulker, tight end, transferred from Ferris. He's a weapon. He can be a punishing runner and has developed good hands. Oh, and he can throw. He played some quarterback.
Look at that.
From Scott. Wait, does that mean Michigan State has a Taysom Hill? Scott?
What are you doing?
I'm asking you. Do they have a Taysom Hill?
Yes, their 4th string tight end is a Taysom Hill. That makes you feel better.
What is he a senior?
He is a redshirt senior.
Okay. And a 5-for-5 era. I don't know if that means he's a 5th year or he's.
I assume he's 5th year.
Kai Tech on Twitch. Will Gator finally say goodbye to the Tigers 2026 season?
Kind of.
Yesterday was a straw.
Yesterday, I mean, look, they're 5.5 back of the wild card. They're 8 games back in the division. They're 9 games below 500. I feel like if they get back to 10 games below 500, if they lose tomorrow night,
tomorrow night's a big game.
Then I will officially write them off. I'll be the last one to leave. I'm fine.
It's okay. Like
it's just how I am. It's okay. I recognize there's slim to no chance. I got it. I'm not stupid. It's for my own enjoyment. I still want to enjoy the games.
You're playing some mind tricks?
Yeah. And this weekend series is probably going to suck all the life out of it. And then we've got football. So that's what's going to happen. I've got other thoughts what the Tigers need to do. That. Yeah.
248-539-9797. Well, they are going to, at the end of this month, everybody mandatorily has to, under the new rules, has to call up 2 players from the 40-man roster. And as the 40-man roster sits right now, I hope River Ryan is healthy enough to be one of them. So we can see the return for the Skubal trade, part of the return for the Skubal trade. Max Anderson is not on the 40-man.
Well, they can manipulate that
They can.
easily because there are plenty of players they can just say goodbye.
Yep.
And do that with. But yeah, I hear you. There's one move I really want them to make, and that is with Gleyber Torres.
Yeah.
I want them to waive Gleyber Torres, and it's not because I don't like Gleyber Torres. I respect everything he's done, but because if you feel like I do now, and most people do, that the season is done, then why not give him the opportunity to latch on to another team, a contending team, that can pick him up off of waivers? You're doing him a solid that way. I think free agent players appreciate that, and MLB players would appreciate that. And it also clears up space. So, hey, Max Anderson, come on up.
Well, that's the thing that's held Max Anderson back is that they really don't have anywhere to play him. And it includes they're playing younger players instead of him. Torres is the veteran. Maybe they'll do something like that. But, all right, say goodbye. Bunch of stuff you won't see anymore. That is straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Lions final preseason game coming up on Saturday. There is some news that we will get to before this hour is done. We'll talk a little Lions today at 12:48. Dan Campbell just meeting with the media. In the meantime, Scott, we're going to do a little something called Say Goodbye. These are things that we will not see any longer. Are you ready?
All right.
Say goodbye to the Pro Bowl games. Pro Bowl games are going away. How do you feel about the Pro Bowl games going away?
I'm not that conflicted by it. I thought maybe I would be, but I'm really not because I haven't paid attention to the Pro Bowl in forever. And it's not even a game anymore. It's a flag football exhibition, literally. So to do away with it, the players don't want to play. They haven't wanted to play in years. The season is rough enough, so you can understand why guys are like, yeah, no, I'm good. Free trip to Hawaii it used to be, and it used to mean something. Now it hasn't meant anything in forever. So it's going to be a good riddance type thing. Like whatever, you're not going to miss it. Raise your hand if you watched the Pro Bowl in the last 5 years.
I can't raise my hand.
I can't raise my hand, and I know people do because obviously it got some kind of ratings, but I just couldn't do it, so it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, I asked this question, I think a while back on should they get rid of the Pro Bowl game and all that stuff. And I think I was the only one who said yes on the show because this thing sucks.
I pretty much said yes because it gets a TV number.
Yeah, right. But the community service and all that stuff and TV number, good. When Shedeur Sanders is actually playing in the Pro Bowl games, what are we doing? No offense to Shedeur Sanders, but
that was ridiculous.
No,
last
seriously,
year. All
Tyler
the guys
Huntley
said not playing, not playing.
All these other players that have Pro Bowl on their resume because no one else wanted to be there. Enough of that. Just name the Pro Bowl team like they said they're going to do and move forward. So I'm glad. Good riddance, man. No one cared anymore.
The players were kind of embarrassed by it, honestly. And once the football game went away, I give him credit for trying, and it did have a charitable function, which was nice. But you think about the practicality of the whole thing. Every year, our entire lives, there has been an all Big Ten team named. Okay, and we just accepted that they just got named, and that was it.
Yeah,
we didn't expect them to go play a game. And in the case of the NFL, they will name Pro Bowl teams, which is perfectly fine.
Well, but they still have All Pro.
Yep, but Pro Bowl. All Pro is different, right?
All Pro is more prestigious,
yes. Yeah, but I think it's perfectly fine for there to still have Pro Bowl teams with no Pro Bowl.
Are they going to...
Maybe they'll call it All AFC and All NFC.
So the game's done, but skills competition and that stuff, is that done?
Yeah,
everything's done, dude. Just get rid of it all. They didn't even care.
All right, next up. Say goodbye to the bottom line ticker on ESPN college football games this season.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. They're getting rid of the bottom line ticker during college football. An ESPN spokesperson told Front Office Sports, "We're always looking for ways to better serve sports fans. By removing the bottom line during live action, we're creating a cleaner presentation to keep the focus where it belongs, on the field."
So the ticker, I feel like over the years has gotten a bit much. It's constantly there during commercial breaks or whatever. It feels like it's always on. And it is distracting sometimes when watching the game. But to get rid of it altogether seems like it might be a little bit of a shock. Like, wait a minute, what's going on with Indiana, Ohio State? Mm-hmm. I'm like, I don't get to see that. I have to look at my phone and figure that out. I think we're going to have a little adjustment period. I think we might miss it.
So part of the story said that basically it's gotten rid of because it is redundant because everybody is on their phone and they can just follow the games they want to follow on their phones. What stuns me about it is that oftentimes those tickers also presented advertising. It was they were sellable in the middle of a game while the scores were scrolling by, and I'd see that North Texas was trailing UTEP. I would also see, find out who wakes up feeling the cheesiest. There was always a sponsorship opportunity, and I'm surprised that it's gone, but it's not going to change. If it's a cleaner look, I might enjoy the games more because I was never really paying attention to the ticker.
Yeah, the first when I heard the news, I was shocked. I'm like, oh, I'm so used to that. But I think in the long run, this is going to be a great thing. You're right, Doug. It is going to look cleaner, and then you'll be able to focus on the game more. Earlier, we asked like how many TVs can you watch, really follow the games. One is the real answer. Gator, you're right. So without the ticker, you just literally just focus on the game. Like, you ever watch a movie when subtitles are going on and you start just reading the subtitles?
Yeah, you can't help it.
Yeah, you cannot help it. Same thing with the score ticker and all that stuff. The people who are going to be on their phones will always be on their phones. But I like this for me because enough of the stimulation, now I can just watch and focus on one thing.
All right, next up, say goodbye to James Outman, who has cleared waivers and will now be sent to AAA. James Outman, who had, quite frankly, an unbelievable season going. He was striking out at a massive 41.8% strikeout rate. Between the Tigers and Twins, last year he was 42.6. And he has a career worst 20.1% swinging strike rate this season. And yet, he was employed by a major league team for a good long time. Gator, what will you remember about James Outman?
It's just his last name. I mean, it's so appropriate. You're out, man. Got to go. Holding his spot. Look, he filled the role when they needed to have somebody playing in the outfield when the injuries started to mount.
Right.
But the offensive numbers are absolutely offensive. I mean, a 235 on base percentage, a 554 OPS. This guy had 157 at bats with his team this year. It's amazing he had that many.
Didn't he hit 2 game-winning home runs, though?
He may have.
Yeah.
When the Tigers brought him aboard, he was historically like the worst hitter in the last 2 years of Major League Baseball. He somehow got worse. I'll remember nothing about James Outman. Goodbye, sir.
He was better with the Tigers than he was with the Twins this year.
That's right. Take that, Twins.
Yeah, in your face.
Let's see, the Twins are ahead of the Tigers in the standings.
The one thing you have to remember, yeah, but who got the best out of James Outman? The real measurement of a great organization. The one thing you got to remember is you basically, when you have an emergency, you these are emergency type moves. You can't go get there's not a lot of great players out there on the street.
No, but there were plenty of guys you thought in the minors just bring somebody else up.
Well, and eventually they did.
Eventually.
Yep.
Yeah, but after
And that guy might be having success
after
because
42 strikeouts and 93 at bats, they decided to bring somebody else up.
And finally, Gator, I can't wait to get your take on this. Say goodbye to Bret Michaels' 2026 tour. He missed a couple of shows, came back, played one show, and then he had emergency kidney surgery for kidney stones.
Oh.
So he has to cancel the rest of the tour, which included 2 dates in the state of Michigan. And do you know where he was playing in the state of Michigan, Scott?
Well, I saw him play, and I'm trying to look back and see what was the concert that I saw, what the date was, but it was last year. I saw him play at Motor City.
Okay. He was playing at the Island Resort and Casino. Have you ever heard of the Island Resort and Casino?
I don't think I have.
It is in Harris, Michigan. Have you ever heard of Harris, Michigan?
I don't recall Harris, Michigan.
It's in the Upper Peninsula. He had 2 shows scheduled.
What?
For the Harris, Michigan Island Resort and Casino, November 13th and 14th.
That sounds about right.
Those shows have been canceled. Your thoughts?
It's too. I will say this about, and I it was February of 2025 when I saw him. And I only went to see him because my buddy was playing in a band that was opening up for Bret Michaels, which it was absolutely hysterical show to be in.
Is that why you wore the bandana to the show that week?
It's not.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll tell you this. I've seen Poison, saw Poison live. They put on a great show. Bret Michaels and his Bret Michaels band, they play the hits. They put on a great show. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's fun. It's entertaining. I feel bad for people that want to still be entertained by Bret Michaels and they can't go watch him because he's got the kidney stone issue.
We certainly wish him nothing but good health.
Yeah, nothing but good health.
Yeah. The health part sucks, but I think musicians are like worse than aging fighters. They will never stop ever. Like it.
But he doesn't need to because he can still sing and he can still perform at a really good level. It's not like, so these guys that are in their 70s or late 60s and they can't sing anymore. Yeah. Or they just hold the microphone out to the crowd to sing the song for them because they can't do it or they can't catch their breath. And it's sad to see that stuff. That wasn't Bret Michaels. Bret Michaels is still putting on a good show.
Was he working the mic and everything still?
Yes.
Kind of
still working the mic.
Gyrating them hips.
Still catching the bras, Dude, I am telling you, this show, you really, when he comes back next year, you might want to go check it out because the experience of the crowd is amazing to watch this crowd. You have people, women in the crowd, that think that they're still auditioning for Rock of Love Bus with Bret Michaels. Like there's some girl named Rodeo and she is willing to take him on the rodeo. It's amazing.
Know, Doug, are you going to be there?
I just say this. Today, Gator has said no to Rush.
Yep.
Yes to Bret Michaels.
Dude loves Bret Michaels, man.
I don't have to see Bret Michaels again, but I've been there. I'm telling you guys to go see it. I'm like a Rush fan. I'm telling you gotta see Bret Michaels. No, he's entertaining. Look, if you don't like the music, then don't go. Then absolutely don't go. But if you like Poison back in the day, he plays all the hits.
Well, we just got to Google map our way to the Island Resort and Casino, Kay.
I'm definitely going to need Google Maps for that.
The Upper Peninsula.
Hey, there is a bandana in the middle of the road. Yes.
There's a cowboy hat. There's a cowboy hat with fake hair. Look at that.
All right, that concludes. Say goodbye. Straight ahead, we got some Lions news. Dan Campbell speaking to the media. We will get to that next here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, Dan Campbell met with the media this afternoon, and there is some news and some things we need to go over here. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Colton Pouncey from The Athletic put out on Twitter, Dan Campbell on Lions running back Isaiah Pacheco's status for week 1. I can't give you anything definitive, says Pacheco picked up a back injury in addition to his MCL sprain, says the knee isn't the concern. So apparently it is the back. There's nothing, no reason to panic here about this long term, but you start thinking about, okay, so you got Pacheco with a back injury. You got Sione Vaki with a back injury. They are both hurt. Vaki hasn't played this preseason. Jabari Small just came out of concussion protocol yesterday. There's a reason why Kareem Hunt was brought in to work out, but suddenly you start to worry a little bit about depth if this does carry over into the regular season. Could RB2 be Jacob Sailors in the opener?
Is this going to carry over? Yeah.
Could.
Legit questions.
But expect them to be scanning the waiver wire.
This is what I'm saying, man. It feels like every running back that has played in the preseason has been dinged up to some extent.
Mm-hmm. Other things from Dan Campbell today says the hardest decision to make in terms of cracking down on the final 53-man roster this year. This according to Eric Woodyard. The hardest throughout his coaching tenure in Detroit. This is going to be hard on Sunday, he said. We talked about this a little bit earlier. As far as the safety spot, Dan Campbell says he will discuss the plans of what to do with Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph with Brad Holmes in the coming days. They have to decide on whether to keep them on the PUP list or the 53-man roster. Quote, both of those guys are doing well right now.
Well, Kirby Joseph, is he still away from the team for personal reasons?
I don't know.
I mean, this is what he said a couple days ago, that he's still out, but he would say he's doing well. Is kind of a vague response, and I feel it's vague because they haven't seen him since he's been dealing with a personal issue. So I hope everything's good there. But I think we all feel with Kirby Joseph, by the reporting that's been done, it seems like, okay, this is an injury that he's going to have to play through and play with the rest of his career, and it's going to be a pain tolerance thing. And sometimes it's going to be worse, sometimes it's going to be better, but it's going to be something to deal with. And the question is, can he deal with it starting week 1, or are you going to have to wait till week 5?
I've kind of gotten to the point where I feel like anything out of Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch this year will be a bonus. I don't know that we should count on them. I think that Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph, there's sort of some implications that there's no guarantees he will ever play again. But in Brian Branch's case, the concern is getting on the field is one thing, but does he lose a step? It's really, really hard to come back from the Achilles and not lose a step, but is he the same player he was? Crossing my fingers, of course, but it doesn't feel like there's any guarantees with either of those guys. Maybe I'm being overly pessimistic, but maybe I'm protecting myself from being let down. Maybe that's what it is. It's a defense mechanism, Scott.
Well, you need to be defensive.
Yep. Kang, any thoughts on running back or safety?
Running back situation, like earlier in the show, I kind of thought like Vaki might be on the bubble because he's never available, but now he might just make it if he just is the last one standing because of all these injuries to the running back room. Other than Gibbs, that's why I think they've been working out veterans because they need someone that can step in right away, just know how to play football, who's been in the league, can understand plays, simulate to the offense quickly, right?
Yep.
So I don't expect, Gibbs is going to be the bell cow. Let's be honest. So these other guys are just kind of filling in, but you still want someone there capable just in case, at least for week 1, week 2 earlier in the season. As the safety position goes, I'm kind of with you guys. I think Branch, I feel solid about him coming back at some point. I know Campbell mentioned December, but it's going to be some point during this year. The Kirby thing, I think everyone's just guessing. They're literally just speculating. We have no idea what to expect out of Kirby Joseph. He could play one game. He could play 15 games. I have no idea.
So both guys are on the PUP list, right?
Yep.
So if they remain on the PUP list, then they're going to have to stay out for the first 4 games of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately for the Lions, now we know that it's dangerous to play the schedule game, but when your first 4 games are not terribly daunting, you have one against Buffalo, but the other games are New Orleans, Arizona maybe, and is it Indianapolis, or I forget who it is.
It's the Jets. And at Carolina are the other two. New Orleans at home, at Buffalo, the Jets at home, at Carolina, at Arizona, bye week, and then it gets a little meatier.
Yeah, it gets meatier.
But that also takes us to October 25th.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so if you remain on the PUP list, you have to sit out at least the next 4 games, the first 4 games of the season. So is it terrible to have Brian Branch in particular? Because this is a guy I want to be. He is going to get back healthy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like the injury with Joseph that he's going to play with. He'll be healed up, and we know that at some point he's going to play. Might as well just bite the bullet and say he's going to remain on PUP list to start the season. So he'll miss the first 4 games at least. And then, of course, you've got that bye week after week 5, which comes at a pretty good time for him, I think, in that situation. They might have to do the same thing with Kirby Joseph. And King's right. We're all guessing. We're all speculating when none of us knows. Because you press Dan Campbell on it, and he doesn't have the answer either.
248-539-9797. I'll just say this, too. Jacob Sailors, he's had 14 carries in the preseason. He's averaging 6.2 yards per carry. Now, we realize he's doing against preseason defenses. But other guys have had opportunities, and they're not averaging 6.2 yards a carry.
Right. And also keep this in mind that it's with the backup offensive line and the backup offensive lineman for the most part. Mm-hmm. And that has been something that they've done well in the first 2 preseason games. They've opened up holes in the running game. There haven't been a whole lot of negative plays for the Lions when it comes to the running game in the preseason. But Sailors looks good. But, is he dinged up? Is he going to be completely healthy? I hope he is. I hope he's healthy, because I think he's going to be the guy that gets to spell Jahmyr Gibbs in the first game.
Yep. And he did make all UFL as a member of the St. Louis Battlehawks.
Well, there's that.
Yep. Kid who played 5 years at East Tennessee State, 24 years old. He could be that guy that out of nowhere becomes a critical player for this team as RB2.
Well, and he's been with this organization for a couple years now.
Yes, last year and this year and last year. 2 attempts, 11 yards, 5.5 yards a carry, and then a kick return roll. But seems to be a promising young player.
Yes,
for an undrafted free agent that they signed off the street. Okay, we need your help with something. Gator revealed to us he's got an addiction. Gator is addicted to a new online sports game. We don't know what it is. That's all you put in your show sheet.
Yep.
We need 10 texts. What new online sports game do you think Gator is addicted to? 248-539-9797. It's 248-539-9797. Send your text over guessing what it is and sign your text.
I know you're going to play.
Okay, so I'm going to write something down that I think it is, because a friend of mine said don't start playing this. And I wonder if it's the same thing. And because apparently he got addicted to it rather quickly. And now you, whatever this is, maybe it's the same thing, maybe it's not. Gator's addicted. What is it? 248-539-9797. First 10 texts that come over, we will read them on the air. And, of course, make sure that you sign your text. Stream the show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan and Birchie are putting out great content. We'll get to your guests next on 97.1. got a question coming out of that update. We need to stop playing the Dave Roberts cut because every time they play it, I get pissed off.
Well, go tell Sloan.
I should. So we had 10 texts. Gator says he's addicted to a, quote, new online sports game. I don't want you to say anything. I'm going to read the 10 texts. We may need some help. This is funny. Kang, you tell the people what you said in my ear during the update.
Yeah, I said that we might need Corbin on this one because I don't know any of these games and Corbin knows them all.
So, Corbin, are you a would you consider yourself a gamer of any kind?
Not like I used to be when it comes to the phone stuff, kind of a little bit more since those are more like one-off, you play once a day and then, move on to your daily life and whatnot. So,
Okay.
yeah. So with those more than like the gaming stuff.
And just for our own purposes to understand, how old are you?
25.
Kid's 25 years old.
25.
All right, here we go. God, how long have we been doing the show together?
Almost 20 years.
Almost as
Well,
Corbin.
I mean, now we can actually say it because we're past the 19 and a half year mark. So
We're
literally
almost at 20 years.
We're rounding up to 20 now.
Corbin was 5. All right, online pickleball. That's from Zach and Warren. 17-0 football game. That's from Hank. So, I mean, online pickleball, I can guess what that is. 17-0 football game.
So basically that is where you are given NFL teams from like different eras, teams and whatnot, and you have to try to compile a roster that would come out to be 17-0.
So it's like the 82-0 basketball simulator,
Correct.
but it's with football.
Chris and Warren says 82-0, which is the same thing. Put together a lineup, and the computer will tell you if your lineup would go 82-0. Jake and Al Park says Geosports. What is Geosports?
So this one is actually my favorite as of late. Basically, you are given 5 questions, and it starts off like, for example, one of them today was, which team did Ken Griffey Sr. join his son with? And so you would go and you get points based on how close you are to like that exact city and whatnot. So if you like when you do Seattle or whatever, and let's say you're like a couple miles away, like 10 or so, you'll only get 99 instead of a possible 100.
So what do you have to touch this on the map? Is
yes,
that what you, okay.
And then you have to confirm it.
Geosports. That's from Jake and Al Park. Gator is addicted to Golf Clash. Yeah, it's from Jason C. What is Golf Clash?
It's just kind of like a fun golf app. My dad and I used to play it a lot a couple of years ago, but yeah, just something simple.
Rich from Algonac. Gator's addicted to Madden 2026. We know what that is. Scott and Jackson.
You
Gator's
do that one, King.
Gator's addicted to Netflix games. What is that?
There's just games on Netflix now. I never played them because it seems a little more, like complex for me, but...
Whoa, are you sure?
It might be, honestly.
I told you. I'm reading off these. We got like 100 some texts, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to get different answers, and I'm reading them off, and Corbin's doing exactly this. He's telling me exactly what these
As they
games
go,
are.
yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, what the hell is this? Are these real?
Gator's addicted to MLB The Show. That's from Jonathan in Shelby Township. 162 baseball. That's from Alex in Berkeley. That's not it. What's that?
Basically the same thing as like 17
162
and 0.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Gator plays Beat the Streak Like Me. The best I've done is 28. That's from Montgomery Lee, listening every day in Tennessee. Thank you.
Doug plays Beat the Snake.
What is Beat the Streak?
It used to. I don't. I guess it's still going. Like, I don't know if it still exists because I used to play it like 10 years ago. It was based on ESPN, like, will Fernando Tatis Jr. get a home run? Yes or no? And if you get it right, you just keep
You
building
stay
up a
alive.
streak. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Kind of like a survivor pool type thing.
Okay, that was 10. That was the 10 texts. Does anybody have it there?
No, but I am intrigued by a couple of those. I might check out.
Wait, the last one, the Doug's game, or the Beat the Streak?
The Beat the Streak. I will say that
this is what I thought it was.
Okay,
Because my buddy Jeff texted me, "Do not start playing 82-0." I just showed Gator. I wrote
and
that
I would
down.
echo that because I used to be. I was addicted to that.
Were you?
I went like 3 days straight, and I would spend like an hour a day doing it at home. This sounds awful.
Alone?
Hey,
Just you?
Just me, all by myself.
You didn't tell anybody about this?
With your phone in one
The
hand?
82, I love it. I don't know, Dave. But the 82-0 game is great, but it's not it. And I think the best I did on that, I think I had a team that won 76 games. But you got to, it's so luck. Luck is so involved with who comes up. But that's not the game. This is one I discovered last night.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Do we have a bunch more, Kang? Can you leaf through them? And
I
see?
can try Retro Bowl. What's that?
It's basically just like kind of like same old. I mean, they used to have it back then.
Dude, Corbin, I'm gonna make up a game here. You're gonna tell me what it is. I swear.
Any others?
Scalawag City? What's that?
Came out in 2018.
Is this real, Corbin? Elden?
Game played in the South.
What's it called?
Elden Ring?
Oh, that's like some like magical wizardry. I never played that.
It's not sports.
Is there a game called Omaha?
That's a city.
I know.
Thank you.
I don't
It's
know if these are real.
Poker game, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think I might know what Gators game is though.
Immaculate Grid? Is that
Immaculate Grid?
That's a fun one.
What is this?
Immaculate Grid. Didn't Stony?
Yeah, Stoney does that. I've never tried it.
Okay.
So you say you want to take a guess? You think you know what it is?
Yes, because you said it's new, and I saw something this morning about like a new mobile game. Is it the? I don't know what the name is, but it's the.
He's gonna get it.
You basically like form the new CBA for baseball.
Oh,
no way!
It is called Corbin. You're crazy.
I know, he's
You're
like the
just
Rain Man of
nuts.
this, dude.
He was actually.
Right?
I always think it was Babbitt.
Right.
Yeah, definitely Charlie Babbitt. Yeah, no, man.
Corbin, if I drop this box of paper clips on the ground, will you tell me how many are on the floor?
Let's try it out. Why not?
Do you play blackjack at all?
Right.
There's lots of them. Yes.
Are you a good driver?
Excellent driver. Are you allowed to drive on the street or just in the driveway? This guy.
I know, right?
Uh-oh.
He's like Oz or O's or whatever. He called it, dude. He looked at Gators like, I think it's this mobile game. I could tell by looking at Gator that, is your social security number?
When you fart in the studio, does he say, uh-oh? So, yes. So last night, it's like 10:45 or so. I'm scrolling through Twitter, and I come across MLB Lockout Simulator 2027. And I'm like, what is this? And I came across because we follow Tigers Turmoil on Twitter, and he had put up what his proposal was. I'm like, well, that's it. I agree with lots of that. And then I realized it's a game. It's a simulator. So I started doing it. I ended up doing 2 simulations last night. I would have done a bunch more. However, the problem is that it takes a long time to get through this because it is really involved. It's involved like it looks like an early 90s Nintendo game.
Okay.
With the graphics that come up, and you get to pick, like you get to pick certain scenarios. The first thing you have to do is you get to choose 2 reporters, like actual reporters that you want to give you the information. Then you get to pick like a star player, who you want to be the commissioner, and you also pick an owner. So I went through this. I was having the best time at this last night. And you go through the issues, and you have to figure out what's for revenue sharing and for expansion and realignment and minimum salaries and free agency issues, and it's awesome. It's very involved. And at some point, you get word that the president of the United States is not happy because the game of baseball looks like it could be lost, and now Congress wants to get involved, perhaps, and start thinking about the antitrust issue. And so there's it does like a tweet from President Trump, and you can respond to tweets. You're going to respond to tweets from the star players that are upset. Aaron Judge isn't happy with how things are going, or Chris Ilitch isn't happy with how things are going. You're able to respond to it if you want to, or you can choose to ignore it. You're keeping everything private. It's fantastic. And it goes through this timeline, and eventually you can start losing games. It's very involved, but it's also very satisfying if you're a baseball fan.
I want to understand what's happened here. They have taken the absolute worst part of professional sports, labor issues and work stoppages. They've mixed in litigation and congressional involvement.
Potential.
And you are describing this game as, quote, awesome and fantastic. It sounds like the worst game ever.
I loved it because you're getting input. Like eventually you can start submitting your proposals, and it'll get rejected by the owners but approved by the players. And you have to find that right balance that will appease both sides. You get to choose if you want to. Did you want expansion in Major League Baseball? They only have 30 teams. Do you want to expand? By how many teams? Well, I want to go by 2 teams. Okay, by which cities? And you can go through this whole thing of potential cities, and they have different studies for each city, which one makes sense and which one maybe makes less sense. But you ultimately get to choose. So I went to the first simulation, and I was like being kind of, myself in this thing. Like, how would I handle this situation? I'm going to be kind of hardlined about it, and realizing that's not going to play well with a lot of things. So I ended up failing. I lost baseball forever because Congress got involved.
If Gator were in charge, baseball would be gone
obviously
forever.
I would handle it differently but they only let you handle it in certain ways, I guess. But Congress stepped in and removed the antitrust exemption, and then the owners got crazy and everybody got pissed, and I lost. I ran it the second time, changed a couple of things, and I ended up getting I saved baseball, and the season was 150 games, and I got an A+ and 6,700 points on it or something. I don't even know if that's good, but the A+ sounded like that was pretty good. But it's fascinating.
I cannot believe that they've turned this into a game, and I cannot believe that you like it.
It's fascinating.
I know, but you hate negotiations. You hate.
That's not. Somewhat.
Yes. And listening to you, because you always say that people don't negotiate in good faith. The first thing you did was you took over and killed the sport by not negotiating in good faith.
Yeah. Well, it also took me a while to figure out, okay, I can actually go about this a different way to get what I really wanted. And that's why I learned from the first simulation. The second simulation, this is how it would have. Okay, here we go. But I think you would absolutely get hooked on this. You're going to have to do it.
Well, I'm a fresh, empty nester, but I don't know if I'm that desperate. Maybe, maybe.
You'd want to.
Maybe I'll just consult with Corbin on what I should be playing. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, injured, you know what to do. Call Sam. Everyone knows that Sam Bernstein Law will fight for you. I've seen the results this family gets, and you don't pay anything unless they win for you. Get the Bernstein Advantage today at 1-800-CALL-SAM. Okay. Some more Lions news just across from Nolan Bianchi on the Twitter. Covers the Detroit Lions for the Detroit News. Rookie defensive end Derek Moore is going to be down a little bit, in quotes. They hope to get him back next week.
So does that mean that we may not have him for the beginning of the season?
Well, if they hope to get him back next week, oh God. If they hope they get him back next week, we have 2 weeks to the season. You only asked that question to play the drop, right?
What?
Okay. No, Gator. It doesn't mean they won't have him.
So he's not going to play on Saturday?
No, apparently not. So more Ahmed Hassani.
Well, yeah, and others.
Fighting for this last couple of roster spots, but Derek Moore down for a little bit.
I mean, we're going to see Miles Adams and Anthony Lucas, Eric O'Neill.
Stilly, is that his name?
Stilly, yeah.
They love themselves some Stilly, it seems. So
it doesn't sound like Derek Moore's status for week 1 is in question, but there are other players' week 1 status in question, and it seems like it's just injuries again. I know they did.
Mounting.
Do you want to ask him a follow up?
No, Dave should. He was already in the.
You're in the doghouse, Dave. Ask away.
Exactly. Like Christian Isian, his status is up for week 1 as well for the opener.
God. Well, I mean, what serious injuries do they have? Like serious. Cade Mays is serious enough that he's probably, my guess is he'll come back after the bye week. Mm-hmm. Give him a good long rest and ready to go and make sure he's fully recovered.
Hopefully that wrist recovers well.
Branch and Kirby.
And even Kirby is kind of, we don't know.
We don't. Outside of that, it feels like everything else, am I wrong? Everything else is kind of.
Sounds like Rolder is going to come back sooner.
Yeah, everything else is short term. So it's not a crisis yet.
No, but it's a lot of guys that are dinged up, and it's a pretty important time for these players that are on the roster bubble to be able to show that they can stay healthy, and they're not.
All right, well, something to pay attention to. I don't know if you heard in the update, people listening at the top of the hour, and Gator, I know you did. High school football starts this weekend.
Yeah.
Do you have are you ever get the pull just to go to a game?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
Tempted to just stop by somewhere?
100%. And I have in the past. I didn't go to any games last year, but I have gone to some high school games. I mean, there are a bunch of high schools around me. So I could take my pick of there are 3 or 4 literally that are within a couple miles. And then I go to my old high school and watch, which was usually what I want to do. But yeah, high school football, it's just a different feel, you know? I can get the memories of being a player, or I can get the memories of being a student, you know, as a freshman or sophomore going to watch the varsity play and what that was like. You know, all the students wouldn't sit in the stands, you'd all gather on the side of the stands and
just
joke
hanging
around.
out.
Just hanging out. Yeah.
Yep. So I've told the story on the air before, but I have such fond memories of my early days in media, where I worked for Scotty Cool at Channel 25 in Clio, Michigan. KUHL, by the way, not COOL, but
Gotcha.
But we would spend Friday nights, and this was, so much fun. Friday nights, I'd get a news car and a camera, and we'd map out how many games we were going to try to hit. And sometimes we get out into the thumb. Seriously, go to Reese and Caro and towns like that. Sometimes I'd be in Saginaw, going to BV and Arthur Hill and Saginaw. And sometimes I'd be in Flint. Sometimes I'd be going west to like Davidson and
you got the Carmen Ainsworth game?
Flushing. And yeah, we went to Carmen. So anyway, but the point was you would roll up to a game. You would try to get 3 highlights each direction. 3 highlights for each team. And then take off and go to the next game. And get to that game. Try and get 3 highlights for each team. And then take off and go to a third game.
So you were the guy that was yelling at my high school games, seriously? Nothing?
No.
Because our team couldn't.
Because you wouldn't give it one highlight? Not even a highlight?
Not even a highlight.
Doug, would you have even gone to his game to cover it?
No, unfortunately. It would have been
We're out of the area.
fantastic.
That was-
it would have been
that's it.
fantastic if I could go find some old B-roll of Andover.
Here's big number 72 standing out of his stance, not keeping pad level. But making the play.
But and then you get back to the station and all the scores would start coming in and you would edit appropriately to put together, if it were a really close game, you maybe show the winning team, then the losing team, then the winning team again, and they went on to win. But you get as many highlights as you could and you're zipping around. And one of the fun parts about this was sometimes you were just pulling to these small towns and you just look for the lights in the sky.
Yeah.
And then you're in a news car and you can, in a news car, channel 25 on the side, you pull up on the sidewalk and drive all the way up to the track and park the car wherever you wanted and hop out. They'd get people out of your way and you'd hop out and you get your highlights each way and get the heck out of there. And it was really, really fun. And, my kids are done in high school, went to a few high school games, and just want to say good luck to all the players out there and also to the coaches. Good for you. As you guys serve a role as mentors to these young men, and you are not getting rich doing it. We all know that. So thank you for all the time you put into it, because sometimes it's a thankless job. And I'm going to imagine that some of you at times have to talk to unreasonable parents.
Yeah. Well, you're 100% right about the lights out in the sky.
Dude, I loved it.
My brother went to Alma College.
Yeah.
And when I was in high school, sometimes I would drive up on like a Friday after school and go see him. And you could see, and even when I was in college too, you could see like on the way up on 127, you'd go through Ithaca. In the Ithaca Yellow Jackets, in the distance, you could see the Friday night lights.
Yeah.
It was great.
I did a trip down. There was some construction in Indiana on I-69, and I was driving through to go to a Michigan-Indiana game 10 years ago. And I drove down through Toledo, got on 24 across, and then found some tiny little highway, okay, and started driving for like 2 hours south through rural backwoods Ohio. And I was driving through these small towns and I'd see the lights and I'd get on AM radio and I'd find the game. And I was listening to high school football games, mostly just for the broadcast and having fun with that.
Should have gone FM.
It's a great tradition. It's a great time of year.
You go in the 80s for the FM and you find a high school station.
What's that?
Our high school station was 88.1 FM. So I was going to say, if you go on the FM dial, the lower end, the way on the left end, you'll find it better.
Good, noted for the next time.
The next time you go driving around and look for high school football.
Yeah. All right. We open up the big old tub of pretzels next. 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking at your home and you're realizing that it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding someone you can actually trust, right? I mean, you're going to spend a lot of money. Want to make sure you're spending it wisely. This is why you need to call Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. With over 30 years of experience right here in Michigan, Shaner has built a reputation that's frankly unmatched. And when we're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating, and that's backed by thousands of homeowners. You don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're a local family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics that nobody wants. Instead, they provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And when the job is done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community. They're here to stay. And when you're ready for quality that you can count on, make sure you visit Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com and get the 5-star treatment your home deserves. Again, at mymichiganroof.com.
Hey, there's a moment when a home stops being a someday and starts being a plan. University of Michigan Credit Union can help you get there today. If you're ready to buy a new home or refinance your current mortgage from another lender, UMCU should be your next phone call. Make your move by the end of August, and you'll save $750 on closing costs. Plus, enjoy flexible fixed rates, free pre-approval, and no application fees. Seriously, let's get you into that dream home. Visit umcu.org, insured by NCUA. Okay, still a little scared by this, Gator. A little scared.
What's the matter?
So I have this deep-founded belief that I think is rooted in nothing but facts and history. That if the National Football League introduces a new rule or new rule interpretation,
yeah,
that the first team to get screwed over by said new rule will be our Detroit Lions.
Sure.
I think it is a fact. I think it's a fact. So, Scott.
Because the Lions in the past have historically found a way to help define the rules
Yes.
in the National Football League.
And the NFL has come out with a new policy regarding illegal play on the field. And that if a player commits 3 of any of the following violations, that player gets suspended for a game.
Any of 3 of the following, not 3 times, it's just one of these.
Any of these, any combination of if you do any of these 3 things.
You do any of these, you're gone for a game.
For 3 times.
Oh, you do it 3 times.
You
okay,
can
gotcha.
any combination that adds up to 3. Once you have your 3rd violation, you're suspended for a game.
All right.
The hip drop tackle.
Mm-hmm.
The horse collar.
Mm-hmm.
Launching. Hitting a defenseless player. And the blindside block.
Okay.
So, knowing this, the first time someone will get suspended will come late in this season when a Detroit Lion key defender gets suspended for his 3rd violation.
So you have to wait for Brian Branch to play at
Well,
least 3.
so that's the thing is Brian Branch is the first name I thought of, and he's not going to play a full season, so hopefully
he's going to return December 6th against the Falcons, be suspended December 13th for the Titans game. He's going to do all 3 in the first game back, right?
I mean,
I don't look. I like this rule because I think that there's they need to weed out some of the shenanigans that goes on, and all the players talk a great big game how they're one big fraternity of players. They all love each other, but then the game starts and things go out the window, right?
Yep.
Player safety goes way out the window, and they start swinging and throwing punches and kicking people in the nether regions and whatnot. A lot of these plays, I think, are pretty easily defined, and a couple of them are not. I think launching is, some of it's subjective. Would you not agree?
Launching, when I look at because remember Brian Branch had that defenseless player hit last year. Kang, what game was it we were talking about earlier today?
Was it the Packers game?
And it was debatable. It was a defenseless player hit, and it felt debatable.
That's the thing, is that a couple of these are debatable. And I would agree, defensive player, that's another one that I would have said is on that list. But like horse collar, hip drop, those are things that I think we can get on board with, that they need to get rid of the game because those are direct safety issues.
I also feel like this is
that you can define.
An effort by the league, as everything when I see a new rule, I go, okay, so league lawyers concerned about future litigation against the league by the players for not looking after them. Well, we've put these rules in place, and we've tried very, very hard. Violations in these categories, according to the NFL release, will carry forward to subsequent seasons. So basically, everybody's clock is on 0 now, but you can have like 2 this year and 1 next year and have to sit.
That's not right. I feel like it should reset every year. Right?
Well, why?
Because it's a new season. I don't know. I mean,
I mean, I'm open to it.
I'm trying to think like in the
that
NBA when you get ejections, right? They don't accumulate over the course of several seasons. It's that one season, then it resets to 0 for the next year.
So this is weird. Players who commit 3 offenses in any of these categories during a season will be suspended for 1 game. It says during a season. The next paragraph, well, violations in these categories will carry forward to subsequent seasons. All players begin 2026 with a clean slate. Isn't that not 1 season?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that means exactly. It sounds like they want it to be just 1 season, but then they have this.
Yeah, then they have that line in the next paragraph.
Now, I don't know. Here's what I'd be in favor of, because like I said, they should reset. The next year, if, you should be fined. Fines can be accumulated.
So here's the thing. There's a fine aspect to this as well. Players who commit only 1 violation will receive 50% of their fine back at the end of the season. So you still get fined for these.
You get cash back?
You can get cash back. Yeah, you can get a rebate. You can get a rebate on your horse collar.
What? I don't understand that. Like,
but trust me, let me just say this. They're going to make the rebate way too complicated, and you're never going to see that money.
Right.
It's going to take forever.
It's going to take forever. Yep, you got to.
Which website? Well, it's on our website. Just go on our website. You'll find it.
Yep, go to the website, and then you got to find the
frequently asked question.
Mm-hmm. What's the serial number of my hit on a defenseless player?
How do I file my appeal to?
Yep. They're going to make it wait.
Call somebody from a call center in India. It's
Yep.
going to answer your questions for you. You're like, all right, this is going nowhere. I don't want my rebate anymore.
Just give up.
Take it. Take my money.
Right? Exactly. You win.
I'm done.
All right.
Hey, it goes to charity anyway, right? Here we go.
Let's go to Greg in Shelby Township. Hi, Greg.
Hey guys, I got a bit of a point on this. I think other than the blindside block, this is all geared toward defensive players.
Yep.
And that's first point. Second point is, what if, like you said, it should reset after a year? Because what if you sign a free agent and he's got 2 strikes against him? Then as a team, you have to absorb that.
Yeah, I'm looking
You
at
know
Pro
what I mean?
Football Talk do this story, and Pro Football Talk says if a player has only 1 violation in a given season, he enters the next year with a clean slate. So this is not clear. Their release says in a season, and then says it penalties carry over into subsequent years. But
I'll tell you what I would like to see. I would like to see
Did not expect that.
That is a first. In the middle of the call, he put us on hold. Okay, this is, again, from Pro Football Talk. If a player has 2 violations in the same year, 1 violation carries over to the next season. Okay, no. This is getting really complicated.
It is.
Why wouldn't it just reset like technical fouls?
I don't know.
No, I could see. I thought at first, Doug, you were talking like maybe they get the third one, the final game of the year, and then they're suspended the first game of next year. That would make sense because they have to pay. You have to be held accountable somehow.
Well,
but I don't think they should carry over. Like that
just,
means
whatever. Just wait. Lions are going to get screwed by this.
Well, I think
Just how it
we're going to hear a lot of this. The word appeal is going to happen a lot.
That might be true.
Teams are going to appeal once star players start getting close to that. Like when they get 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They can't do this cumulatively. They just can't do that. That doesn't make sense.
All right, a couple things coming over on Twitter. Gonzo writes in, beat the streak is great, but infuriating. You need to beat DiMaggio's hit streak of 57 straight hits. You select a player or 2 players each day to get a hit. Nobody's ever done it. The winner gets $5.7 million. It's over a decade old. Nobody's ever won. Sponsored by MLB. You can play on the MLB app. So you just have to pick a player to get a hit. And if they...
DiMaggio streak 56 games, but 57 would break it.
Wow. That's kind of cool. Josh says, speaking of high school football, check out this new field at Warren Lincoln. And they linked it. Warren Lincoln has a new turf field. It is red.
I don't like that.
You don't like it?
No, I guess I'm more of a traditionalist. Just give me the green field, man.
I'm guessing that none of this is targeted to appeal to you.
Fair enough, but it's not targeted to appeal to you either, Doug.
No, it's not. And I'm accepting
All right, let's
that.
ask the kid.
Oh,
the
he's
kid's
on
on
the
a
phone.
phone.
Yep.
I mean, he's the one that we need to know from.
If he would like a red field more, no, he's on the phone with a caller. But
yeah, does it appeal to you having a red football field?
Is that cool?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Does it appeal to you? A red football field. Warren Lincoln's new field is.
Oh no, that's stupid.
Okay. What about the Lions' new
I'm
uniforms?
in tune with the young kids.
What do you make of the Lions' alternative uniforms?
I'm not a fan of the grays. I don't think.
No. The ones that came out with yesterday.
Yeah,
Did you
like the
see those?
rivalry ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, the grayish. I can't do it, and I think the helmets look better with the all black uniforms.
Okay.
See,
good.
I'm young at heart, man.
Yes, you are. You're very. It's been said many times.
Hey, little sir, how are you?
That chair is.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Rico's chair is a little low.
Brought in a little budding in studio today. Hello.
Hi, guys. You need your grass cut?
I could.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah?
You guys talking about the Lions uniforms?
Yeah, well, we just were asking the kid. He's 25. Get a 25-year-old's perspective. So.
I wonder, do they get sued by the Panthers?
They're very
Trademark
similar.
infringement.
It's kind of the
Gary
common.
Collins is pissed.
Common allegation.
K. Mays going to be so confused.
Yes, he is. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to touch upon a little college football stuff, plus things ESPN thinks you like, but do you really like?
All right. Have a great show, everyone. Thank you for listening. Stay safe. And a reminder to treat each other with respect. Thanks for listening to Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
All right, good afternoon. Uplifting stuff, Rico. We'll continue that conversation later. We've got a lot to do today. We're going to mix in a little college football, but not in the normal way that we trope on about it. We do have an interesting question about where Bryce Underwood fits in the top 100 players. I have a comprehensive list, and paychecks are a part of it. Very interesting note on the quarterback market. We're going to get to it at 3, but I wanted to do this to start. Rico and I had this moment of shock yesterday as Jeremy Otto waddled on in here and did what he normally does. He was ill-prepared because he had a great news story that he viewed as just a throwaway. He walked in and went Nagasaki on the update, and Rico and I stopped him DJ Scratch style. Right. ESPN was getting rid of the ticker during college football Saturdays. And we had our moment, and I talked about a copious amount of other things and people ESPN could get rid of before you touch the blessed ticker. Right. I mean, the ticker is at the right hand of the Lord. If I'm watching Tennessee and Georgia, I need to know if North Texas just put up another touchdown on Navy. That's college football. It's what we do. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to add to the topic. Okay. Because I'm a big believer networks do things that they think we want that we don't want. Mm-hmm. Myths. There are sports television myths. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present 10 sports TV myths. You, Corbin, David, you're the arbiters of justice. It's either a myth or it's real. Meaning, myth, you agree with me. Okay. Or, no, Mike, it's real. People want this. Gotcha. And the bedrock of it is the ticker. I don't think there's a person out there that wants this. The ticker is part and parcel with our Saturdays watching the sport.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I finally realized why the ticker's going to go away, Michael. To have more people download the app.
Got it.
That's why.
Well, I have the list. And now, David, I won't be insulted. You could put the most insulting music to this you like. Or we're going to go standard. All right, I like it. All right, gentlemen, are you prepared?
Let's go.
Here we go. Number 1 on the list, sports television myth. The more people we put on a panel, the better. What is it with all of these shows with 4, 6, 8 people at a desk? More is not better. Total myth.
Corbin, I'm going to allow you to go
Rico
first.
just said no. I'm not even doing this.
No, I don't want to poison the jury. Corbin, you can go first.
So before I get on this, I do want to say about the ticker, never forget 7 years ago, we wouldn't have known during Florida and Miami that Andrew Luck retired out of nowhere. Never forget.
Thank you. But that's what I'm saying.
I know. I miss it. Oh, I will miss it. When it comes to the panel, this is a myth. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Let's just give me 3 and I'm fine.
All right, cap it at 3. David.
I'm with him. A myth. We see College Game Day has 18 people on it. We don't need it. NFL Live, 18. We don't need it. So myth.
Now Rico's going to poison the jury.
No, it is absolutely a myth because it gets to the point where why are you here? Like you look at certain people like, okay, why are they here? Oh, their segment's going to come 2 hours from now.
We call it AJ Hawk syndrome.
Yeah.
Why are you here in front of a fake bookcase and you don't talk?
Right. Okay. Oh, we'll bring him on in a few hours.
Okay.
You're paying this man for 10 words.
Here we go. Sports network myth number 2.
I like this.
Ex-athletes provide great analysis. They do not. 90% of these guys cannot formulate a cogent thought. Yet, let's put more of these people on more panels to say less.
I wholeheartedly agree with the myth.
2 for 2.
Because what gets me is, okay, you retire and now you got ex-athlete guy, and I guess they're waiting for that one big story for them to say something that happened in a locker room. But other than that, they give you nothing. And it's like, why don't you give somebody who actually prepared and went to school for this and could actually give some insight?
Someone entertaining. Someone that'll keep eyeballs here. Not here see you struggle through the English language as Matt Ryan. Corbin.
Yeah, it's a myth, but I do want to say there are some athletes who have gone into broadcasting that do a very good job, but I don't think anyone is yearning
It's
for.
not a blanket statement, but the fact that as soon as somebody, Aaron Rodgers will have a job. Anybody who leaves will have a job.
Aaron Rodgers will take over AJ Hawk's spot on the Pat McAfee show. Watch it.
Lamar Jackson will retire, and the next day he'll be in the booth somewhere.
God help us. David.
I absolutely enjoy hearing Charles Woodson and Desmond Howard and Gronkowski.
Rich Eisen.
Yeah. I love hearing these guys. Love it.
Jake Butt. Let's do it.
I know you're lying through your teeth, but we're just going to move on. Okay. Sports Network myth number 3. People need and want hour-long blocks of WNBA coverage as well as WNBA dominating SportsCenter. Who on earth is settling in at 3 p.m. besides destitute unemployed people and watching an hour of WNBA today? And then you want baseball highlights, and what do you get? Ah, yes, an hour of Monica McNutt and inane WNBA highlights of balls bouncing off the bottom side of the rim.
Yeah, just so you know, I actually thought about for a blitz, WNBA team or AFL team.
Okay. Is this a myth or not?
No, this is a myth, Mike, that they want the WNBA to become this be all, hey, if you like the NBA, you're going to love this. And
you will not. Corbin?
I think it's a myth. I'm fine if they want to do stuff to cover the WNBA, but at least prioritize which sports will actually bring in people to watch at those primetime slots during the day.
David?
This pains me, but this is a myth because it's very rare, very little people that actually want to see that show, including me. Like, I'm the only one, though. So,
all right.
The deep dive, like, okay, are you showing Caitlin Clark or not? Let's just get to the game.
Sports myth number, what is this, 4?
4, yeah,
5?
3 for 3.
All right,
so
4. The myth. Networks think we need rules experts interrupting the broadcast to still get the call wrong. Let me ask you, what man has ever woken up in the morning with a raging portion of Morningwood screaming, more Blandino, babe? Like Blandino and Sterator and Pereira, they don't even get the call right. Just get them all gone. Show us the replay. Have the analyst that's next to the play-by-play guy tell you what they think, and boop-a-doop-a-doo, we're done.
I actually like this one. This is not a myth.
Damn it.
I like, because I like when they tell you what the rule is, so when they get it wrong, you're like, but wait, if that's the rule, now the compromise, how about you set them in New York and they're in the place where they're looking and reviewing stuff and they could actually interact with the people. But I like when you have somebody to say, guys, that's not the rule right there. The rule should have been this.
Corbin.
I would say it's become a myth in time because back in like the mid to late 2000s when we didn't have all these angles, sure, I need, an expert to tell me. But now they show 17 different angles. I can see with my own eyes if it's a penalty or not.
David.
Yeah, I don't need it. It's a myth. I don't need Pereira. I don't need anybody telling me what the rules are just to get them wrong. I don't like to hear that at all.
It's not that they're getting them wrong.
They're getting them wrong.
No, it's just like the referees on the field are like, wait, who threw that ball? Oh, that's Aaron Rodgers? Okay, got to give him that one.
You can clearly tell that they just woke them up too because they're groggy before they say a single word.
All right, Sports Network TV myth number 6. The more an announcer yells, the more exciting the game is. It is not. Goofballs like Eric Collins, Noah DeWitt Eagle, and yes, Gus Johnson ruin the games they call. They don't make them better.
First of all, it's just a great haircut for Noah.
That's a sky piece.
We don't know this. Yeah, this is getting ridiculous because now it is this is a myth because it's now you're trying to outdo each other with the catchphrases and all of this and yelling and everything can't be this exciting. Okay?
No, Eric Collins, you're calling K-State and UCF. You can't be yelling this way.
Sir, they just flipped the coin, okay? Let's power it down. Oh, my God! It was heads! I knew. Let's go to the telestrator. No, let's not.
Corbin.
I love Eric Collins, so I got to disagree with this.
Oh, no.
Watching Hornets games on League Pass, he's a fun time.
You are such an effing loser. All right, David.
It's a myth, and I'll go a step further. This is Gus's fault. Because Gus, naturally, when he was doing it, it was fun. Now, everyone's trying to do it, and they're going over the top.
All right, sports myth number 7 that the networks think you need that I don't think anyone needs. Kirk Herbstreit's damn dog. Enough. Enough. You don't bring a dog to an office environment. I'm sorry your dog died. I don't need a monologue on the air about it. I don't need you bringing the dog everywhere. No, the dog doesn't get a press pass. It's not a human being. I love dogs, but enough, Kirk.
Yeah.
Good God.
This started off as a great human interest story, and then it just became ridiculous. He is on the plane. Here he is at North Carolina State with his lanyard on as a
look,
media.
they gave him a dog toy. Shut up.
Oh, he's the greatest one. Okay,
Next.
we could pass on that.
Corbin.
Listen, it's a myth, and the one part that rubbed me the wrong way is when his one dog passed, and immediately the next week, the dog's body was still a little bit warm, and he brings out the other one.
Got a new dog.
Looks the same.
You've been replaced. All right. Sports Myth Network number 8. Networks think you want it. I don't think you do. Exploiting sick kids when you're just trying to enjoy your day. Looking at you, Rinaldi. You've just sat down with a pulled pork sandwich, and the next thing you know, you're bawling into it because little Bobby didn't live to see the Virginia Tech game. I don't want to hear about dead kids. I'm just here for Enter Sandman. No more Rinaldi. No more sadness. I want to have fun.
Iowa Wave included in that as well.
Those kids are alive. Can we stick to the myth?
Okay. This is definitely a myth here, and I'll say it because I always forget Big Noon actually starts at 12:15. And so when I get to close to noon, I want to turn to it, and then it's a Rinaldi story, and I'm like, oh, no, and I'm stuck.
You sit down, maybe you got an Italian mix and some chips, and you're excited. Up next, now you're battling stage 4 cancer with a poor kid.
It takes away from the game day experience. You're right. I'm going to give you this one, Michael.
Okay, Corbin.
They get too in depth with the stories. Like, I'm fine with like, hey, little Billy wanted to be here, but unfortunately couldn't make it. They go in depth. They show like pictures, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't stomach it.
Right, him on the life support machine, and can you just hold up one finger and say go State?
Touchdown, Michigan State immediately after.
All right, I'll give you the last one because I had a couple of more, but all right, here's the last one.
I want all of them.
I can't. We don't have time. The last TV network sports myth, and if you have thoughts on these, 248-539-9797, or just ticket text us. That's fine. Opinionated play-by-play guys. No one's asking for this. Your job's to call the game. You have an analyst. Their job's the opinion. Nothing annoys me more than dry white toast, a.k.a. play-by-play guy, now wants to get catty with it. Like Sean McDonough sometimes will just start just ranting on stuff. And it's like, dude, that's not your job. You call the game. Analyst has opinion.
Yeah, no, these people need to get nuked. I'll be completely honest. It takes away from the moment. Understand what your job is and do it properly, please.
Rico Beard is in shock.
No, I would say I didn't realize that went on. I guess if it's a blowout game, I don't care because I probably turned away anyway. But yes, in a hotly contested game, just do your job. Just tell me what just happened on the field.
David, last word.
Maybe not nuked, but just replaced.
Okay.
Something like that.
And those are your 9 TV network sports myths after they ripped the ticker from us. 97.1. That was a very cathartic beginning to the show. I feel much, much better to start the day. And if you have what you think, why do TV networks do this to me when I'm watching sports? Nobody wants this. The myths. I'd love to hear some of yours. Those are just mine. But, David, you're saying Ticket Text is going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs over this. So go ahead. Let me hear what we got here.
Yes, Mike and Rico, there are way too many people on these panels. I don't need 6 guys. That is Nate and Burton. Scott texts in and says, I won't lie. Before I got Peacock Premium, ads would play while watching Chicago PD for the WNBA game currently on, and I wanted to shut the TV off. The announcers are yelling like a bad Disney back in the day, Disney comedy. That is Dom from Wisconsin.
Eric Collins, the worst. I can't believe Corbin tried to enter him into the discourse. Oh, God. You could be watching Houston versus UCF in a nothing Big 12 game, and this guy's calling it like it's Game 7 of the ALCS.
I couldn't agree more, guys. Desmond Howard is still yet to complete his first sentence, and he's been in broadcasting for 20 years.
He's not wrong. And if I went to U of M, I'd be ashamed. I'd be totally embarrassed. I mean, honestly, like the man hasn't done anything criminal, so I'm not comping it this way. I'm just saying, like, if you put one of the dumbest Spartans on TV, I'd be embarrassed. There are plenty of times, like, I'm embarrassed of Draymond. I can't believe Wolverines take any pride in that guy being on TV. And also, forget about completing the first sentence. Has he made a salient point in 20 years? Like one, singular. I don't even need a rack of ribs, single bone. Just, have you made a point? No, he hasn't. It's insulting to people who actually could be entertaining. It could be good. How did he keep his job, but David Pollack lost his? At least Pollack said things.
That one I will never understand because I was shocked when Pollack lost because I actually enjoyed him on there. You're right.
You could have got rid of Herb Street, too. There's the other one. Herb Street. Oh, he won't be making a pick on the game. What? These aren't classified documents. It's Georgia Tech versus Georgia. Just pick the game.
I don't want to seem biased.
Okay.
You're right, Mike. Because when you watch these shows, it's just like way too many people there. But no, I think for me, and it goes back to something we've said before, networks, please stop putting the best games at noon. Nobody wants to watch them at noon.
Great one.
They are for the evening. I will split the baby in half. Do 3:30. Okay, 3:30, 4 o'clock.
The 3:30 kick when it starts and it's daytime, and then the portable lights turn on at half, and you get a night game.
Yes,
it's like splitting a sub sandwich.
And Major League Baseball,
that's
totally useless.
That's the last one I had, and we didn't get to it due to time constraints. Was sideline reporters, whether it's Rinaldi, Pam Oliver, Aaron Andrews, whomever. What does this serve? Maybe in 1995 it was unique, different, new. We get to hear from the coach. I mean, and it's in any sport. I just talked to the coach. He said if we stop the run and score a ton of points, we'll win this game.
Coach, you're down by 3 touchdowns. What do you need to do in the second half? Score more points.
It's just
all right, back to you.
It's and these are not like normal gigs. These are jobs paying multi-million dollars, and they're giving you nothing. Coach, what'd you make of that first half? I don't know. We're down 28-0. What do you think? Like, what? Why?
Wait,
don't have it.
But if you're the coach and you say that, you'll get roasted for being snarky. And, oh, my God, this person's just trying to do their job. Maybe I'm in a bad mood because my team is getting housed, and I just want to go into the locker room to yell at them.
Go ahead, Corbin.
See, I feel like you can be snarky, Rico, but be tasteful, because if it's one coach who did that was Greg Popovich. Everyone, all the sideline reporters knew, yeah, this guy doesn't care. And I remember, I forget which game it was, but they asked him a question. He just looked, he goes, what do you want me to say so we can be done in 10 seconds?
That's it. But see, I actually hope coaches stop being courteous. I'd really love it if just be like, that doesn't warrant an answer. If that's the best you got, find a new gig. All right, back to you, Troy. There's no purpose.
The only thing is when you get that rare moment, Mike, when you get the full John L. Smith, that we're out here playing, players are playing, the coaches are screwing it up. You would have never got that moment if it wasn't for the sideline.
All right, here's your homework assignment the rest of the day. You take the rest of the day off.
Okay.
Find 10 more moments like that.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
No, I said it's that rare. Rare means Doesn't happen
Right.
that often.
Right. I understand that.
Right, but it's other than, and that was what? Oh, damn, almost 20 years ago.
It was more. Wasn't that 04 Ohio State, or was it 05? That was the Ashton Ubudi game.
Yeah. Wow. 20
I got
years ago.
I got flipped off by a little kid down there.
Really?
Yeah, I was at the shoe that day. Oh man. Buckeye fans are animals.
Oh, they like me.
Okay. Congratulations. You're the prom queen at Heine Fest. All right, go ahead.
There was no competition when you just went down there.
Jeez.
That's why they didn't say anything to you.
Just telling you.
Oh, okay.
Kids they're animals. They see a group of Spartans in pain and you flipped off by a kid that had to be 10 years old.
They raise them well down there. Dave in Pittsfield texts in and says, the networks can just do away with any and all pre- and post-game shows.
Yeah.
I haven't watched one in years. Just show the game.
They're all awful. Game day and Big Noon, I forcefully, I don't turn any of it on. I'll turn the game on at noon. And David's right. You're expecting the Big Ten game at noon. It's 12:15. But I won't do it.
Because they have to do their picks. Oh, wait.
Please.
Can we throw guest pickers in there as well? We flew this person in.
Yeah.
I don't even know sports, but I went to the school, so
but
let's
you
go
know
ahead.
what that is. They sell the spot to like Sentient Jet or a private jet company. They showed a plane rolling up. The problem is, what uber highly successful person who would buy a private plane is watching College Game Day on a Saturday morning?
That's funny. But no,
I'm sorry. I don't think their schedule's allowing for that.
I just remember the year that Katy Perry came in and kicked it. She just made picks like, yep, I don't like that school.
But she had no attachment to Ole Miss. Wasn't that the day that like Mississippi State and Dak were number one and she was in the Grove?
Right. No, I'm saying she beat everybody that year, and she literally said, I know nothing about any of this. I'm just here to promote
hammered.
an album. Right. Buy my album.
So bad. Go ahead, David.
Text here says, WNBA has become an episode of Real Housewives. People just watch for the drama. It's bad basketball, but they definitely push it hard.
Oh, it's unbelievable how it is forced upon people. And the product doesn't warrant it. You're right. The only thing people talk about is how stupid the league is. How stupid this commissioner is, how stupid some of the players are. All the political footballs. I mean, this league doesn't even realize it's just being politicized for gain. It's insanity. The whole thing is insane. That's before you get to the fact I'd rather go to a park and watch basketball. It's awful. It's utterly awful.
I would like to add something. I don't know if it's a myth, Mike, but it goes back to what we talked about earlier this week. It's the network. Quit giving me soft serve ice cream. How about you give me some real news if real news breaks? So if, like, for the WNBA and real stories happen, they won't talk about it. They will, let's do this. No, the commissioner is bad, or this is going on, or they're infighting. But they won't mention that type of thing. Instead, they give you soft serve ice cream. It's the NFL Network and, going on with York. We can't talk about that. But here's some cuts coming up.
I know.
I would have more respect if I could watch those pregame shows and during, like, David, the Michigan scandal. You know what, Desmond? You went there. How do you feel about it?
He sounds like the Crypt Keeper. You'll have to Google that, Corbin. It was a TV show called Tales from the Crypt.
I think I know what you're talking about, actually.
That's Desmond. That's all he does.
But that's why I like David Pollack, because he would talk about the SEC. He would talk about Georgia, and not glowingly all the time. And it was like, you know what? I can respect that. Because
at least McAfee's willing to break some balls and have some fun.
Yeah.
And again, I think we've hit our limit on McAfee. I think we're getting a little overserved, but I digress. His role on game day does not bother me. At least he says something. At least he's a human being. At least he attempts to stoke the fans up and have a good time. I don't know why we're handling sports with such kid gloves. It's sports. It's not even real. But we're treating this like we're talking about an election or a war or something. It's sports. Sports are dumb. Have fun with them. Bust balls. This team blows.
Everybody's in it for the likes, Mike.
I'm
with you 100%.
David just flipped you off. Hope you like that. 248. He did not. I made that up. I have one other thing before we get to the quarterback stuff and Bryce Underwood. I have the most savage headline I've read all preseason. Like this is the literary equivalent of a chair drop. I want to give this to you next. Tell me if I'm overreacting. Okay. And it involves someone you love. Oh. 97.1. Okay, I promised you this, and we'll knock down a couple of calls, but I thought this was the most brutal headline of the preseason. And it piqued my interest because one of the people involved is someone that Rico likes. But in this case, he's not getting made fun of. He's actually being turned into a victim. May I read this to you? This is incredible.
Very apprehensive here, but go ahead.
No. From Ian Rappaport.
Oh, boy.
Quote, Tua's play has made it impossible for the Falcons to name him QB1 right away. Close quote. It really seemed the goal of the entire organization was to have Tua starting right away to let Michael Penix come along slowly after the knee injury. Really, you'd like him to be inactive the first several games and take his time and make sure he's fully healthy. Tua's play has made that simply impossible, not just in the preseason, but it sounds like practices it well, all of which is to say this is Michael Penix's job for the taking. Michael Penix does not have a right knee.
He does not. He's not ready.
The brutality of the comment, your play has made it impossible for us to do what we wanted to do. Now we have to put a hurt guy out there.
I thought that this was going to be the thing that both Tua and Kyler Murray needed. The change of scenery. You're playing for god-awful teams. Go show the people what you can really do.
The problem is
He did
this.
not.
I call it David Carr syndrome. Once your confidence is shot, it's very hard to get it back. And the other problem is I still looking at Tua throw the ball. He's never had a cannon. That's not what it is. He was a great anticipatory thrower. He would throw guys open. Rico, I really think something is permanent with his shoulder.
Yeah.
He can't, watching him throw at all now, it makes Todd Marinovich look like Warren Moon.
Well, the shoulder, Mike, and you do wonder if the concussion problems are kicking in, that he doesn't want to take any more hits knowing that he may be out of the league. So, yeah, I thought that he was going to actually give it a battle, and, yeah, that Penix would have to fight for his job. And, I mean, when you're already hurt and the job is still handed to you, you got, guys, I don't think I'm ready for this. Can we go out and maybe they'll go get Cousins back? I don't know.
David, go ahead. And then I had to share that. That was a crazy headline.
This is pretty sad because the situation has created them to bring an injured guy back too soon, which means he's not going to be nowhere near where he needs to be and look like he needs to look. This sucks for Penix because I really wanted him to get healthy and then be able to show everyone who he really is, but they're rushing him because Tua sucks. Tua is awful, Mike. You're right to bring up the David Carr situation. Because along with the shoulder, I think he's afraid to stand in that pocket and take a hit and really, look at the progressions. He doesn't in his mind have time because he doesn't want to take the hit.
David, the next hit he gets, I think he's going to end up getting Steve Young. Corbin, you can look that up. How he ended his career.
I know what you're talking about.
It was Lawrence Phillips decided he did not want to block.
He did not. We'll go to Gabe, 97.1. Gabe, how you doing, buddy?
Mike Rico, longtime listener, first-time caller, so I have to do it once. Good afternoon.
Oh, we can give you one of those. Hold on. There you go.
Welcome, Gabe.
What's going on, Gabe?
Thank you, sir. So I didn't hear your whole list at the beginning of the show. I haven't heard other callers, so apologies if what I'm going to say is a little redundant, but just wanted to rap about something that's really pissed me off personally about just the overall ESPN production and everything with college football. So I'm someone who thinks that music goes a long way in telling the story of the day and the games and the season and everything. Do you remember what the ESPN college football theme used to be? It was that drum line, and then it was the ba 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 ba.
Yeah.
And then at night it was a Saturday Night Football, the ba 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 ba. It was beautiful, and it was perfect, and it was epic, and it felt like it meant something. Now for the last decade, it's been this stupid, uniform, just little two-note, bam, 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 and it just has really ticked me off for a decade. And
You're really
to rant at somebody about it.
Gabe, you know what? I'm not going to be the guy to make fun of you. I get upset about little things that were traditions that are gone in the sport. I can't be mad at you for it. No, you're right. I mean, I get more bent out of shape. To me, 3:30 in the afternoon is CBS, SEC, Vern Lundquist, and all that's gone. Or the biggest game of the week being a night game on ABC, and that's gone. But now the music stuff, the themes, all of it. College football was built on a series of traditions and nostalgia that have been eliminated seemingly by the day. So, no, you're not crazy. I hear you loud and clear. The quality of the broadcast has never been worse.
may I give you Big Ten Saturday night?
Yeah, there you go. Noah, the wig looks good this week. Thanks for playing. Oh, and here's something else. We brought in John Fanta from space. I don't understand it.
Someone did text in and say, Mike, if we didn't have 18 people on the pregame, then we wouldn't have gotten a chance to see the greatness of John Fanta. Think about that for a second, man.
I don't even know if networks are doing like Q scores anymore or focus groups. I'd love to sit in on one where like a room just went wild for John Fanta in a screening. Like they viewed his tape like Citizen Kane and just stood up. It was like the gif of Bill Murray standing up at the award show. Oh, yeah.
So imagine, Rico, in game, when everyone returns, it's like that. John Fanta enters the screen.
Oh. Okay. No, you're right. You're right. All of a sudden, when Captain America picks up the hammer,
yeah,
everybody loses it.
Yes. That's the viewing of John Fanta's demo reel. We have to platform this man nationally. This is unbelievable. Like the teacher from A Christmas Story. A plus. Was he reading Ralphie's theme? Right. I just don't get it. I don't even understand what world I reside in. Like the McAfee thing makes sense on a certain level, is that he has been this blast furnace of content. Mm-hmm. He did the color analysis on NFL games. He's done some of the wrestling stuff. He's good in a studio format on the game day thing. I don't have to love everything about it. He's getting overexposed. The point is, I can get it. John Fanta appeared from Planet Nebular. I don't know what hole they dug this guy out of, and now he's everywhere. Now he's doing some show on NBC Sports Network. What's the show about? Being annoying? It's like a coffee table book about coffee tables.
Bro, you just described pretty much half the people that they have on there. I mean, think about how many times we look up at the monitors and like, who's this? Who's this guy? Why is he on there? Yeah.
He ruined the Kentucky Derby for me. I'm not letting it go.
What did he do?
Don't make me go down the list. Don't. Look, bottom line, you wear a suit. You can't be sitting Indian style with your balls hanging out. John, act like you've been here before. He looked like he was on safari. Guys wearing a powder blue three-piece that stopped fitting 2 sizes ago. What, NBC can't get you a tailor? Then they put a hat on him. He looked like he was an extra from the movie with The Rock when they're going through the jungle in the expedition. Jack Black's character. He's wearing that kind of hat at the Kentucky Derby. Yeah, Jumanji. Jumanji Fanta. That's you're at the Derby. You're not in the Amazon. Just please.
I'm
stop.
Sorry. I checked out when you said his balls were hanging out.
It was hard to miss, Rico. He's sitting Indian style, and they zoomed right in. Balls, anyone? I mean, it's bad enough if you got a horse that's not serious about their business and they're taking you to Dong Theater. We don't need it from Fanta.
Okay, so if Fanta didn't do Kentucky Derby stuff, would you like this man?
No,
okay.
Because he was just as bad in the college football. They go to the studio. Oh, let's go for a score update. Oh, hey guys. I'm like, oh my God, what is this? I grew up on Brent Musburger giving score updates, and then we end up with Jumanji.
You are looking live.
This industry is a toilet bowl. All right, football season. Elevate your tailgate and Chevrolet. Training camp coverage. Honestly, I ought to have Moran sponsor John Fanta's hats. Have Brian buy him a few nice sky pieces. Great tailgate starts with the right truck. 26 Silverado 4x4 Crew Cab V8. Ready for game day. If you're tired of the gas prices, check out the Chevy Trax as well. It's Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You need service? They give you a free loaner with that service. MoranExpress.com. Visit them on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. All right, let's get some music, and I'm hoping we get to talk a little football here. I think I've had my fill of John Fanta conversation. David, what do we have? Yes. These bells also can be heard in an a cappella performance at Greater Life at the 9:30 Sunday Mass. David, what are we doing?
So the final preseason game in the NFL is this weekend, starting today, Friday, and Saturday. And a lot of people are having their fantasy football drafts.
Oh, dear.
So I have a consensus of who is in the top 25 player-wise, and I want you guys to guess some of these players in the top 25 here.
Yeah, these are easy. Regardless of format?
Correct.
Here's a two-piece. Bijan and Jameer. It's probably 1-2.
You are correct. They are 1-2.
Have you seen Bijan run?
I have seen Bijan run.
All right. Now, this ain't make it take it, is it?
It doesn't have to be. No. Let's go with you now, Rico.
JSN.
Yes, he is number 5 on this list.
Is there any fear to him having a little bit of a letdown? Like, do we really believe? Remember, I'm always a big believer if you go and win the Super Bowl, you're probably going to be trash next year. 2, are we convinced Sam Darnold, after the loss of K9, is simply just going to target this guy 180 times again and have it be whiz-bang pow magically delicious? I wonder a little bit about it.
I can understand that, but I think that they know that if they want to go anywhere in that tough division, they got to make sure that they get him the ball. So.
More A.J. Barner. I have one for you, and I think he's going to have an unbelievable season. This is the last chance at the OK Corral here, okay? Jamar Chase. It's now or never for the Bengals and for Joe Cool and the whole deal. Jamar Chase explosion season.
So you have the top 3.
Okay.
You got Robinson, Gibbs, and Chase. They are 1, 2, and 3.
Do we all agree on that, though? This is it. Like, the narrative will turn on Burrow and Chase and the Bengals if they are not much better than
I was about to say, him and Burrow, hand in hand.
Okay.
This is it for you.
Corbin, go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Oh, no, you're good. What I want to say, though, about JSN, I think it'll affect him more with Clint Kubiak out of the building.
That's another great point because Kubiak, outstanding play caller, outstanding run game coordinator. That's how you end up being wide open on these play passes. It's a good point.
If I'm going to throw a name out there, let me go with a quarterback, Josh Allen.
There are no quarterbacks on this list in the top 25.
How embarrassing. Corbin.
Okay. I'm going to go with
embarrassing.
Maybe probably getting towards the end. I'm going to go with Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey is number 10 still on this list.
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I know the substation jokes and all of that, but you're still getting a Kyle Shanahan offense, an elite run scheme, and what CMC provides that a lot of backs don't, he's basically a wide receiver. Mm-hmm. It's just he's consistent, and he takes care of himself in an elite manner. He's very similar to Derrick Henry in that regard. I know the injuries rack up, but, dude.
You going to throw Derrick Henry in there?
I'm not. Not after that meltdown in Buffalo and all the fumbles. To hell with Derrick Henry. I will give you, I'm sticking with the wide receivers just because they are so copious in today's fantasy football. I'll give you a guy, he's got no quarterback play, and I'm worried about him. But as a talent, he's superb. Give me Drake London.
Drake London is number 11 on this list.
That's a sell, by the way. I can't do that. I know you need a level of quarterback play to beat a top dog, and when you're talking about a guy in the top 10, it has to check every box if you're going to use that draft pick on that player. It's different than if you're in the 10th round and you're like, let me YOLO ball KC Concepcion. That's a different thing. You're taking Drake London in the first round of your draft. You sure about that?
I got somebody I think you'll take in the first round, Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson. Wow, maybe I just can't see. He is here, number 12. There we go. I was about to say, wow.
Please tell me he's on this list or it's null and void. All right, let's keep it. I mean, again, I don't have a problem with it.
12. I'm going to put my glasses on so I can see these names.
I think part of that is with some of the quarterbacks that are ahead of him. Now, I would never have him below Drake London. I wouldn't. I think that's wrong. Mm-hmm. It's the quarterback play. Like, it makes no sense to have London ahead of him. But could I take Justin Jefferson over Chase, over JSN? Could I take him over Puka?
I was about to say, didn't Puka and probably Amon-Ra.
Puka is number 4.
Surprised you didn't take him.
Amon-Ra is number 6.
You were biting to take him.
Well,
I think
that's a good one.
Amon-Ra is one of the safest picks. I don't think he'll get the touchdown volume. He won't score the long touchdowns. But from a target standpoint, health, commitment to the game. He's a guy you could write an article. He's in the best shape of his life. He looks like an absolute monster this year, and he's got a synergy with the quarterback, and they play indoors. Like, Amon-Ra is a safe first-round pick. I don't think you're going to win your league with it, but he's safe. He's going to go out and get you something every week. He ain't going to be reading Socrates on the sideline, pouting.
Well, speaking of that, A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown is number 17 on this list.
Reading Socrates.
I think it's boom or bust. I think he either gets back to being one of the 5 best guys in the league, or this is it. It's a very risky proposition. I view him just as a different version of Steph Diggs.
All right. Before you give the Saquon.
Yep. Go ahead. Saquon Barkley is number 14 on this list.
Falling off.
All right, stay with the Eagles.
Sure.
Guy I think's going to have a big season, Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith. Let me look again. Yep, no, he is not on this list. And not top 25.
What?
Yeah.
You know what?
I
Let's
think that's
go
crazy.
tight end, Colston Loveland.
Colston Loveland is not top 25 as well.
Brock Bowers.
Brock Bowers is number 20.
I barely made it.
Yeah. So
All
let
right,
me
if
give
Bowers
you.
is 20, here's the question.
Yep.
Would Genty be higher or lower?
Genty would be higher.
Would he? This list is a little funky.
Survey
Devontae
says-
Smith's not being there.
He is higher. He is
Thank
number
you.
9.
Okay, great. I disagree with it. Bowers should be higher. Genty, I know.
What does John Fanta have to say about
In the top 10, man. It's crazy.
I think it's crazy. I mean, I know the O-line will be a little bit better, but there is competition there. That Mike Washington kid they drafted has a lot of speed. He's a different type of back. I think that's a little much. Bowers is still the centerpiece of the passing game. He's still a shoo-in for 130 targets. Receding hairline and all.
So let me give you the rest of the list. 25, Rashee Rice. 24, Kenneth Walker III.
Yes.
23, Trey McBride.
No.
22, George Pickens. And you're saying quarterback play, why you would knock him a little bit.
With McBride, look, I know somebody needs to get the targets, but
Right.
holy hell, that team stands to be.
Yeah.
But maybe it's all garbage time.
Is it Carson Beck going to be the
Right,
quarterback?
but maybe they're down 31-10, and you're right. They do force 3-4 targets to him in the
Yes.
fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden you're back. All right, I'll say yes. You're right. Someone's got to catch the damn ball. Who's the other guy there? Michael Scott? Or wait,
Well,
that's
no,
from
it's
Harrison.
Marvin Harrison.
Harrison.
It's
Junior.
I
It's
don't count him.
Harrison.
He's a bum. Who's the other cat?
What
Not
is the other
Dortch, the other receiver.
You're right. I didn't forgot his name now. All of a
I
sudden.
blurted out Michael
Wow.
Scott from Dunder Mifflin. Just keep it rolling.
21,
No.
Derrick Henry.
No.
19, Malik Neighbors.
There you go.
18, Devon Achane. 16, Nico Collins. 15, Chase Brown, the running back out of Cincinnati.
Love.
13, CeeDee Lamb. Number 8 and number 7, you didn't get 8, Jonathan Taylor. 7, James Cook the third.
Little leery on Cook, but overall, I don't have huge problems. I'm telling you, Devontae Smith. Big time this year.
Slim Reaper.
Big time.
Okay.
Got the head case out of town. He's the number 1 now.
All right, those are your top 25 fantasy football players, 97-1.
3 o'clock, great to have you with us. A little college football, and I want to bring something up, and you have the option. You pick whatever side you want on this. It is a question. Now, I understand that we have no hope of succeeding with this topic. There is no world we'll be able to have an adult conversation. So I don't care. We're going to have fun. ESPN had their top 100 college football players. So I clicked on it because I go, okay, well, could this be something for us? And I started scrolling, looking for one particular player, Mr. Bryce Underwood. And 100 became 90, 90 became 80. Got a little worried at 70 where I'm going, all right, if he's higher than this, we got a little problem here. 60, 50, 40, I'm going, all right, well, now we've reached crack phase. So he's either here or he didn't make the list at all. He did not. So I then reverse engineered it and said, okay, if Bryce Underwood didn't make the top 100 list, before I ask, is it a snub or is it a reality check? How many quarterbacks did make the list? And I counted them. 18 quarterbacks made the list. You know who didn't make the list besides Bryce Underwood, just to show you what it takes to be on the list? Lenora Sellers. So I said, okay, juxtapose this, where he's essentially not a top 20 QB in the country, with the local headlines. I mean, there was a literal headline the other day. His throws are so good, Michigan DBs are stopping and staring. Now, I'm largely numb to that because the September Heisman was crafted in Ann Arbor. I've been through this with Shane Morris, Brandon Peters. I've been through it with Tate Forcier. I've been through it with Shoelace. I've been through it with Shea Patterson. It never stops. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of numb to it. But you get the local headlines and hype and sizzle, and then you juxtapose it with a national view. Only one view, but a national view. He didn't make the top 100. And I think more damning, there are 18 quarterbacks on this list, including some guys I don't think are very good. And I wanted to ask Michigan fan primarily because I'm not interested in like Notre Dame fans' view of Underwood. It's your quarterback. And Rico has the salary stuff, which I think is illuminating as well. Is this a snub? Do you believe Bryce is a top 100 player? Do you believe he's one of the top 18 quarterbacks? Do you believe it is so egregious that he's not on this list that it's a shoo-in? He will be by the middle of the season. Or is it a reality check? Is it a reality check that you've been lied to? You were told this guy was the 3-time winner of the Golden Phallus Award. You were told this guy could have played for an NFL team last year. You're being told right now he's making throws so amazing, guys are messing their pants in awe. It's one or the other, isn't it? Is it a snub or is it a reality check?
Michael, I think it's a little bit of both because you would think Michigan being a top 15 team preseason,
you'd need a top 20 QB.
That 3 of their players would be in the top 100, including the quarterback, your captain of the team, the leader of the team. He would be in there. So, yes, if I were you, I probably would have did the same thing. Like, wow, they got him as a top 20 player. Wow, he's going to be a top 10 player.
Right, I kept scrolling, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
He's not even there. But if you base it off of what he did last year and not what he did in practice and not all the hype that you get in the offseason, I could understand that because – Mike, in most games, the best throws that he made was when he didn't throw the ball, when he took off and ran.
And Marsh saved him.
So he didn't make big plays against big time teams. Put him up against, Central Michigan, and he looked like a Heisman Trophy winner.
So it can't be. Look, we know there's truth in everything, right? That it can be both. I need you to tell me 51%, 49%. Is it a snub? Or is it a reality check? I want to know. I want to know where Michigan fans are with it. You can feel however you want to feel. But like the local headlines, he made a throw so good the Michigan DBs were saying, enough. Just enough. But that's the local. Maybe this is what they do. They've been doing this since probably before I moved here. It's every summer. Every quarterback is everything, and then they are not.
Right.
So I just would like to know. Now, David, you're our resident Wolverine scumbag, and I wanted your enlightened take. Is this a snub or a reality check?
You guys know how I feel in my opinion on Bryce Underwood. He has time to prove me wrong, but no, this is not a snub. This is a reality check. I didn't see that gift last year that he supposedly has. I did not see it. Yes, I've heard things in camp about him doing this and doing that, but that's camp. Let me see it in games. Let me see it week 2 against Oklahoma, and then I'll say, okay, he's proven me wrong. But right now, no, not a snub.
So, David, you're kind of setting it up where you're not going to answer the question.
Oh, no. It's reality. It's a reality check. Big time. Not for me, because I've been on this train.
But here's my problem with saying that. If he's one good game away from being on the list,
no, I didn't say one good game. I said then it's like, okay, then keep proving it to me.
Okay.
It's just one game, and then you keep doing that for me. One game it's not changing my mind.
David, right. The last time you saw him, it was Ohio State, then it was the Texas game, and then if you tuned into the Big Network, you saw him in the spring game. None of those jumped off the page. None of those said, you're a top 100 player. After a while, Mike, the hype goes away and your body of work has to stand for you, and he does not have that body of work. Now, if you want to forecast and project and say, but he's going to get better, then maybe mid-season he jumps into the top 100, but I could easily see how he got left out of this. Now, is it a snub? I don't know, because I see where David is coming from. Do it against Oklahoma, and now you've piqued my interest.
That's it.
Yeah, you went up against Texas, and okay, you want to say it was just a bowl game, but you were out there looking like you were trying to play. Ohio State, that's the game. Okay.
And if you wanted the comparison too, and I know, I caught a lot of crap for this last year, that's fine because people don't watch games. Do you remember when we were talking about JKS, Sakapultele, the kid at Cal, and I'm like, dude, he's running circles around Underwood. Like, this kid is awesome. Underwood is not. They have him at 46. So like that evaluation was not crazy. Now, from a Big Ten standpoint, I think what the list is telling you is they don't have a lot of respect for the Big Ten's quarterbacks, which I don't. So you have 2 that are really up high, which are Dante and then Sayan. Thank you. The next Big Ten QB comes in at 55, which is Josh Hoover, the kid from TCU who plays at Indiana now.
Not Maeva?
No. He's at 55. Then I'm going just down the list here real quick. Damon Williams. I can't believe I have to acknowledge Washington is a Big Ten school. He's at 64. And I apologize, guys. We're doing it in real time. I'm sorry if you're in listener land. Nope. See, like, I'll give you a guy I think sucks. I think this guy's terrible. And you could have put Underwood here instead of this kid, and I would have said, you know what, fine. Anytime I watch Kevin Jennings at SMU, I'm left going, did this guy get body snatched? I'm told this guy's great. I'm watching. I hate this guy. He's terrible. He was like 75. But yeah, the Big Ten is light on quarterback play. That's the thing that really jumps out at you, because it's not like, hey guys, there's a ton of amazing QBs in the Big Ten. There is not. No. So it's not like he got squeezed out.
No.
There's 3 on the list.
I don't think Rocco Beck is in there.
He is not. Nor should he be.
Hey, Penn State, we are.
Yeah, it's another guy I don't like. But I do. I want to know where you're at with it. Whether it is just, look, when 18 quarterbacks make the list and the Big Ten doesn't have good quarterback play, I think that's a reality check to where things are. Not where they might be, not where you want them to be. But this idea that locally, when you juxtapose what's coming out of camp, and you pair it with something like this, that's where you're left going, really?
What's leading me, it's a story that I told you, Mike, I'm going to be paying close attention to, that, David, if the Oklahoma game does not go the way that they think, the whole Tommy Carr, there will be a groundswell because they're going to be like, look, his brother's doing well at Notre Dame. Maybe we're sitting on something here. He's a legacy kid. Maybe we need to play him. Just saying. The fact that he's not there.
I would be in disbelief. You've been saying it. I have no way to disprove you. I would be stunned. Stunned. But maybe something we can add to it is there was an article today. We could pair up some of the salaries of these young men. This is a separate issue. I think it's showing you just how insane this is. Look, we're not even talking about, hey, this guy's making $1 million or $2 million. The top guy in the country's making 6.5, and it's not who you think. And you're getting outside the top 10, making over $3 million. Rico's got the list. He'll take you through that a little bit later in the hour. It's showing you why this is totally unsustainable. The NFL minimum is like 800. You got guys that aren't that good making 3.
I mean, I know it's a different day and age, Mike, but yeah, Mr. Irrelevant, Purdy came in making $800,000. He just got bumped up a few years ago.
I think there's something wrong with it. I think there's something incredibly wrong with guys making 4, 5, 10x, the NFL minimum. You're not in the NFL. We'll get to it. All right, heat wave, summer, you know the whole deal. It'll be snowing in 10 days. But your AC is running nonstop, and Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical can make sure you're in tip-top condition with a $79 AC tune-up and Freon check, and you don't need to call around. Guys at Mastercraft going to get to you faster than anybody else. And they're available 24/7 for emergencies, free in-home estimates, all work backed by a 5-year warranty, and the offers flexible financing options to work with your budget. Call the pros at Mastercraft today for all your plumbing, electrical, and generator needs. For every power failure or seasonal shift, Mastercraft has got you covered. You can visit mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Okay, David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get to the people, and Rico will have the salary stuff. I think it's eye-opening for the average fan. It's one thing to talk about ranges or the maybe and what a guy might be making, but when you start to see not only what the numbers are, but how many, I think that's why you have administrators, coaches, including Kyle Whittingham, who's a very smart guy. This is completely unsustainable. Like, this is going off a cliff. David, some of the text, though.
As a Michigan fan, he is absolutely not deserving of this list. Now, I do believe he has the potential to prove he was snubbed, but as of right now, he does not belong on this list.
Okay.
Bryce is not a top 100 player. Carr will end up being the starter before the season is over.
Is that okay? Look, I know, Rico, you've been saying that for a while. I'm not dismissive. I have no way to validate or disprove it. I would be stunned. But it is a new coach, but doesn't part of inheriting this team, you have to play this kid?
It does, Mike, but as a new coach, you can go in one or two directions. Either A, I'm going to play him and hope for the best, or you're in that sweet spot honeymoon period where you could buy yourself an extra year saying, I'm going to move towards the future. I'm going to go ahead and play this other guy. I'm not saying and that it's going to happen. I'm saying this is something that I am watching out for, because the last name of Carr, you're looking at what his brother is doing at Notre Dame, and he's sitting there at Michigan.
Well, that's the swing and miss. The Carr kid at Notre Dame might be the number one quarterback in America.
Understand.
That's that's the one you rue the day you didn't get him.
Yeah, you're right about that.
That kid is
so now
legit.
Maybe you got a second chance, a second bite at the apple with the younger brother there.
Got it.
And are you going to sit there and waste his time, or do you just throw him out to the wolves and see what he can do?
What about Pete Nicolosi, the kid from Colorado State? He stinks.
Yeah, because if you're going to have just marginal games and not perform big time against big opponents, you might as well see what the young guy can do.
Nicolosi's perfect for you guys, David. All the kid does is run his mouth and doesn't deliver. That kid was always in the news at CSU, yapping. Yappity McYapperson.
We don't need any more of that.
He's not very good.
I was very high on Underwood before he played a snap in college, and I was very disappointed with what I saw. Based off of last season, no, he's not a top 20 QB or a top 100 player.
And understand this. Part of the reason you could say it's a snub or it's a reality check, I think it cuts both ways. The Big Ten does not have good quarterback play. There's only 2 quarterbacks on the list that I think really have earned it. I have major reservations about Josh Hoover. I watch plenty of Big 12 football, mainly because it's entertaining. But Hoover has some serious deficiencies in his game, including a complete inability to read certain types of coverages. Plus, here's the other thing. Is Indiana really going to do this again?
Well, see, that's
they're just going to really nail another quarterback evaluation like they did with Rourke and like they did with Mendoza. They're due for a stinker.
Well, and I have a suspicion here because I did look at this list and they said Mendoza was not on the list last year. So I think they're choosing Indiana's system, not necessarily Josh Hoover.
Well, and the wide receivers, let's be fair, because it's not just Nick Marsh. The best receiver on that team isn't Marsh. It's that Charlie Becker kid. Mm-hmm. That kid is awesome. So that's part of this. Well, and Michigan's got Andrew Marsh. And look, Whittingham, if he's going to do
some receivers with him, too.
And if he's going to do what he did at Utah, you're going to have about 7 tight ends on the field at all times. But the difference is they're going to be running 30 yards down the field. They will you could have a tight end for U of M catch 70 balls, have 1,000 yards. His offense at Utah, they were doing vertical stuff, very NFL-like stuff at the tight end position.
Well, here, let me help out all the Bryce Underwood people who are going to say, well, he didn't have a quarterback coach last year, and now he has to learn. Like, everything doesn't have to be a fastball. He's got to make some adjustments on the fly, Mike, in order for him to get into this top 100 category. I don't know if he's going to be up for that challenge or not.
Well, part of it is just learning. You need to feather a ball in, layer it in over the linebackers. Right. A little bit of touch on some of the swing passes.
Right, not 100 miles an hour from me to David.
Yeah, everybody knows you got a nuclear arm. But and I know part of the plan too. This is going to be interesting. Utah runs its quarterbacks. Bryce, there was like a refusal to run him last year. There were read options where the D lineman would crash right down, and all Bryce would have to do is keep and go, and he would have had an easy 10, 12 yards. I don't want to be hyperbolic. Right. They're going to run him. So then it's this issue of, okay, now you're running, you're taking hits, you're taking a physical beating. How do you react to that? Look, there's a lot of unknown.
I don't think they're going to run him this year because I think they're going to go with the Savion hitter guy.
No. Rico, you can. Okay.
I don't know. I understand what you're saying.
I'm just telling you.
But I think that it's going to be more of a, okay, because I think last year was we don't have anybody else. If you get hurt,
all right,
our
but now
season's
you do.
over.
If you don't run this kid, why is he here? That's part of what makes him alluring.
Fair enough.
And if you say he got snubbed, I'm not mad at you because you could sell projection. You can. You could say, wait a minute, do you mean to tell me? Like, there are quarterbacks on the back end of this list. I don't care if they're, and I know you got the money, we'll do it next segment. There's certain guys in this list, I don't think they're any good. Maybe I'm an old school person. We'll go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Let me get you on speaker. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that.
You're all good. What's up?
So my thing with Underwood, I totally think it's a wake-up call or whatever you want to call it because last year, I mean, granted, I'll call last year wash just because of the whole coaching staff and whatever else. But to me, with the spring game, he didn't really do a whole lot. And you got to keep improving, man, because I really do think he's on a short leash. And I kind of feel like if it wasn't for the money, would he even be on this team? Like, would they just tell him hit the portal? We got Tommy Carr.
That's a tough question. That one, I don't know, man. There's a lot of potential to this kid. I don't want to overreact. Does the money make it harder to do that? Maybe. But okay, if you wanted him gone, which I have no evidence of, take his money, you go out and get one of the top 10 guys. You know, if you really wanted someone right away, ready-made, would I have gotten rid of him and paid $5 million to Sam Levitt? Probably.
But see, I think it's more of a let's see what we have here first before we throw the baby out with the bathwater. Because maybe it was a Sharon Moore thing. Tom?
All right, good talk, Tommy. Okay. I don't know. He was wrestling his phone cord. I don't know what was happening there. Let's go to David, 97.1. David, welcome. Nice to talk to you, buddy. What's going on?
Mike, not bad. How about you guys?
Good. Sure. What do you make of this? You're our resident Wolverine pontiff. What do you have?
I think it's dead on, and I think you're dead on. I did a list probably 3-4 weeks ago. When you were on vacation, I called in. Rico probably remembers. I think it was him and Rieger, and they had the topic, and I don't remember exactly what the topic was, but it was about Underwood. And I'll tell you a little bit of what I said, and then I'll get into what your topic is. I said he's not even the 5th best quarterback on Michigan's schedule this season. So
okay, so hold on. Let's go down that list for a second. So you're going to play Dante Moore, yes. You're going to play Josh Hoover, yes. Sane. You'll play Mateer, yes. You'll play Sayin, yes. That's 4. Who's the 5th?
Drake Lindsey, Rocco Becht, either one.
Did you say Williams?
Oh, DeMond Williams. Yeah. You play UW this year?
Let me make sure.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Okay. David, I feel you. No, all right, that I could allow for that. Yeah, you're not crazy.
So when you do that and you correlate it to the rest of the Big Ten, like you said, the quarterbacks typically aren't the snuff as the rest of the country. And then I do another national list, and I sit there and another big list for Big Ten. I barely have him top 10 in the Big Ten period.
Oh boy.
I have him number 9. So, like, you do that correlation throughout 100 players and throughout all the other thing. Yeah, it comes up perfectly fine.
So let me ask the question this way. So what does Bryce need to do for you to feel bought into him? Like when you say, look, I had him as the 9th best QB. Does he need to be the 7th best? Does he need to be in the top 5? For some people, they're never going to forgive the kid. It's not fair, but it's reality. Right. Unless he's the best guy in or he's number 2. Like, what is success for him, David?
In my eyes, success for him is improvement. Because a lot of people are overlooking the fact that he entered camp last year as a 17-year-old. He didn't have a head coach. He didn't have a quarterback coach. And they basically didn't do anything to help his development the entire season. I understand some people take that as an excuse. It's not an excuse. He was never developed. So everything they had to do this offseason, once Whittingham and his coaching staff got there, it was basically working from scratch. This is basically his freshman year all over again. So any improvement at all. Now, Do I take everything Michigan's saying and blah, 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 blah? No, I don't. But do I think there has been some improvement with his feet looking and his eyes mirrored together looking at coverages? Yes, I do, but here's my problem. All that is 7-on-7 with shorts and no shoulder pads, no pressure, no nothing. What's going to happen when his feet are in the fire? So we'll see that come week 2. We'll see that week 1. And honestly, because of week 2, I wouldn't even take him out. And I don't care if they're up 50-0. He's playing the entire game week 1 because you got Oklahoma right around, and he's got to get the game reps to start getting understanding that, hey, you're going to get hit, and I disagree. I think they are going to run him because that's Utah's offense.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, they're going to use hitter, and yes, they're going to use the tight ends, and they seem to believe in this J.J. Buchanan kid and everything else like that, and I understand that. We'll see come week 2 where the hype is and where the national talk is, because right now the two aren't mixed, and it's just bigger than a Bryce Underwood topic. But taking it back home, that's why I'm no higher than the floor isn't 7-5 with me. That's the ceiling for this season.
Wow.
It's solely on Bryce Underwood. The defense, they can sit there and talk about the defensive line, and they can talk about the secondary. We don't have a linebacker. You could put David out there. You could put Rico out there, and it's going to be better than what Michigan has.
All right, I want to answer a couple of these, and David, we're way over time, so out of respect to you, I want to answer these. So let me pump the brakes now. And on the flip side, I got one thing. I'll give you what I think a barometer is for him.
Okay,
we'll do it next. 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans, football season, it's here, and you know what that means. It's time to get your house ready for game day. Imagine watching every Lions touchdown, every fourth quarter comeback, and every playoff game from your very own custom-made fan cave. With Matrix Basements Finishing, that unfinished basement become the ultimate home for football this season. Not just for pros, college as well, and the perfect place to celebrate all the way through, dare I say, the Super Bowl. And right now, you can get started with no payments until 2029. Did not stutter. No payments until 2029. So don't wait for kickoff. Visit matrixbasements.com and schedule your free consultation today. Matrix Basements Finishing, basements built for game day.
Okay, so I owe caller David an answer. And I can sell you this pen in about 10 minutes. Rico's got the highest paid QBs in America, just to give you an idea where NIL's gone at the quarterback position. But Bryce Underwood wasn't on ESPN's top 100. There were 18 quarterbacks on the list. Two of the guys who didn't make the list would be Nico Iamaleava and Lenore Sellers. Now, I don't think Bryce currently is better than those two. So he's not a top 20 QB in America. The question is it a snub based on what you expect from him, or compared to the local headlines, Bryce throws such a good ball, you'll mess your pants? Is it a reality check? Right. Like, this kid has a long way to go. I leave that to you. But caller David is one of our Wolverine guys. Here would be my barometer for success if we distilled it into numbers. I've watched more Utah football in my life than I care to admit. I love Kyle Whittingham. Just because I don't think he's going to be here very long doesn't mean I don't love him. I think he's a damn good football coach. I just don't think at his advanced age and the way the sport moves that he'll have some 7-year run here. I'd be surprised. But knowing what I know about how Whittingham runs offense, this is a great system to bring a QB along. Well, you could say, well, he's never had a guy drafted. Well, Utah's not getting those types of quarterbacks. Like, you're getting a pig farmer. You're getting Bryce Barnes or whatever his name is. He was a pig farmer.
No, I remember.
The point I'm making is the way that they run offense, the running game that features the quarterback, play action, verticality in the offense, including with tight ends. Boy, if they had Colston Loveland, yeah, look out. Here's from a numbers standpoint where I'd be like, if he does this, this kid is going to be on this list. It's 3,500 total yards. You want to say 3,000 passing and 500 on the ground? Okay. We can do that. And 30 total touchdowns. I think that's a barometer for success. Tangible. Not this made-up, clutching your balls, hopium. Real success. Do I think he's capable of that? Sure I do. I told you last year it was ridiculous to play him. And then the attempts by the media to hype him up were even more absurd. Anyone who watched saw this kid was terrible. But that doesn't mean he can't be good this year.
No. Brother, let me tell you, because I was one of the ones, and David, you could attest to this before people think, oh, you're just slandering Bryce.
Smart.
He should have been redshirted last year.
100%.
I said that this kid, it was too much, too fast, too much pressure. If you want to do this kid right, you sit him that first year. Nope. Paid him the money. He's got to play. Okay. Good luck with that.
And he never would have played at LSU.
No.
He would have sat behind Nussmeier. And Nussmeier wasn't that good last year. But there was a reason. Okay, so now they got to play him. I told you, I'm not writing him off. I would never do it. I think it'd be a stupid opinion to do it. But I do think it's a little bit of a reality check of like, hey, he has a long way to go if you even want to be on this list. That long way is from a numbers standpoint. Do you believe those numbers I've put out are fair?
They're fair. They're fair.
They're attainable.
They are. Yeah, it means that he's going to be the guy. He's going to be one of the better, the upper tier quarterbacks in the Big Ten.
Okay. Now, as far as what David said, I just have I vehemently disagree that the ceiling for Michigan is 7-5. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's fair. I don't. First of all, the Big Ten's not that good. Hate to break it to you. You have the best team or two in America. No one's arguing it. It's everyone else's crap. That's the difference between the SEC and the Big Ten. The SEC, go pull up those schedules. You don't get a break. It's a week-to-week cannibal fest. Big Ten has the best teams. SEC's got the best quality overall. The point is, you're not going to be tested in a way that I think is too much for you to handle. Yes, you have road trips to places like Eugene, or you do bring Oklahoma in. I'm not saying it's an easy schedule. It's not. But I'm not going to say that this team can't get to 9 wins.
I think what David was trying to say, it's the Big Ten is top heavy, like you're saying, but it's a wild card after that where you don't really know, like, how good is UCLA? How good is Indiana going to be? How good are a lot of these teams going to be? On paper, looks like, oh, this team should be nothing. And then once the season starts, it's like, wow, didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I don't buy Penn State. I'm done. I'm done with Lincoln Riley until he shows me. You don't play UW. Indiana, I'm very leery of. I mean, you can drive as hard a bargain as you want. There's going to be complacency seeping into your program. And can they simply dial up another elite quarterback? And I do have reservations about Josh Hoover. But I'm a loser. I watch TCU. I digress. Let's go to the people. We'll go to David. Another David, 97.1. David, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. So my opinion on the matter is that it is not a snub. He didn't really deserve to be on the list based on the play last year, and I was hyped for it. When he flipped, I was like, oh my God, big Michigan fan, let's go. He didn't play good. He did not play good whatsoever. I mean, in the beginning it was good, but as the season went on, he regressed. He got worse. He got tight against Northwestern, it was not good. So he didn't deserve to be on the list. Now, I think this year he can prove to be on the list. I think he has all the tools, the coaches. I think he can do it. I think, that, like Rico was saying, Oklahoma is going to tell us because they're going to name the score against, Western Michigan. They'll name the score.
Yeah, that's part of the issue with all this too, David. What you do against Western, I consider that preseason. The problem is locally, the average fan is just going to look at that and be like, oh, he's awesome. And it's like, dude, you're facing guys. They have no hope. They have no hope.
I went to the, I want to say we played CMU first last year. I went to the game.
That was the Biff Poggi game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was cool. It was like, oh, yeah, we got this 5-star, and I was happy, but he shouldn't have started last year. That was part of him coming, I feel like. He got a good NIL package, and he was going to start, because like you said, if he went to LSU, Nussmeier was there 2 more years. He would have sat. He would have sat behind him.
No, 100%. Now, again, look, this is part of where college football is, and a lot of kids are making decisions that probably aren't best for them. Look, Bryce Underwood, if the goal was to develop and become the number 1 overall pick in the NFL, well, Sharon Moore being a rank amateur and not having a quarterback coach on staff is a pretty big red flag for most 5-stars. But then factor in, now you brought in Kyle Whittingham, who I like his offense, and you juxtapose it against, he hasn't had a quarterback drafted in 21 years. So, you start to look at it a little bit and go, all right, that's a little weird. We talked about it. I mean, David, look, I don't care. He can go wherever he wants. He could be good, bad. Michigan's always going to have a highly rated QB. That's been my whole adult life. But if I'm Bryce Underwood, would I have ever ended up there? No, absolutely not. I would have gone to a Miami. I would have gone to an Ole Miss. I would have gone to places that develop. LSU naturally. Bottom line, maybe it won't matter. Maybe it all clicks. I know they're going to run the football. And I know unless Whittingham has lost his marbles, this offense will set up for him to have some serious shots down the field. He's got to run.
But
that's part of the offense.
In all fairness, maybe he chose Michigan, Mike, because at the time, JJ was just a top 10 pick, and you were literally going to walk in and take his spot.
Except they weren't going to be able to supply you with the other team's place.
There's that.
David?
You know what? You earned this.
No. College football Saturdays packed with, I'm not going to lie, it's not packed with reasons to get excited. Do whatever you want. FanDuel, you want to play some bets, do your thing. First kickoff of the day, final whistle at night. I don't know. Maybe you're just like me. You want to see Belichick lose 50-0. Do whatever you like. FanDuel's got more ways to play. They got more of the SGPs, the bonuses, all of it. So if you're going to bet college football, download the FanDuel app. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. 21 and up, present Michigan. And if you have a gambling problem, you call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, so as promised, Mr. Rico Lamar Beard, a man who refers to himself as the light of the world, has an on-3 piece just to kind of cap this Bryce Underwood conversation. And I think it's a good eye-opener for people. If you don't care, I can't ask you to care. But if you're open-minded, maybe you'll be surprised. Maybe you won't be. So this is how many of the quarterbacks?
This is, I'm going to give you the top 18.
Okay.
Because after that, it's a bunch, but they're all under $2 million.
Okay.
So $2 million is the cutoff point because they're cheap, bargain baseball.
Wait. So there's 18 quarterbacks in America making north of $2 million?
Yes.
What are we doing? Okay. Now, here, I'm surprised, and this is a part of our radio show.
Oh, no. Let me help you with your surprise, Mike. Because number one on the list is Darian Menza.
He's making like 7.
6.5, close to 7. He makes
$1 million, not singular dollars. $6.5 million.
This year, he will make more than the starting quarterback of 6 NFL teams. To put things in perspective.
And I think there's something really wrong with that, but we will move forward. Yes. Carry on.
So, yeah. At number 2 is Dante Moore, Oregon. He's a little over $5 million a year. Trinidad Chambliss, he's 3. Ole Miss, he's a little over $5 million a year as well.
What a come up for a kid from Ferris State. That is wild.
That's why he petitioned for that extra year, buddy.
Damn right. He had 5 million reasons to, because he wasn't getting drafted.
No. At 4, Sam Levitt, LSU, $4.5 million, along with Josh Hoover at Indiana at $4.5 million.
Okay, I'm just telling you, I think both those guys are grossly overpaid. Levitt, he's an idea. I think he's gritty, he's fiery. $4.5 million. I mean, look, if you want ready-made, it's slim pickings.
No.
You could have told me, hey, if Michigan brings in Sam Levitt, do they have a better chance of making the playoff? Yeah, probably, experience-wise.
Right.
But, man, $4.5 million?
$4.5 million. And at number 6, he makes enough money to maybe take his teammates out to dinner so they'd like him again. It'd be Desmond Williams. Demond Williams. So, yes.
The story behind that guy is what Rico's referring to. He pimped his own teammates, tried to leave in the middle of the night after getting a raise at UW, left to take more money, and then recoiled and had to come on home because he got sued by the school.
Right. So, guys, I was just messing around.
Things are going great.
At 7 is Drew Mestermaker, Oklahoma State.
Stud.
$3.5 million.
You could pay him $7. I love this kid. He was awesome at North Texas. This is also why I think Fitzgerald is far from a slam dunk at State. Hey, what players did he bring from his previous stop? Oh, wait, he didn't have one. Here's a fun stat with Okie State. They lost 89% of their production. So 11% returning production. Mm-hmm. They hire Eric Morris. They're the most experienced team in America. Mm-hmm. He brought 19 players over from North Texas, including Mestenmaker, the running back Caleb Stewart. They got a wide receiver, Wyatt
They're
Young.
going the Indiana route.
But Mestenmaker is awesome.
Yeah, they went the Indiana route. I'm going to bring my entire team. They may have been a lower division school, but this will work.
No, because it's boats and hose. Yeah. They spent money that they wouldn't give Gundy. But I love that quarterback.
At 8 is another quarterback that you do love, Mike. It's JKS from Cal, $3 million.
Really incredible considering didn't have a lot of talent around him, true freshman. And there were games, including, and forgive me if I've got the opponent wrong, they won a road game at Louisville, who was ranked at the time, and he was slinging it 40 times. Yeah. They weren't doing the McCarthy plan and letting him throw it 14. JKS was out there, and they're like, kid, it's on you. They won an overtime game later in the year, too, where he threw it like 45 times. He's really good.
So he's making north of $3 million along with Mason Heinzel at Pitt, north of $3 million. Marcel Reed, Texas A&M, north of $3 million.
He's
That's
a wild
your top
card.
10 quarterbacks.
Hey, by the way, you want to see a team that won't make the playoff because they play in the SEC? Pull up A&M schedule. Their last 2 weeks, I think they finish with Texas and Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. It's just kind of funny because it's flipped because the Big Ten used to say, it's a gauntlet to go through the Big Ten. You guys are just top heavy. Now it's flipped.
It has flipped completely.
Here's their last 3 SEC games. Tennessee, at Oklahoma, Texas. I'm sorry. And then they have 2 weeks before that, Alabama.
You could be undefeated headed into the last month of the season and end up in the Gator Bowl.
Alabama, though, they're not the same.
I'm worried about your boy. I know he just signed an extension, but I'm worried about that.
He's going to get maybe the next quarterback will buy him out.
Be like Bill Curry when they threw a brick through his window. Be careful down there. Those people are not right.
At number 11 is Bryce Underwood and C.J. Carr at around $3 million apiece.
If I'm C.J. Carr, I'm offended. C.J. Carr is pretty outstanding. Bryce Underwood is not.
He is. He just negotiated at the wrong time.
That's fair.
Byron Brown, Auburn, $3 million.
I don't like this kid. I hate him.
Well, speaking of
Byron Brown is the most overrated. David, I watched UCF so many times, and I understand it's Alex Golish, and I understand it's his QB, and they run fast tempo, and they run a play every 20 seconds. David, every time I watch this kid, USF's down 28-0. He's fumbled and thrown a pick six before I sit down on the couch. I just don't understand Byron Brown. It's also a Jim Costa player, so I have a real problem with it.
Well, then
it's funny before you said it because I told Corbin, I said, yeah, interceptions, fumbles, and then you said
I just don't like it.
Yep.
Also, a little under $3 million. I give you Kevin Jennings, SMU.
You can have him.
I said it.
I know. No. I just don't like him.
There's two guys I haven't said yet, and they're only coming in at a paltry $2.5 million apiece. Arch Manning and Julian Sands, each $2.5 million.
That's pretty remarkable considering what they could get. Maybe there's hope for the sport yet. So maybe they just like where they are. I mean, Arch doesn't need the money. Who are we kidding?
I've heard he has some famous uncles.
But saying?
You negotiated at the wrong time.
So just renegotiate. They're all just hookers. There ain't no hooker union.
All the money went to the wide receiver. So,
do you think Jeremiah Smith is making like 8?
Yeah.
You think so?
You want to know why? Because there was no question of whether he was going to leave and go anyplace. Ohio State walked in there and said, son, put the phone down. How much? Write it down.
There were reports, and I'm hesitant to believe them, like $10 million.
I think Ohio State realized that we got a meal ticket. We're going to keep this thing going.
He is one of one, Rico.
Eric.
He really is.
So is Marvin Harrison Jr.
No, I mean at the college level for what they're trying to do. Oh. I'm not talking about becoming a pro and then having footballs bounce off your helmet. I'm talking in the here and now.
Yeah.
He is irreplaceable. There ain't nothing like it.
They took care of him. So, yes, I think he got paid well because he not a squabbling, no flirting, no nothing.
Man, you want to get even a top 20 QB, you got to be spending north $2.5 million on it. That is something. We are living in some wild times. Mind you, the NFL minimum is about $850,000.
And Mensa makes more than the Minnesota Giants, Falcons, Dolphins, Jets, and Saints starting QB.
To quote a wise man, 97.1. Okay, Corbin is here today, which means red, yellow, you're kicked out of the game card, fiesta, whatever the game is. And this week we have visual applications. Multiple pieces of paper we've been told not to turn over.
It's been upgraded.
Yes,
2 sheets of
gentlemen.
paper.
The budget for red card, yellow card, no card is being upped as each volume continues. Let's start off right here. This one comes from my father. He was inspired by this and let me know about it. He was at a wholesale store this past weekend and he noticed.
Sounds riveting.
And he noticed that there was someone, how they have like the furniture and the couches and whatever. Okay. He noticed someone was not testing out a couch, but laying there on their phone scrolling. When he came back past that aisle about 5 to 10 minutes later, they were still there. So overall, the concept of laying on the furniture that is only to be tested out, you might be able to buy it, but this person just got cozied up on there.
Red card unless they are engaged with a salesperson in an active negotiation.
There is no one else.
Then it's a red card and they're a common bum. They should be thrown out of the store.
Yeah, I'm going to go red card as well. I was going to say, did he purchase the couch and he's just making sure I'm okay with this?
My dad ended up seeing them get off and kind of go back to shopping, but they never went back to that couch, he said.
So he's a loser and it's a red card.
Yeah, it's definitely a red card. If they were negotiating or waiting for the salesperson, then cool. But no, they never came back and they never said no, red card.
He said they even put their shoes up on it. What a sicko move. All right, gentlemen, let's go to this visual stimuli I have given. Let's flip over picture number 1, por favor.
Okay, so we have to we have permission to flip over picture 1.
Oh my God, I've seen it.
What you guys are looking at is the King Cooker picnic table from Lowe's. I noticed this as a pop-up ad, and I thought, what the hell is this? So for the people at home who obviously can't see it.
Is it a garbage can with a poker table in it?
There's a garbage can in the middle. With a hole in the middle for the garbage. It is a big circle, and basically there's a seafood boil, 2 little sections where you can put food inside of it.
This is a red card. This is offensive on every level. It's disgusting. The stench of this has to be unholy. No, the answer is no to all of this. Basically, people, if you're driving, since you can't see this, think of the movie 300, when the Persian messenger shows up and he gets kicked down the hole. Corbin is asking you to sit down at a table where the centerpiece is a black hole. Mm-hmm. The table is built on a garbage can where the seafood boil goes into said hole. And then there are cup holders. The answer is no to all of it. This is no. Just no. Red.
I got the same pop-up ad, and I couldn't believe it. I was like,
no.
Wait, is that a garbage can? Like, who would buy this?
A Wolverine, that's who.
And
Slobs.
I couldn't imagine showing up to a tailgate and the food is served on this. Nah, bruh.
And who knows how much trash is already in the garbage at that
point. You can't sit near a trash can. Now listen, example, can trash cans come in handy now and then? Look, if I'm at, like when I've gone to Saratoga and it's a very busy day and I'm mobile, I'm not in my seat, have I used a garbage can to set my iPad down or to balance a Diet Coke while I reach in my pocket? Yes. I'm not having a 4-course meal on an effing garbage can.
Even if it's
red card.
Even if it's a brand new garbage can.
Red card.
Just the pageantry and the presentation. Like,
red card.
What kind of cheap-ass tailgate is this? No.
I'm not worried about more trash being in here because this is designed for you to eat this and throw this into the trash. It makes it easier for the seafood boil. So I'm going with no card.
Oh, my God.
David, you're a sicko.
He is.
I didn't say I would do it. I'm saying I understand why it's only for that.
David, if you showed up and I got the seafood boil and you like, wait, so we sit around the garbage can.
You eat that and you throw everything into the trash right there.
We did back in a different life when I was throwing big tailgates. I mean, this has got to be almost 20 years ago now. We did one seafood boil. There's a reason it's one and done. First of all,
correct.
Your neighbors don't like you. Second of all, you can clean everything up. You can do everything you want. I got bad news for your automobile. You're going to have some problems. That was a one and done. We did it for the first game of the season. I think it was when Youngstown State came to town. Fun for the moment. We did not think of the consequences.
That's why you have the trash here. You throw everything right
there.
David,
it doesn't matter. No.
I'm happy that became a big talking point. All right, gentlemen, now let's flip over picture number 2 that I have given you, por favor. So, Manchester City, they announced their third kick. The big kicker of this was made by AI. I would highly suggest you look it up so you can see it for yourself. It is the most basic concept ever. Chelsea had kits like this back in the early 2000s. So overall, my question to you, red card, yellow card, no card, of the use of AI going into jersey making.
Okay. I'm not going to explain the jersey to people. It's very simple and classic, and that's it. I guess I'm not offended by using AI in a graphics setting or in the design of certain things because it's just really an idea bucket. You can use the AI to generate your general parameters, and then the human being can tailor it to the finished product.
Yes.
Corbin, I don't have a huge problem with that. I think I have a bigger problem with some radio hosts sounding like they're AI. I will say no card for this. This is the way of the world in graphic design, and as a starting point, I don't have a huge issue as long as a human being gets involved.
I'm going to go no card as well because this jersey is better than some of the ones that I saw the NFL came out
including the Lions
for the rivalry week. So
maybe the Lions should have used AI.
Now, AI is like you said, it's simply just to kind of help you design something. Hey, show me what this would look like, and it comes up with a photo, and then you could tailor it from there. I don't have a problem with it. It looks like a basic jersey. I'm cool with this.
Yeah, no card. I have no problem with the use of it as long as it's used this way. This is not distasteful at all. I'm fine with this. Use it. Fine. No card.
Does this jersey look like Real Madrid's jersey?
Not at all.
Okay, so it's not like the Lions. Just you're ripping off another team.
Proud you could name another soccer team.
Hey, man.
Good on you.
Bernal Vea, I'm giving it a red card. Anywho.
Rico's a big Borussia Dortmund fan.
All right, look at they play Saturday at 12:30 on USA
Network.
You
know, we I'm from back in the day. We just called them Real Madrid, but you know,
the Real with cheese,
right?
Go ahead, Corbin.
All right, keeping it within the world of sports, premiering on October 8th, 2026. The 8-part Nick Saban documentary. So my point to this, ever since The Last Dance, it seems like everyone and their mother in the world of sports has a documentary. Red card, yellow card, no card on the amount of people getting one these days.
Red card on the amount of people getting them, but I have no card that Nick Saban's getting one. I think he's fascinating. I'm in on that. Like, I'd watch that. Just to hear him bitch and moan about how the Dolphins doctors failed Drew Brees' physical, and that's why he failed in the NFL. He's right, you know.
I'm going to go yellow card for both. Yeah, everybody's getting a documentary, and everybody does not need one. I just watched the Vince Young one, and I'm like, Vince, did you actually watch your own documentary? Because you kind of came off as a bleep hole. But Nick Saban, I'm getting kind of tired of Nick Saban, okay? If you wanted the attention, you could have kept coaching. I need you to kind of go the way of Coach K and just kind of go into the background and fade away and let us talk about your legacy rather than now you have an opinion on everything. I'm getting tired of Nick Saban.
I'm going to go red card on both because I am tired of Nick Saban. And just the need of this is because we have so many streaming services, so we need content everywhere. We don't need more docs. We just don't.
All right, another one here. I saw this one on Twitter, and it was pretty interesting. This individual received a card that someone put on their windshield, and the card said, "You parked like an idiot." It was you parked like an idiot card, and when you flip it over, the person would check off how you parked like an idiot. In this case, they double parked and whatnot. Just the concept of that.
Red card. Don't mess with people's stuff. It's a great way to get shot in today's world. Just red card. We identify people who park like idiots all the time. You know what you don't do? Don't confront them. Don't go touching people's stuff. Don't put things on people's stuff. Red card. Don't be a Karen. Nobody likes a Karen.
I'm looking at these jerseys. Not bad. No, you don't. First of all, what loser takes the time to make this card?
Somebody like Corbin.
And then on top of that, you become
the hell did I do?
The parking lot police. And I don't like what you did. I must now let you know, because you're right. Now, all of a sudden, you're putting that on my car, and I catch you like, what? Why are you touching my car? Well, you park. No. Why are you touching my car? Next question. Why am I now picking you up from the ground?
Yeah, I think we've all done the thing where we're driving around a parking lot and we look and see something and we kind of in our car say, yeah, that's bad.
You know, David, if you're going to say it, just have the bravery to say it. We see it here every day.
Okay,
we
you're
got
right.
a couple of jackasses.
You're right.
If I wanted to investigate, I would. It's the same two cars. I'm telling you, if I see someone park like a jackass, it's one of these two vehicles, and they just don't give a damn. But the problem is, neither do I, because no one shows up to work in this building half the days anyways. Without sales even being here, bottom line, you can just roll in and find a different spot. So I don't need to care.
I'm right here.
No, not you.
Yeah, you don't need to leave a no. You don't need to. No.
You just ignore it.
Thank
you
you.
acknowledge the jackassery, but you go about your day.
And if I did, I would put one on TJ's car because he antagonizes me every single time he comes in. I could park on the moon and he would find it and pull right next to me.
Do I have time for one more?
Yes.
No. One more. All right, perfect.
Who's going to tell you no?
Let's end it right here. Let's end it on a sports note right here. J.J. McCarthy, rumors are he could be cut after this last weekend of cuts for the Minnesota Vikings. How NFL treats young quarterbacks. I've always said it is a problem. They don't let them sit and learn. It's kind of you're thrown in the fire, and if you don't figure it out at such a young age, you're cooked. Red card, yellow card, or no card?
No card. Your job is to just not be historically terrible and annoying. Look, I understand what you're saying, but Corbin, the days of sitting a guy for 2 years are long gone. You draft these guys, the league moves fast, the offenses in many ways have been simplified because the NFL has had to evolve. You can't just square peg round hole. These are the offenses we want to run when college isn't presenting you with quarterbacks who can run it. Fernando Mendoza came to the NFL. He'd never taken a snap under center. So you have to go. Now, if the quarterback can stay afloat, we can give you time, Bryce Young. But if you're JJ and you are wholly unplayable, no, I don't have a problem with it.
Well, I don't know, Mike, because Corbin, the ankle injury is now back for JJ. I don't know if you saw that, so that could be the reason why he gets released. But no, it is a job. Do they rush the quarterbacks? Absolutely. I guess I'm going to give it a no card because you know what you're signing up for. When you go get drafted by a team and you collect that check, they're expecting you to come out there at least until the bye week, and then it's your turn to go out there, kids. Show me what you got.
You're exactly right. This is a business. They're getting paid. They want to see an investment, a return on their investment real soon. And it's why college is NFL light. Bryce Underwood gets paid. You want to see something right away.
That's it.
That's how it is.
It's why Deshaun Watson's starting right now. We're paying you too much money.
He's right, you know.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, red card, yellow card, no card, 97-1.
All right, David, I know we're way overdue. So before I intro, another topic, I do want to get to the text. I've done a bad job here. So we may have a backlog of these.
Someone says, yes, that thing with the trash can, I've also seen that ad. That is disgusting. David, you're crazy.
Like, of all the things, and again, it's a different lifetime, and I got rid of my tickets in 2016, but from the time I was in school through 2016, we threw some massive tailgates. All the tailgate gear, all the different things you would do. Like if people are campers, you buy certain gear for that event. There's no world that would have ever made the list. None. And I mean, there have been some things you buy for tailgate. You look at yourself going, man, this is ridiculous. But that thing, that's disgusting.
Yeah, someone saying Mike's seafood boils the reason why MSU banned tailgating.
Honestly, look, it was a great idea. Well, look, we had it rolling, dude. We had the Cajun boil. We had, the turkey burner apparatus with the gigantic pot. But I'm not going to say where we got, like the seafood. I picked it up from one location and drove it up on ice, and somebody else picked it up from the west side of the state. There were real seafood markets. That wasn't the issue. It was once you got it rolling, the entire parking lot knew what was going on over there. So that was an issue. But then it was the aftermath is the problem. Because it doesn't matter what you clean or how you clean, you still got to load up the wagon and go home. And that required some detailing. That was not ideal.
And you were the tailgate king. So, yeah. You're the only person. You're the first person I knew that had the post-game tailgate.
Well, you needed a separate menu.
You're like, oh, come by the tailgate. I'm like, Mike, I did. No. We have a separate one after the game.
Sure.
So saunter by.
That's right.
Yeah. With your bag and you.
Those were the days.
We got to get you back.
Someone texted in with another name for Corbin saying, who is his cornrow guy and why is he talking about soccer jerseys? Wow. Never going to get your name right, man.
The bit about his name.
I can't win with these people. I enjoy it to an extent.
The AI bit designing logos or jerseys, it plays. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, someone says, I also enjoyed the jersey. I saw that. I have no problem with AI being used to make the jersey.
Yeah, the AI is fine using jerseys. I mean, if anything, like I'll come up with this design and it designs it for you and boom. Now you figure out, oh, okay, I like this or I don't.
Listen, because like I said, I'm not a huge fan of AI when it comes to designing stuff. So I'll put that aside for a second. For me, it's the fact of how simple the jersey looks. Like they made that before. Look up Chelsea. I think it was their 04-05 kit. They looks exactly the same.
Okay, but Corbin, sometimes simple is clean and it works.
I agree, but a human couldn't come up with that?
Apparently not. You put humans in charge of stuff and they come up with that Steeler alternative jersey. It looks like the Keystone Cops. Tell me I'm wrong.
That's from their past. They've brought back a piece of their past into the future.
You can put it back in the past.
I agree. It's disgusting.
I still want to know who's responsible for this Lions jersey. It's not anything I'm going to get overly upset about, but it's pretty terrible. Now, that's the November 1st game, right? That's against Minnesota?
Minnesota, whose jerseys look great.
They always do. I like the Vikings uniform.
But their rivalry series jersey, I was like, man, that should be your every game jersey. Well, Rod the Bod said he liked it.
I don't know why Rod isn't retired yet. Wasn't he supposed to retire a year ago? Why are we still hearing from this guy?
He did.
Yeah, I think he's now officially retired, and we're still hearing from him about the jersey.
Crazy.
Interesting. Fun.
Just crazy. Go ahead.
A texter here says, yes, I've been to many seafood boils. I should have not gone to the second one after the first one. They are disgusting.
It's idealistic, not realistic. Not for me. Rico would die. He hates all of it. If it comes from the ocean, it don't have nothing to do with it.
No, I'm not riding back with you that day.
Now, listen, it was a mistake in 2006. It was never brought back as a tailgate menu.
It's November. Don't care. Windows down.
I'll tell you the other one that's stinky. That's not ideal. Is at the end of every season, MSU's last home game, we would always do like a mock Thanksgiving, but it would be fried turkeys. And I mean, dude, you can clean up, do whatever you want to do, but when you're packing all that stuff back up after you fried the turkeys and, you do stuffing, we would do it all. there's something about equipment that you've used, even when you've drained it and tried to clean it, the smell of that oil. I'm telling you.
The fried turkey oil?
Oh, yeah. Not ideal. Not ideal. None of it's ideal. I don't know why I ever did it.
Bruh, the one you had served the moose?
We did not serve moose. That's not even legal.
You made it legal.
That's not true. None of this is true.
Themes like,
no, the furthest we went, and this is back in like 2004, I think, was when Hawaii was coming to town. Members of my tailgate group had to call MSU to see if we could bury a pig and do a whole hog roast for Hawaii. We would do themed tailgates. That was roundly shot down.
Oh, so you weren't able to bury? Oh man,
David. All I know is when we played Cal, I was like, wait. So there's going to be a real bear out there?
Stop it. Man.
There will not be.
Stop it.
There will not be. God. What is it? We played Cal a couple times. They kicked our ass. Remember Nate Longshore? And then Aaron Rodgers was one of the games.
He was. Yeah, he was he a rookie or a freshman that year?
No, he was a JUCO transfer. So it was his first year starting. They came to Spartan Stadium, what was it, maybe 2003?
Yeah, and then I remember
they put like 50 on him because that was Deshaun Jackson, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then I remember Mark Dale out there.
That was the Otis Wiley game.
Yes.
Because Otis Wiley had the 2 pick sixes. That's back when MSU had a defense. David?
Such a long time ago, isn't it?
David, it doesn't matter. It's not MSU's not even a real school anymore. It's just an idea.
So here's what we're going to do. David, here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
They get the real defense. They start winning. The tailgates come back.
It will not come back.
Okay, then
the defense isn't coming
Hold
back.
on. So there's nothing to lose then, right? If they all of a sudden turn it around,
right,
the tailgates come back.
No.
Why?
Because I'm old. I'm done.
No.
I'm done, man. I'm not Benjamin Button.
I don't have vintage. You're not old.
I'm going to go to one game this year because Uncle Mike has a promise to keep, and I'm going to do what I got to do.
We're going to do it big in that one game.
We are not
doing the tailgating.
No, I'm going to do what people did to my group for years.
No.
Don't own a boat. Know somebody who does.
Go through the
Don't
tailgate.
run a tailgate. Know somebody who does.
Corbin, hear me out. Since you're objective,
I'll
David's
also have
not.
kids with me. There's not going to be anything like that.
If somehow or another, and you have nothing to lose, Mike, because what I'm going to say is going to sound ridiculous. But if MSU gets over 9 wins, you bring tailgating back next season.
No.
Come on.
The stadium's a dump.
They'll be building the new piece to it.
Great.
If they get over 9 wins, Mike's bringing tailgating back.
No, I am not.
You are.
No, look, if they get over 9 wins, I'll buy you season tickets.
No.
And then you can go enjoy and leave me alone.
No.
David?
They're not getting over 9
They're
wins.
not. It's an absurdity.
Okay. If that's the case, then you got nothing to lose.
You know what I still can't believe? I don't care. We're just
me, you, Big G, Rip.
No, you'd never get my dad up there.
I get Big G.
You would never get him up there.
Trust me, I can get Big G.
He's done. He's retired from it all.
I'm his favorite son. Big G will come up for me.
Okay. How old are you?
Don't worry about it.
No, what are you, 52?
No.
3?
No.
5? No. 60?
70.
72.
No, come on. my dad is 70. Could he even, from an age standpoint, be your dad?
No.
Because
unless he was very promiscuous early.
So you're fit. What are you, 58?
7.
You're 57?
Yeah.
Shocking. No, come on. My dad wasn't some kind of pimp at age 13. Good Lord.
I'm just saying.
Jeez.
That would be wild.
What a backstory.
I mean, the main streets of Troy.
Dad, there's a geographical problem here. What are you telling me? My dad was getting on an airplane at 13? Having a kid in Detroit? I mean, the origin story is ridiculous.
Running things.
Man, there's no stopping Big G.
Okay. Not very comfortable with this.
13? Well, come on now.
Why don't we move this forward? David, last one. We'll get to some football.
So what's... I'm not even going to read that one. Someone said...
No, go ahead and read it.
No.
Go ahead and read it.
They're a little uncomfortable. Let's just say that. They're a little
uncomfortable.
No, this one's to you. They said, Corbin, tell your dad to stop going to these stores, and then he won't see those people.
Yeah, I'm like, who starts a... guys, I got an unbelievable story for you. So I was at a wholesale store this week. What?
He sent me a picture. He goes, get this. This person's been laying on here for 5 minutes. They won't get up. Lazy.
See, I don't have that. Like when I'm at a store, I'm like supermarket sweep. I'm in and out. I don't care what anybody's doing.
You don't people watch?
No, the
People
store
watch
could
is
be
the
on
best part
fire. I
sometimes.
don't
Well, see,
care.
that's what I thought. I'm like, maybe he's buying this, and you're like, you know what? I'll probably lean. I'll be on my phone, so let me see what it feels like if I'm on my phone. But if he didn't buy it,
This person was cozied up, like I said, feet on the display couch. Nasty
Sounds like
behavior.
some of the people who work at this place.
at least you know what. But in the whole red card, yellow card, no card, still the Karen that puts the card on the car, that's the worst.
Oh yeah, that's 10 times worse.
I'll tell you,
100%.
the people who don't return their cart drive me nuts.
People who don't return the carts and the cart wrangler thing is right there.
Correct.
It is literally
Correct.
right there.
That
and
one?
you left it sitting there.
That one,
And David said he feels
I
attacked.
feel attacked.
you should
I
because
have to return my car.
you're a bleep hole.
feet
Red
Yes,
car,
you
away.
do.
book 'em.
I used to do that. I know what they do, and I still leave my car in the middle.
That's
of
because you have no soul and you're a fake pastor.
It's 5
The point
feet
I
away.
want to make in all that, there are two things that you should take a little extra time for. I may speed run in and out of the store. A, I get so sick and tired. Nobody holds the door for anybody. You see somebody coming, man, woman, or child, hold the door. Not hard.
That's
the
crazy.
other thing is the carts. I can't stand it. Just take the extra 5 seconds.
I'm going to add a third thing to this before we hit the break.
How did we end up on this? Oh, Corbin's dad. That's how.
When you're in a checkout line, get off your damn phone.
Yes, agree.
Okay?
No phone calls that important.
Just get off the phone.
Get off the phone. All of it's in my inner monologue, but it's unbelievable. People just don't care. And it doesn't have to be some decrepit old woman. Just hold the door. It's not a big deal.
I'm with you.
All right, that's all. We're done. We get on some strange stuff sometimes. All right,
Juicy pants, man.
Right, warm weather. Apparently, my dad had a kid at age 13, according to you. It's tremendous. All right, everybody's on the road, distracted drivers, people flying around. If a crash happens, you have one call to make. You better make it fast. David Femininio, the accident response team, they're going to help you get your life back. And David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Just call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Yes. These bells also can be heard in an a cappella performance at Greater Life at the 9:30 Sunday Mass. David, what are we doing?
So the final preseason game in the NFL is this weekend, starting today, Friday, and Saturday. And a lot of people are having their fantasy football drafts.
Oh, dear.
So I have a consensus of who is in the top 25 player-wise, and I want you guys to guess some of these players in the top 25 here.
Yeah, these are easy. Regardless of format?
Correct.
Here's a two-piece. Bijan and Jameer. It's probably 1-2.
You are correct. They are 1-2.
Have you seen Bijan run?
I have seen Bijan run.
All right. Now, this ain't make it take it, is it?
It doesn't have to be. No, let's go with you now, Rico.
JSN.
Yes, he is number 5 on this list.
Is there any fear to him having a little bit of a letdown? Like, do we really believe? Remember, I'm always a big believer if you go and win the Super Bowl, you're probably going to be trash next year. 2, are we convinced Sam Darnold, after the loss of K9, is simply just going to target this guy 180 times again and have it be whiz-bang pow magically delicious? I wonder a little bit about it.
I can understand that, but I think that they know that if they want to go anywhere in that tough division, they got to make sure that they get him the ball. So.
More A.J. Barner. I have one for you, and I think he's going to have an unbelievable season. This is the last chance at the OK Corral here, okay? Jamar Chase. It's now or never for the Bengals and for Joe Cool and the whole deal. Jamar Chase explosion season.
So you have the top 3.
Okay.
You got Robinson, Gibbs, and Chase. They are 1, 2, and 3.
Do we all agree on that, though? This is it. Like, the narrative will turn on Burrow and Chase and the Bengals if they are not much better than
I was about to say, him and Burrow, hand in hand.
Okay.
This is it for you.
Corbin, go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Oh, no, you're good. What I want to say, though, about JSN, I think it'll affect him more with Clint Kubiak out of the building.
That's another great point because Kubiak, outstanding play caller, outstanding run game coordinator. That's how you end up being wide open on these play passes. It's a good point.
If I'm going to throw a name out there, let me go with a quarterback, Josh Allen.
There are no quarterbacks on this list in the top 25.
How embarrassing. Corbin.
Okay. I'm going to go with
embarrassing.
Maybe probably getting towards the end. I'm going to go with Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey is number 10 still on this list.
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I know the substation jokes and all of that, but you're still getting a Kyle Shanahan offense, an elite run scheme, and what CMC provides that a lot of backs don't, he's basically a wide receiver. Mm-hmm. It's just he's consistent, and he takes care of himself in an elite manner. He's very similar to Derrick Henry in that regard. I know the injuries rack up, but, dude.
You going to throw Derrick Henry in there?
I'm not. Not after that meltdown in Buffalo and all the fumbles. To hell with Derrick Henry. I will give you – I'm sticking with the wide receivers just because they are so copious in today's fantasy football. I'll give you a guy – he's got no quarterback play, and I'm worried about him. But as a talent, he's superb. Give me Drake London.
Drake London is number 11 on this list.
That's a sell, by the way. I can't do that. I know you need a level of quarterback play to beat a top dog, and when you're talking about a guy in the top 10 – It has to check every box if you're going to use that draft pick on that player. It's different than if you're in the 10th round and you're like, let me YOLO ball KC Concepcion. That's a different thing. You're taking Drake London in the first round of your draft. You sure about that?
I got somebody I think you'll take in the first round, Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson. Wow, maybe I just can't see. He is here, number 12. There we go. I was about to say, wow.
Please tell me he's on this list or it's null and void. All right, let's keep it. I don't have a problem with it.
12. I'm going to put my glasses on so I can see these names.
I think part of that is with some of the quarterbacks that are ahead of him. Now, I would never have him below Drake London. I wouldn't. I think that's wrong. Mm-hmm. It's the quarterback play. Like, it makes no sense to have London ahead of him. But could I take Justin Jefferson over Chase, over JSN? Could I take him over Puka?
I was about to say, didn't Puka and probably Amon-Ra.
Puka is number 4.
Surprised you didn't take him.
Amon-Ra is number 6.
You were biting to take him.
Well,
I think
that's a good one.
Amon-Ra is one of the safest picks. I don't think he'll get the touchdown volume. He won't score the long touchdowns. But from a target standpoint, health, commitment to the game, he's a guy you could write an article. He's in the best shape of his life. He looks like an absolute monster this year. and he's got a synergy with the quarterback, and they play indoors. Like, Amon-Ra is a safe first-round pick. I don't think you're going to win your league with it, but he's safe. He's going to go out and get you something every week. He ain't going to be reading Socrates on the sideline, pouting.
Well, speaking of that, A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown is number 17 on this list.
Reading Socrates.
I think it's boom or bust. I think he either gets back to being one of the 5 best guys in the league, or this is it. It's a very risky proposition. I view him just as a different version of Steph Diggs.
All right. Before you give the Saquon.
Yep. Go ahead. Saquon Barkley is number 14 on this list.
Falling off.
All right, stay with the Eagles.
Sure.
Guy I think's going to have a big season, Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith. Let me look again. Yep, no, he is not on this list, and not top 25.
What?
Yeah.
You know what?
I
Let's
think that's
go
crazy.
tight end, Colston Loveland.
Colston Loveland is not top 25 as well.
Brock Bowers.
Brock Bowers is number 20.
I barely made it.
Yeah. So
All
let
right,
me
if
give
Bowers
you.
is 20, here's the question.
Yep.
Would Genti be higher or lower?
Genti would be higher.
Would he? This list is a little funky.
Survey
Devontae
says-
Smith's not being there.
He is higher. He is
Thank
number
you.
9.
Okay, great. I disagree with it. Bowers should be higher. Genti, I know.
What does John Fanta have to say about
In the top 10, man. It's crazy.
I think it's crazy. I mean, I know the O-line will be a little bit better, but there is competition there. That Mike Washington kid they drafted has a lot of speed. He's a different type of back. I think that's a little much. Bowers is still the centerpiece of the passing game. He's still a shoo-in for 130 targets. Receding hairline and all.
So let me give you the rest of the list. 25, Rashee Rice. 24, Kenneth Walker III.
Yes.
23, Trey McBride.
No.
22, George Pickens. And you're saying quarterback play, why you would knock him a little bit.
With McBride, look, I know somebody needs to get the targets, but
Right.
holy hell, that team stands to be.
Yeah.
But maybe it's all garbage time.
Is it Carson Beck going to be the
Right,
quarterback?
but maybe they're down 31-10, and you're right. They do force 3-4 targets to him in the
Yes.
fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden you're back. All right, I'll say yes.
Imagine
you're right. Someone's
Wi-Fi
gonna
so
catch the damn ball.
intelligent. it
Who's the
can
other
heal
guy there?
itself when
Michael
there's a
Scott?
problem. Imagine reliable
Wait,
coverage
that's
from
not
your
Harrison.
favorite
Harrison.
owner of your
Harrison.
home.
It's
Junior.
whether
It's
it's
Harrison.
Harrison.
Gaming.
Oh.
Working from
Who's the
home,
other cat?
Connecting all your smart devices. Enjoy Wi-Fi.
Nice, Dorch, the other receiver.
You're right. I didn't forgot his name now. All of a
I
sudden.
blurted out Michael
Wow.
Scott from Dunder Mifflin. Just keep it rolling.
21,
No.
Derrick Henry.
No.
19, Malik Neighbors.
There you go.
18, Devon Achane. 16, Nico Collins. 15, Chase Brown, the running back out of Cincinnati.
Love.
13, CeeDee Lamb. Number 8 and number 7, you didn't get. 8, Jonathan Taylor. 7, James Cook the third.
Little leery on Cook, but overall, I don't have huge problems. I'm telling you, Devontae Smith. Big time this year.
Slim Reaper.
Big time.
Okay.
Got the head case out of town. He's the number 1 now.
All right, those are your top 25 fantasy football players, 97-1.
So, quick update before we do get a Lions question. I just look, it's divisional. It's news. I don't know how it ends up, but the Josh Jacobs saga. At least you're getting to a point now. You're getting some level of clarity. So, Josh Jacobs originally was arrested in May, and on some very serious felony level charges, including strangulation, amongst other things, in a spat with his girlfriend or domestic partner. I don't know what it. Girlfriend. I apologize. So today, these are reduced charges, and Gutekunst was asked about this, the GM of the Pack, and it felt he. How do I phrase this? I don't think he thinks it's that big of a deal. The charges being reduced, the NFL possibly suspending him. But I'll read you some of it. Basically, he's been charged with 2 misdemeanors after that alleged altercation. They go through what it was about and, stealing of cell phones and all that. I'm not interested. The point is, these are greatly reduced charges. So it's 1 misdemeanor for battery, 1 of misdemeanor criminal damage. Neither are good. Let's be clear.
Right.
But when you go from the Terry and Arnold felony bouquet down to the misdemeanor level, you would think the NFL would take a different approach. Now, again, could he still be suspended? Sure. But I think this was headed a different direction. If those charges aren't reduced, you may have been talking about him being gone for the season. So keep your eye on it. I mean, no one knows how it'll work, but the NFL has said in a statement they've been closely monitoring all developments, and the matter remains under review. So that was following the prosecutor's decision today. Why is it? I mean, it's beyond relevant. He's not just a Packer. This is a guy that if he plays in 17 games and gets 300 carries, he's going north of 1,300 yards. This is a guy last year that had 13 touchdowns. Now, he was dinged up all year, had about 220 carries, and he had damn near 1,000 yards. Very important player because, look, this is the other thing. It's hard to have this stacked backfield. We've been spoiled the last few years, having Gibbs and Montgomery. Pack don't have that. Now, they drafted, the kid out of Utah? Not Marshawn Lynch. What is Marshawn Lloyd?
Yeah.
They had the kid from Utah. They had Greg Brooks. They got guys. They got guys who wear jerseys. But I don't have another hitter.
Right.
If Jacobs is out for any extended period of time, it's certainly a benefit to the Lions. But reduced charges, NFL, it's under review. Packers GM, I didn't find the comments weird, but they did border on a confidence, is what I would say. So just keep your eye on it. Just something.
Well, I mean, you got to wonder, is it the same confidence that Campbell had with Terry on? Because they seem pretty confident then.
What I just read, he didn't go calling him a good dude. No, I could just tell you. I'm just telling you that. David, a couple of texts, then we'll get to the Lions specific question of the day.
A couple texts here is coming back from the Bryce Underwood stuff. Someone says, it is not a snub, but it is sobering. I'm optimistic for 3 reasons. O-line will probably be very good. Running game will probably be good. And the receivers will catch more than they dropped last year. That is Kay from Detroit.
Yeah, and look, the drops were a real problem. It also is a problem when your quarterback's throwing the ball 110 miles an hour. Those things will work itself out. You have a developing superstar with Andrew Marsh. I mean, he's really good. And I just believe because of what Whittingham has done and because of his history at Utah, I don't know who it'll be. One of your tight ends will be a superstar because the way they use tight ends, it's very Dalton Kincaid-like. It's down the field. You ain't catching 3-yard passes in this offense. They're going to work the hashes, work the seams, 18 to 24 yards down the field. They're striking. And, I mean, Doug was talking about one kid they got. The problem is his body, he only weighs like 220 pounds, but he's like 6'8".
Tight end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you beef him up, now that's where you're going, but that doesn't happen overnight.
No, but then it goes back to the whole, you flow charted back to Bryce. You stick him out on the field too soon, and he's not ready, he gets broken in half.
Correct. David, go ahead, buddy.
Someone says, listening on the Odyssey Rewind, and the caller who hummed and was upset of the different college football music themes is my hero. I just listened to the ABC music bed from the first segment last night and caught feelings.
Yeah.
Brooks at work.
You're not wrong.
The rabbit hole of college football, days of old. Yeah.
I mean, this was when Shabath was in earlier in the week. I mean, he never got to see the Tavon Austin highlight reel, or like you go in the Wayback Machine. I'm like, all right, this is Michael Bishop at Kansas State. Like, this is the stuff right here. This is when it was good.
Shabath never saw the Tavon Austin highlight
What do you want from me? What do you, buddy? You're over here watching a German soccer game. Ain't nobody trying to hear from you.
It's FC Barcelona. Let's put some respect.
Okay, sorry. Okay, you get my point. I know you're a big Bundesliga guy. All right, let's. David, go ahead. One more, and then we'll take care of business.
Tex here says, I miss the old Michigan September schedules because with Oklahoma week 2, we're only going to go get 1 week of Bryce Heisman hype before the national media concedes the fact that he sucks.
You gotta let the kid play. We deal in real time. Shot down all that garbage last year. It's the same crap that happened when he played CMU. You can't do, like, he could have 4 touchdowns against Western. Immaterial. Mm-hmm. You're playing a team that in today's college football, they got no business being on the field with you. And you're going to play Oklahoma. You got to give the kid a chance, man. I mean, I hate taking up for him because he's.
Oklahoma's a circle game, Mike. I think a lot of people, including the coaching staff, are going to be taking a close look to see what kind of guy.
And that's fine.
Is.
But let's say he plays fine enough. He doesn't play great. He doesn't play terrible. People are setting this up that there's only one outcome to that game.
No, fine enough, but you won. Different outcome than fine enough, and you lost.
Okay, well, I do think they're losing, so there is that.
Okay. Well, 97-1.
Okay, then. 5 o'clock, good to have you with us. We're not going to get into it, but boy, from the Why Do Players Do This update desk, apparently Ashton Genty is doing the cryptic social media thing. Articles now on every NFL website. Boy. How about you let the team make a comment and you log out? But I'll leave it alone because no one here cares. We're not doing Vegas radio. I want to ask a Lions question. I was listening to Jim and John this morning, and this topic of Super Bowl or bust came up with the Lions. And while they had asked people a different question, one that I didn't understand, frankly, which was, would you sign up to go to the Super Bowl knowing you're losing? No. But whatever. I wanted to ask a question because in this town, we've begun this thing of Super Bowl or bust. It's been the last couple of years. The problem is when you say stuff like that and you fall short and there's no accountability, what's the bust? Okay, Super Bowl or bust, and you don't win the Super Bowl. Who's losing their job? Brad Holmes losing his job? Dan Campbell? Your quarterback? Who's losing your job? It's this weird space because in other markets, if you say Super Bowl or bust and it doesn't happen, generally someone pays the price. Mm-hmm. Whereas here, it's WBBT. We're bringing a band back together. Now, I've said this. If you miss the playoffs this year, one of the three people that are the pillars of this organization should be fired, whether it's Holmes, Campbell, or Goff, if you miss the playoffs. It is simply unacceptable with the talent level of this team to not win a playoff game over the course of 3 years and to miss the playoffs in 2 straight years. The roster construction would have been faulty. Right. Someone has to pay the price. But I can't say Super Bowl or bust if no one pays a price. Yes, because I also don't think they're Super Bowl or bust. I don't think the team's operating in a manner that is suggestive of Super Bowl or bust.
To the fans, yes. But you're right. Management is not putting a team together that is all in pushing the chips to the middle of the table. I get that. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. There's going to be no repercussions. If it's bust, it just means you're disappointed. Does it mean your season is a failure? I don't think most Lions fans will say that, but if you're going Super Bowl or bust and you didn't win, then yeah, season's a failure.
I want to ask the question, Lion fan. Are you in a mindset that anything short of winning the Super Bowl this year is a failure? Be serious with me. Because I still wonder if people are tickled in this town. If they make the playoffs and win a game, lose close in the next round, is that enough? Or have you turned the corner where it's like, all right, hold on a minute. We've done everything else. We've won the division. We've slayed the dragon that is the Packers. We've won home playoff games. Mm-hmm. We made it to the NFC title game. I believe anything but getting to the Super Bowl. See, there's a middle ground. I hearken, and I'm not doing this to get a rise out of or make fun of you. I'm not.
Okay.
Like, when you go to a Super Bowl and you play a classic and you lose in overtime, I can't call that a failure. I can't say that John Lynch failed or that Purdy failed or Shanahan failed. I can't. You lost by a razor-thin margin in a 60-minute football game.
Right.
That now you go to the Super Bowl and get bamboozled and Thurman Thomas can't find his helmet and you lose 59-10. That's a different thing. Right. Anything short of this team making the Super Bowl this year is 100% failure. I'm comfortable saying that. You have to get to the space that you're playing for a championship or it's a complete failure. What happens in that game where injuries take place, like Dre Greenlaw celebrating and blowing his Achilles, changing the game.
Change the whole game.
Or a weird bounce from an oblong ball wrapped in pigskin.
Right.
Hey, things happen in individual game, but you got to get there to feel that it's successful. But I can't say Super Bowl or bust because they don't operate like it. And I don't think anyone loses their job if they don't accomplish it.
Well, buddy, you just kind of described their show this morning. They're saying, would you take a deal and just the Lions make the Super Bowl, but they lose?
No.
Would you sign up for that deal? That's what the morning show was talking about.
Right. They also do crack. They must have hit the strip and bought meth. Why would I sign on for something that I know I'm not winning. I'm going to be able to get no joy out of winning the NFC title game because I know I'm losing the Super Bowl. Right. That doesn't make sense to me.
No.
Okay? On basis. The joy, look, outside of winning the Super Bowl, the greatest joy you get as an NFL fan is the minute you win the NFC title game and you go, oh my God, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Especially if it's here in Detroit.
Man, it could be on the moon.
No, it could be anywhere, but especially if it's here in Detroit,
it was
you get to
33
celebrate with the
degrees
fans.
below zero, and I was with my dad in Green Bay. It could have been on the moon, which probably would have been warmer. It's still an incredible feeling. I don't think this town is truly in Super Bowl or bust mode. Because when you begin talking about, okay, if you fall short, who are you firing? People get skittish. And the team isn't acting like it's all or nothing. Like, there's nothing you did this offseason that truly was high risk, high wire act.
No.
You know, you didn't go out and get Hendrickson. You didn't trade for Myles Garrett. You didn't address the safety thing with a bold move. You did what you always do, okay? You were moderate. You made signing in Cade Mays, and everything else was very B-level. Meek Robertson out, Roger McCreary in. Hey, we're going to lose this guy. We'll bring Rock Yassin back. We'll go out and get Izzy in. But and again, their draft, I have no problems with what they did. We need a right tackle. We drafted Blake Miller. Is he good? I have no idea. Hey, we drafted an edge, and then, Brad wants to be all lippy about it. I should read your mock draft. Look, you tell me if you've turned the corner. What I feel is immaterial. I mean, I could sit here and tell you anything short of winning getting to a Super Bowl is a complete failure. Not going to change anything. They're not going to fire anybody. And they don't operate like that's how. I truly believe the Lions enjoy being good. I truly believe Brad Holmes when he says it's all about the long term. Do I agree with it? No, I do not. But I'm accepting of reality. So once again, when any radio show or any TV show talking about the Lions starts to do this Super Bowl or bust thing, no, I don't think it's Super Bowl or bust. I don't feel that the team or the town has embraced the mentality. And if no one pays the price, then don't say it. So 248-539-9797. Go ahead.
No, it's fair because there won't be anything that happens. I don't think anybody gets fired because I think they're still basking in the fact that they were 30 minutes away from the Super Bowl. So you would need an epic collapse just to get the water to lukewarm on either Holmes or Dan Campbell. So I don't think that is going to happen. I don't think it's Super Bowl or bust. I think the fans would like to say that, but the team didn't act that way in the offseason where you saw other teams go all in, and you can't sit there and say, well, that's the Rams. What did you expect? Well, you know what? You're an NFL team too.
Yep.
You play by the same rules. You play under the same salary cap. It seemed like it was a bigger priority for them to make sure that they kept all of their internal guys happy, and you did. You got Jahmyr Gibbs. He's there, and you trusted that Arnold would be okay and that Kirby Joseph would be okay, and you're hoping that Brian Branch will be okay. So it was a reinvestment in the team rather than going out, bringing in more help for this team to push them over the edge. So I don't see Super Bowl or bust mentality from Allen Park, but I think you'll get that from the fans.
David is just looking in disdain right now. I mean, do you want to, David, where have I misstepped?
No, I was looking at the text because it's always been for me with the Lions this season, Super Bowl or hot seat. Because I don't think anyone's getting fired if they don't make the Super Bowl. I don't see that.
Do you agree with me if they miss the playoffs, someone should lose their job?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
That would be 2 years of missing the playoffs after making an NFC title game in 23. You
and
can't go
it would
backwards.
Basically be a 4-year run of linear regression.
Correct. You cannot go backwards like that. You have to have progression. And with the 2024 draft looking like a complete bust, in year 6 of Brad Holmes, you cannot. You have to at least make the playoffs. If you don't, there should be somebody fired. But if they don't make the Super Bowl, and I don't think this is a Super Bowl roster, I'll say that. But if you don't make the Super Bowl, someone should have a hot seat.
It's not going to be a hot seat, though, David, because
I'm
know
afraid
why?
of that, too.
You know why? Because nobody came out and declared we're trying to win the Super Bowl. So, therefore, we didn't set the bar that high. You can't hold me accountable.
Because I think they like being good. I really
mistake.
think they're just kind of a kid who wasn't popular in school, and then they go to college, had a growth spurt, and they turned into Brad Pitt. They like being popular. They like selling out. They like being talked in a positive manner. They like getting your money. But when it comes down to it, what have they displayed that is suggestive of a team that is all in to win a Super Bowl? What have they done? So I'm not going to be able to yell and rant and rave and do any of that crap. I'm not. I have my own personal beliefs that you have this incredible amount of offensive talent. You have a nice roster. Yeah, it should be Super Bowl or bust, but should and reality are two different things. So that's where I start to get annoyed when people start to talk about it, because it's like, oh, you think you're all in? You think this is all in, huh?
It's not. But I don't know if they know what all in is, because
they do. They're afraid to do it.
There it is.
You know it. That's not insulting. They're afraid of the cost of entry.
Because if you fail, now we can hold you accountable and say, well, you didn't get this done.
Right.
Now what, Brad?
And look, this has no bearing on do I believe they can get there. They can get there. But I do not share some of the blind optimism or pessimism. There's a weird thing going on right now where fans are like dumping on this team. Guys, there's really no world they should be a bad team. Just like I don't understand the hope casting going on. Guys, this offensive line looks pretty average. Now, you could say, okay, well, it could develop into something. Right, but that's could, should, maybe, will. What move did they make that all of a sudden you think it's 2023 again? Frank Ragnow was a Hall of Fame caliber center had he played longer. You had a pair of top 10 tackles in the league. You had a Pro Bowl guard in Kevin Zeitler. This is still an offensive line with a rookie at right tackle, a second-year player at right guard. Your starting center is hurt for at least a third of the season. Left guard is still a guy that looks like a failed sixth-round pick or a backup. And then Penei Sewell, who's first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm always interested, too, when people are like, no, they're going to the Super Bowl. And it's like, all right, I might want to see a little bit of actual football first. So let's get to the people. I think it's an interesting conversation because you want to say it's Super Bowl or bust, but I don't think you want what comes with it. And I don't think the team does either.
There it is.
248-539-9797. America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim. That's where the morning show was at today. Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of that big screen. It's at Circa, right in the heart of Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. All right, David, a few at a text, and we'll go right to the phones. Just the question. It's kind of an olive branch on what the morning show was doing. If it's Super Bowl or bust, okay, what happens if they don't get it? And my answer is nothing. So you don't get to say Super Bowl or bust. Plus, if the organization hasn't operated in that manner, can we really say that? And I'm not playing can we say that. I'm saying just, actually, can we say? David, go ahead.
Mike and Rico, for most people in Detroit, I think that getting to the playoffs and winning a playoff game is enough, but it's not because they don't want more. It's because the fans don't expect more.
I think it's fear of going back to less. See, that's just my disagreement. I think the GMs and fans are simpatico. They're all afraid to take a risk because they know what's in the rearview mirror and they know what they could go back to. Plus, let's face it, this marketplace, being good, being relevant, the fans have shown you what they'll spend to do it. You ain't getting fired doing that. Now, this is what's interesting. Sheila Ford Hamp talked. It's rare, but she talked about how 9-8 wasn't acceptable and how we had to do a self-audit, etc. But do I believe that it's a Super Bowl mentality here? No. I think it's a lot like Scott Harris. Be good enough, stay good enough, get in a bunch of times, maybe we get lucky once. But I think Dan Campbell had the right perspective. There's no guarantee we ever get back here.
Yep.
Dan Campbell is a former player. He knew that 23 team had the goods to get it done. Mm-hmm. And then 24, look, the injuries took away your ability to win a Super Bowl. It didn't take away your ability to beat the Commanders. You turned it over 5 times. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, David.
Someone texted and says, I want a playoff spot and a genuine good showing of effort, and I'll be happy.
What a loser.
Man,
oh,
man.
Sorry. I didn't realize this was on. I mean, I can't imagine saying that.
Really? That's how some feel, Mike. And but that's why they did that topic. You take the Super Bowl and you lose.
And it was weird. John's reply was, is she hot?
It means, well, if we can get there and it's close, can we build upon it? I'm going to move past that.
You shouldn't.
What a professional, Rico.
Thank you, David.
All right. Let's go to the people. Cornelius joins us, 97.1. What's going on?
What's going on? Hey, so Mike, look, man, I've been listening to the show for a very long time. Love everything that you say. I'm so mad that you're actually not a Detroiter because your opinion always to be spot on. I agree with you all the time. Well, I'm not going to say all the time, but most of the time. You got it right. But I agree with everything you guys said today. I don't think that is bust if we don't win the Super Bowl. We make it to the NFC Championship. That's good. If we lose like we lost before, where we lost, it's a different story. That's a bust to me. If, somebody just outperform us, we tried, we got better, and that's cool. I can live with that. But as far as whether or not, somebody should be on a hot seat, I don't think anybody should be on a hot seat anytime soon. Based on the progressions that we've been able to make, the last 2 seasons we had, honestly, I get what they're doing by not going out and signing so many new people, because what would you guys be talking about if the team was fully healthy? Like, our roster on paper healthy looks very, very good. And I think that's, the angle that they're taking it from. And if everything works and everybody's healthy, we don't need to go and get nobody else. We already know we cultivated and created the players that we have, which I understand why they want to re-sign them, because they know them better than anybody else. You're not getting a trick bag. So I think what they're doing right now is good. We just got to be healthy. If we're healthy, I think we're one of the best teams in the NFL.
The problem, Cornelius, everything you're saying is fine. But there was no world Kirby Joseph was going to be healthy, and there was no world Brian Branch was going to be healthy off a blown-out Achilles. If we just take those two things, well, but that's what I'm saying is you can't approach it as if that was ever a possibility. So in the absence of that, what did they do to kind of battle plan? I mean, Cornelius, like if you call back in a month and it's late September, do you think we're on the verge of getting Kirby Joseph back in a week or two? Because I don't.
I don't, but I think we might be able to get Brian Branch. But if our front four is stellar, we get somebody that's comparable outside of Hutch on the other side, then you know how they say if your front is good, your second don't matter as much.
No, I agree with that.
If your second is good, your front don't matter as much. Like, so if the pieces, like everybody's been talking up the line, is like, oh, our seven is great.
Yeah, but see,
So
there's the problem. Cornelius, there's the problem. Because the guys are getting pressure against you. Cornelius, you were out there last Friday night. Hey, that's Cornelius from New Baltimore. He just got beat like a drum. Come on, Cornelius.
I will take that. I give you that.
But look, here's the bottom line. What you're saying is right, is on paper. They have enough juice. Yeah, they could be real dangerous. My problem is they left way too many what-ifs out there for what it could have been. That's the issue. Because you could take the offensive line, and you could approach it with the defensive line too. Aleem McNeil came back and was garbage. Now, that's a guy, if Aleem McNeil recaptures his form of 3 years ago. Well, now all of a sudden, okay, we're taking on a way different tenor. Here's the problem. It's a different scheme. Then you go, okay, well, opposite Hutch, they added people. First of all, DJ Wanham is a run stopper, period. He'll play first downs. So then you go, okay, Derek Moore. Now, Derek Moore could be really good. I am hopeful of that. The problem is when you rely on non-premium rookies, edge rushers, very tough to even get to 6 sacks. It's very hard, man. You get guys drafted at the top of the draft who don't get 8, 10, 12 sacks. And with that commiserate amounts of pressures and hits, I got to see it happen. But if I got to hear another thing about El Hassamin, or did you see that one rep against this one guy? It's like have people ever watched the NFL?
They took down Jaden Daniels. Did you see that, Mike?
It's preseason. You can't do that. Here, I'll tell you what. Josh Dobbs is on pace to run for 1,500 yards. Want to do that?
Yep, let's go.
That's all.
Can't wait for those calls. We need a mobile QB.
No, look, I'm not gonna knock people who wish they had that element to their offense. Is Goff good enough? Yes, in relation to the offensive line. This offensive line, that's the other one. Well, they were top 4 in scoring last year. No, here's how that looked. They would dummy certain teams. It's a lot like the Tigers' run differential. But then they would get in games against teams that had any amount of starch, and that O-line got exposed badly. This O-line to win a Super Bowl has to be a top 5 unit.
Yep.
That's what it was in 23. That's what it was in 24. If you only become serviceable, last year you want to say it was completely broken? You comfortable with that?
Yeah.
So if you're just serviceable, is that good enough in the playoffs with Jared Goff? No. So these are the things. And again, in no way, let's state it for the record, in no way am I saying they can't become that. I'm not writing them off from being a Super Bowl team, but I'm taking a pragmatic approach because they didn't do enough in the offseason to change my mind. Hey, when your corner is arrested on 8 felonies and is facing life in prison, and he was your probable CB2 on day 1, what did they do exactly to fix that?
Oh, boy.
So I'm asking the questions. That's all. There's a reason I can't go all in. Start of 2024, I was all in. We sat in Vegas, did the show, and I said, we are winning the Super Bowl. And they went 15-2, and then they fell on their face. I can't have that level of conviction because there's a lot of ifs and maybes and mights and coulds, and I think they could have put themselves in a better spot. They chose willfully not to.
They did. They chose to reinvest in their own players, and we'll see if that works out for you. But you're right. It leaves a lot of holes, and I don't know if it's going to be good enough to climb to the top of the NFC. I don't know if it's going to be good enough to climb to the top of the NFC North.
Well, that is one thing that works against them. And when people want to play the schedule game, I would caution this. You have a last place schedule. Noted. I could make a case the NFC North's the best division in football. There's no Vegas Raiders here.
No,
there's no Giants or Commanders or whatever garbage. If you're doing radio in Minnesota today, they think they're making the playoffs. You know what they're saying? We went 9-8 with Bob Brosmer.
And they're going to say, we beat you twice.
If you're in Green Bay, they believe they're going to the playoffs.
And we beat you twice.
You're going to Chicago. They believe they're going to the playoffs because Caleb was what in year 1 with Ben Johnson? Now year 2, that pedigree? Young stars, right? Look, I'm just making a point. I think your division makes up for whatever scheduling benefits you get, to me. This is a brutally difficult division, which is all the more credibility the Lions deserve from winning said division a couple of years ago. This is not easy. This is not what the Patriots did for 20 years, winning that no-show division. Right. 97-1. Distracted driving, absolute epidemic. People just they don't pay any damn attention to the road. Bottom line, if you're on a road, you don't have life insurance, you're at risk. I mean, it sounds a little melodramatic, but it's the God's honest truth. You need to call Mike Prepare National Benefit Plans. Mike will help you find a life insurance plan. Not only covers your family's needs, but can be affordable. And Mike, he's got 30 years in the game. He'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate. And you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over. You're going to deal with Mike directly. 30 years in the game, National Benefit Plans has the experience, the connections, and they'll deliver, period. Call them now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. David, a couple of texts. Here come the gentlemen. I use that term very lightly.
Text here says the Lions used AI. That's why it came up Panther similarities. Another one here says, too many question marks to say Super Bowl or bust. Corners, safeties, and O-line are big concerns. That is Nort in Pinckney.
That's fair.
Not making the playoffs should result in both Holmes and Campbell being fired.
Again, okay. Let me reset this for people who are just in their car. I don't want them to be alarmed. All I said is, you don't get to say it's Super Bowl or bust if there's no accountability to falling short or your team isn't acting that way. So when you say Super Bowl or bust, let's say they fall short. Who's losing their job? There's 3 pillars, basically, you could operate under. Your GM, your coach, or your quarterback. None of those people are going anywhere. So you can't say Super Bowl or bust, nor did the team message or signal or whatever term you would use that they're all in.
Well, you can have that feeling yourself that for me as a fan, but I agree. I don't think the Lions don't think that way. That doesn't mean they're not even trying to win the Super Bowl this year. I don't buy
that. The Lions are ticket money or bust.
The Lions did not put their neck in the guillotine and say, "Okay, if this doesn't happen, we're gone."
Well, they chose a path that some people don't like, and that path is keeping all of their best players. That's their path.
No, it's deeper than that. But Bob, it is long-term viability. Now, part of it is keeping your own guys, but even their refusal to make the move, the series of moves, is rooted in, well, bills will be due, and we've got to pay Johnny 100%. Smitherman in 2028.
But have you thought about, let's say they do miss. Let's say, I'm not saying they will.
No, if they miss the playoffs,
let's say they miss.
Someone should lose their job. Okay, it should result in a material change.
But what do you do? Because both those men's contract are up after 27.
Who cares?
Right? So would they be lame ducks going into another year?
No, you'd extend one and fire the
other one. Who you fire?
First of all, I don't believe they're missing the playoffs.
No, I don't either.
Let's just start there. But I also don't love what I hear from certain people at this place and listeners. I don't know where this 15-2 Express comes from.
Oh, I can help you with that, buddy.
Yeah, who?
Mike, did you know?
Who was that?
That they play a last place schedule.
They play Arizona instead of the Rams.
Right, they play a bunch of bottom feeders.
Is this a Cookies thing? Is Cookies pushing 15-2?
I think it's Cookies and Jansen. They're both very pro-Lions.
My whole point is there's so many question marks. And then that's for,
there are
that's for
sure.
90% of teams. Like this offensive line, in order for them to win a Super Bowl, like my belief with Goff is, they have to have a top 5 O-line. It has to be a dominant unit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that's what they have.
That's going to be tough.
What if this line just becomes serviceable, good,
average?
I don't know that's enough to win a Super Bowl.
And somebody made a great point on our show last night. It's not just for Goff's sake, because Goff still had very good. It's for Jahmyr Gibbs' sake.
Yeah.
His yards per carry average dropped considerably because
last
he was
year
hit so much more.
I think he had 2 games above 61 yards rushing.
Right. See, that's
where not going to get it done when you also got rid of David Montgomery. And by the way,
and you have no backup currently.
Here's what people will say. Well, look at the receiving yards that he had, but at that point, you've now turned that offense into a 7-on-7 offense.
Yeah.
And at some point, you have to run the ball in the NFL.
Yeah, they were hampered across the board by the offensive line. And Montgomery's going to find out what an bad offensive line looks like this year, right? With the Texans.
He's going to get run into the ground.
He really is.
What he wanted, though. It's going to be the featured back.
That's fun. Just like what the Dodgers are doing with Scooble.
We're being told we're over time. You guys doing Lions or Underwood?
Wojo has a fun little sports topic based on something you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
97.1.
Oh, yeah.